April 9th, 2024. I'd like to welcome everyone to the special meeting of the Los Altos City Council. We have one item on our agenda. I see that. Is it not? Yep. It's on. Yep. Hello. Jeebus. I was having trouble logging on to Zoom. I wonder if that's connected to the mics. Testing, testing. Oh, there we go. Okay. Good afternoon. Let's try it again. It is 5:30 on April 9th, 2024. This is a special meeting of the Los Altos City Council. Welcome. Thank you all for joining us. Madam City Clerk, could you please establish a quorum?
Councilmember Liang,
Here.
Councilmember Flagger,
Here.
Councilmember Meadows,
Here.
Vice Mayor Daley,
Here.
Mayor Weinberg.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. We have one item on our agenda for the special meeting, so we will start with a presentation from staff, and then I will open it up to questions from council. We will hear comments from the public if there are any, and then the council will deliberate. So, staff, I leave the meeting now in your capable hands. Thank you.
It's nice to hear capable hands. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Anthony Carnesecca, Assistant to the City Manager. Tonight I'm going to be presenting on the downtown park. I'll have a brief presentation and then we're available for questions. So a little bit of the background. City Council directed staff to evaluate the potential for at-grade park space with underground parking within the downtown as a priority for 2024. And so when looking at this, city staff first decided that they needed to evaluate what potential options were available for a park space with underground parking within the downtown.
Forgive me for interrupting.
Yes.
Is Zoom working right now? Because I'm having trouble logging in, and I'm hearing rumors that other members are also having trouble logging in. You're in? Okay, then I apologize. User error.
We're good? Okay. And so when staff was looking at downtown and what potential site options were available, city staff started to consider doing a preliminary analysis of the downtown area. And so what you have before you tonight is a preliminary analysis and some renderings of what that could look like. So when looking at downtown, we're going to walk through all the different parking plazas and potential options. Parking plazas number 1 and 2 are both rectangular shaped parking plazas that are about an acre in size each. They are standard size for the parking plazas, as opposed to some of the more irregularly shaped parking plazas that we'll touch on in a second. For parking plaza number 3, you're seeing an irregularly shaped parking plaza as it runs the length of San Antonio behind the businesses on Main Street, all the way up to Los Altos Grill, and then curves back around along 3rd Street. So for all of these reasons, Parking Plaza 3 presented unique issues within the shape and the location being adjacent to San Antonio. So with it being near San Antonio and having an at-grade park space, there was consideration for safety issues as well as the shape for the underground parking. When looking at the central parking plazas, they presented a great option for a potential at-grade park space where you could have a wonderful central park, if you will, for the at-grade park. But it did present unique issues with the irregularly shaped parking plazas for underground parking. So when looking at the potential options within all of the parking plazas, parking plaza number 4, 5, and 6 would present issues with the buildings that jut out into each of the individual plazas and would make it difficult to get the exact amount of parking stalls that are at grade below surface parking. So 4, 5, and 6, as I mentioned, present good option for a park space, but challenging for underground parking for replacement. And then when we're looking at the north parking plazas, I'll take them a couple at a time here. Parking plazas number 7 and 8 have been identified within the housing element as priority sites. So those were discounted for that reason. If you look at parking plazas 1 and 2, they do mirror 7 and 8, but staff discounted them for that reason. Parking plaza number 9 3/4 of that is privately owned by a neighboring property owner, with the city only owning 1/4 of it. So for that reason, city staff didn't feel that it would present the right opportunity with only 1/4 of the parking plaza for a park with underground parking. And then parking plaza number 10, I apologize, it's partially cut off, but that is the nature of that plaza, that it's irregularly shaped leading into Edith there, and it does not present good opportunity for potential underground parking because of that shape. So with all of that in consideration, city staff has presented parking plazas number 1 and 2 as a preferred location, that we're going to walk through the current conditions of each of these plazas and some of the improvements that we could see with a potential park on these plazas, and then we'll have the rendering for you. So the existing conditions, this is a map of those parking plazas, an aerial view showing all of the trees and vehicles that you can see parked within parking plazas 1 and 2. An important consideration of the existing conditions that staff wanted to present is that there is a standing MOU with the downtown theater working group to explore the possibility of a downtown theater. That is an existing condition that staff is aware of, and we have been spoken with their team, and they are aware of these potential plans working together and coexisting moving forward. So that is an existing condition, but staff does not feel that it would necessarily prevent what is being presented for City Council tonight in consideration. So the parking stalls. The parking stalls for the locations that we're talking about are 263. You can see we have 10 ADA stalls. There's no current bicycle parking in either plaza. As is being explored through this whole process, city staff would propose that we would ideally replace all of these parking stalls with the underground parking and then have the park above grade. So those 263 would continue to exist within our downtown ecosphere. They would just be below grade moving forward. And these are 2 photographs of the existing parking stall conditions in parking plazas 1 and 2. You can see that there's the white dot spots for employees and then an ADA stalls to the left. City staff does recognize that if we were able to do these improvements for underground parking, we would be able to improve upon our existing ADA stalls to make sure they are compliant moving forward and would present access and abled parking for all individuals within the community in downtown. This is a map that staff put together showing the overhead utilities. You can see that there's various lights and poles that run along the first tree line, most adjacent to Main Street, and then they trail along the alleyways. So the power is coming in, and then it dead ends at First Street and then runs the length moving towards Plaza number 3. These are some images to illustrate what exactly the current conditions are of overhead utilities. Staff's proposal when evaluating this potential option is that we would underground all of the utilities within parking plazas number 1 and 2. So these existing overhead poles would be taken underground, and the lighting would remain with new upgraded lighting within the park space. And then these are some images of the trash receptacles. Thankfully, they are in the correct location for these images. I went out there on a Tuesday morning, and I'm happy to see that they were. These are the trash receptacles that are located. I'll touch on where the trash receptacles will be located once we get to the rendering, but city staff has considered this and their location moving forward. And then landscaping. City staff did want to illustrate that due to utility companies potentially doing some pruning of trees within our public right-of-way, that some of these trees have been pruned by third parties. And so moving forward, if we were to underground the utilities, we could have more beautiful tree space and a more beautiful and robust tree canopy within the park moving forward. Signage. So these are 2 signs that exist at Parking Plaza 1 and Parking Plaza number 2. I zoomed in so you could read the 3 hours free. And it shows that it is a little difficult to navigate from this signage to exactly where the parking plazas are if you were to look at these. And so moving forward, if we were to pursue a park space with underground parking, we would increase the signage in the area to make very clear where the ingress and egress for the parking would be underground. So without further ado, this is the conceptual design. City staff took a look at parking plazas 1 and 2 and felt that it was most valuable that we presented to City Council and the public rendering of what a park space could look like on this plaza. Because as we all know, if I were to say the word park, I think everybody in this room would have a different view of what that could look like. And so what this is a very early conceptual design as a starting point for conversation with City Council and the public. Certain amenities, certain items within the park space can obviously be adjusted moving forward if council would like to pursue this. But what's being presented is a conceptual design. So this is a view from Parking Plaza 1. You can see just behind where this photo was taken is the parking lot for the liquor store that's on First Street. And this is a proposal of what it could look like in the future with a park space. So we would be converting from the at-grade parking to a park space that has many different elements that I'll touch on when we have the overhead aerial view. And the renderer did provide what it could look like in the event that we want to activate it as an event space. So the concept behind this conceptual plan that staff has created in partnership with an architect is to create what a park could look like that could be utilized on a daily basis as a park space, as a community area, but could also be utilized for community events in the very near future. So this is the aerial map that we saw earlier in the presentation showing the existing conditions. And this is the proposed park overlaid on top of that you can see moving forward. So I'll touch on the kind of big components that maybe you might have missed on the rendering, and it's really important to get into the details, especially what staff has been considering. Number one, the central area, there is a central green that you could see within the rendering. Like I said, all these design features I did want to touch on are open and able to be changed depending upon feedback from council, from the community, whatever we see fit as the best amenities for a park space. Number 3 is a central paved area and pedestrian connection. You can see trees and landscaping moving along. And then number 5 here, these buildings, staff did want to touch on the fact that there would be public restrooms, trash enclosures and elevators down to the parking space. So the parking would be accessible and folks would be able to use the elevators to come up from the parking and be at grade. And then there would be a public restroom, which currently in downtown we do not have one. And then trash collection, which we've already talked with Mission Trails Waste Systems to get some rough estimates of what their size requirements would be for that. And then you can see a ramp to underground parking, and then the raised crosswalk here at 2nd Street. So city staff is not proposing that 2nd Street would be closed to vehicular traffic. 2nd Street would still be open. There would just be a raised crosswalk at 2nd Street. So vehicles would calm as they come forward to the park space, be aware of pedestrians that could be crossing, and then they could proceed on. And this would allow potentially for city staff to have bollards, temporary bollards that could be installed at the edge of the raised sidewalk. So in the future, if you did want to create a combined event space across all of the park space, you were able to do that with a bigger space. And then number 9, you can see on the drawing that there is a multimodal use and servicing alley. This would allow deliveries to continue on the backside of buildings along Main Street. And this would allow any pedestrians to still use it potentially as a paseo. We would identify ways, but it would be a slow street that's just meant for service vehicles that could use it for delivery, and then obviously fire access. That is a big consideration. City staff wants to make sure that there's fire access on both sides of the park, so you'll see that in the rendering. And once again, I just want to leave you with the rendering that staff has created of what a park space in downtown on plazas 1 and 2 could look like. And the policy question for City Council tonight is, do you want staff to continue exploring the possibility of a proposed downtown park with underground parking on plazas 1 and 2? And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have for me.
Mr. Karnasika, thank you very much for this presentation, and thank you to staff for having taken us this far. Before we proceed, I noticed that we have a quorum of the Planning Commission in the room right now, so I want to look at the city attorney and just confirm that that doesn't present any complications.
No, as long as they don't talk about a subject matter that's going to become in front of them, but also it's at a public hearing, a public meeting, so they can attend meetings of other,
Are they allowed to make public comment?
yes,
Okay, thank you. Okay, so
as members of the public.
as members of the public. So we have, I think what we would all agree is a very exciting idea in front of us. And I do want to emphasize that this is an idea. It is a concept. This is not a project. There are renderings that have been shown. There have been photographs. It's an idea that is being teased out. There are no architectural drawings. This is not something that is imminently coming to the city as a project to go through the correct process of approval or disapproval. Our job here tonight is to receive public comment, to talk about it ourselves, and then give staff direction as to how we want them to go about continuing researching and developing this project if it is something that we think it is wise to do. With those precatory comments, I will look to my colleagues and see if anyone has any questions for staff. Councilmember Feiger.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Anthony, for the presentation. And I know Mr. Zorns is your partner, so thanks to both of you for putting this presentation together. And I know you've presented it to different community groups. And the plan, if you get direction from council tonight, is to continue to do that. So thank you so much for all the work that has gone into this. Could you talk a little about the timeline for this? I understand what the policy question is before us. And so assuming the direction tonight is for you to continue with the process and the community engagement, could you walk us through the timeline? When do you envision the next thing happening and what that next thing will be? And if we keep moving forward, when will we have the final product?
Ooh, that's the second part of that question is going to be a little difficult, but the first part's going to be a little bit easier. I think from city staff's perspective, we plan to conduct community outreach. So as you mentioned, take this traveling roadshow to the community and get community feedback on what this could look like, using the rendering as basically a base for conversation moving forward. And then I would think that the next steps would be to come back to city council after that point, and potentially any other groups that the council would direct us to. As far as built out timeline, I think that depends upon what the project's going to look like. When staff identifies the exact design and the estimate for costs, and identifying, if it's going to be X dollars amount, where we could find the funding sources for that, and then we could decide when we could appropriately expend those funds moving forward. So it's a little more opaque on the actual build out of construction.
And that makes a lot of sense, Mr. Karnaseka. Thank you. Let's touch on the funding piece. And I understand that before you come back to us with a refined design, that maybe we can give further direction on and figure out how, if we move forward with it, how we're going to fund it. For the community engagement piece and whatever else you envision happening between today and the next time you come back to council, do you have an estimate on the funding that's associated with that outreach, and if there are more consultants that need to be hired, what that funding piece would look like? And I assume it's already built into our budget, or is this something that will be in our budget proposal in June?
It will be in your budget proposal for June. So city staff is looking at this as a funding expenditure for next fiscal year. And so this would be come back to city council as part of the budget process for next year, for next fiscal year.
And it would include whatever staff envisions happening over the next fiscal year. That's what that budget would cover.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the parking spaces, I want to clarify something because, during the retreat and even before the retreat, when I know this council and the previous composition of the council supported the idea of having a parking solution downtown. We talked about wanting to replace not only the parking spaces that the parking solution would take over, would replace, but in addition to the housing that we're all excited about that will go downtown, which will be on 1 or 2 parking plazas. In this design, if I heard you correctly, the number of parking spaces envisioned would only take care of the parking spaces that it would be replacing. Did I hear that correctly? Or could this design accommodate more than what it's taking over on Plaza 1 and 2, if that makes sense?
It does make sense. I believe at this point in time, that's fairly open-ended. As you can see from the renderings, we've really just conceptually designed what the park space could look like. And so we haven't done the conceptual drawings of what the underground parking would look like to identify how many parking stalls that would be below grade. If City Council would like, we can explore the option for 1 or 2 levels of underground parking, which would provide additional park space and offset the parking plazas that you mentioned.
And then the last question for now just has, so as you may know, Mr. Carnesecca, over the years, different business groups and residents came together and had, temporary green space downtown. And we had different activities and furniture used in that space. I'm curious, as you build out the design, are you also envisioning how the space could potentially be used? Is that something you'll look for direction? Because I have ideas just based on what I know the green space before has been used for. Are we at the stage where that's the type of feedback you're looking for? Because when I look at it, it's beautiful. The design is beautiful, but it's green space and pathways, right? And I want to make sure that, if we move forward tonight, directing staff to move forward with this, that it accommodates and envisions the types of activities we would want to take place there.
And I think as part of the community engagement process, we would partner with all of the necessary stakeholders, such as the business groups that you mentioned and the other organizations that host events, to identify how we could make sure that it provides the maximum benefit to the community as a whole. So making sure that it is truly beneficial to everyone, as well as being useful as an event space moving forward, if that is the direction of council.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
And then I do want to just jump in really quick based on something that Councilmember Flagger said is, so I do want to remind the council, and it's not something that we have agendized to discuss tonight, but the city is doing a comprehensive downtown parking strategy. So I would not necessarily look for feedback, direction, or comments regarding how we address replacement parking, because that's actually something that W-Trans, our outside third-party consultant, is fully doing in their reconciliation of our downtown parking and going to come to the council with data-driven kind of analysis that actually helps steer that part of the conversation. So really, it's more so just about the parking, replacing surface level with an underground and a park above it. And then if we want to talk about the capacity of parking, that's going to be something that we do with our downtown parking strategy. And then we will commingle the two together.
Okay, I think you just answered the question I was going to ask, because I do think some commingling has to occur before we move forward with the final design of this.
Yeah, and
Okay.
so this would just kind of greenlight the conceptual thought process of us going forward to the community, working most likely with a park designer, essentially, so to speak. And then by that time, we will be done with the comprehensive downtown parking strategy. So all of the data analysis and kind of discussion points will be done within the next 6 months from now. And so really, if we were to start, let's say tomorrow, we're looking at 6 months of community engagement for a project of this type.
Thank you. Councilmember,
I have a whole bunch of questions.
floor is yours.
Okay. So thank you again for the presentation and the report. I think that the public and myself would like to better understand, even though you said you're going to do some outreach, we better need to understand the process, whether the city would be moving forward on this without a true fiscal understanding and broader public input. So by saying that, by giving direction, it's almost like taking a motion to act upon and actually moving forward. But yet we don't have numbers. So help me understand how much further studying the idea will cost. you talked about we don't have the conceptual drawings for the parking. When do we intend to get that, and how much will that cost?
So I think for the question about community engagement, I think that city staff obviously would like to take this to the community to get feedback moving forward, and it will be a comprehensive outreach process that we do for all of our projects of this size and magnitude. We would ensure that everybody in the community is aware and understands how they could provide feedback. So that could entail creating a website, creating information for the community to be aware, basically putting information out to the community, and then how they can provide it back. For the conceptual drawings of the parking, I think Director Zorns touched on it a little bit, that it will depend upon the parking strategy, and then we could do that as a result once we see what the parking requirements would be and what is necessary within downtown. We could appropriately design the parking space. The cost for conceptual drawings of parking or a park won't be as much as architectural drawings, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, complete plan submittals. And so what we're talking about is a little bit less in cost for the actual design elements that are being proposed tonight.
Okay, so we have this $25 million estimate. Have we contacted PG&E to see if it is even feasible and allowed to relocate those overhead power utilities to be undergrounded? And was that accounted for in part of the $25 million estimate?
City staff has not contacted PG&E yet as part of the process. I think we envision that we would get direction from City Council, and then that would obviously be a conversation we would have with all of our stakeholders, Cal Water, PG&E, all of our utilities. We would have them as part of the conversation moving forward.
Yeah, because we need to better understand the underground utilities as well. So that was my next question was, we need to wouldn't we be rerouting further utilities as well and conditions such as the power, storm drains, water lines, underground fire main, and cable? And wouldn't that further add to the cost of the $25 million estimate?
So the First Street recently underwent a sewer main reorientation and alignment. So that is already somewhat off to the side, essentially. If you could kind of just generalize it for the conversation. It doesn't run through the middle of the plaza. Underground utilities don't really exist because you can see them all when you're walking under them. So it would actually be a beneficial thing for downtown to be able to do a project such as this because we would have to underground them. So we actually know where all the wire and transmission lines are. We'd actually be able to reorient them as a part of this project. In regards to storm, I think the community and council are very well aware of the lack of storm facilities that we have in this city. One of the main reasons as to why the city has not even done a major resurfacing project is because of the C3 stormwater requirements by the Water Regional Board. We would either hit a 5,000 or 10,000 square foot threshold, so that's kind of a part of the process that even if we just did a simple resurfacing, we're going to have to make major stormwater improvements that don't exist as of today. Our fire water kind of access, those are actually off of the numbered streets. So those fire hydrants take its connection point from first, second, third, fourth, so on and so forth, or they take it from the rear of the alleyway, actually between Plaza 4, 5, and 6. So actually, this would not be an impediment specifically for those. Now, one of the things that we do know is that there has been obviously historically a railroad immediately adjacent to First Street, which is what Foothill Expressway used to be once upon a time. So we do know that there is some known issues in regards to soil contamination, but we would have to rectify that with any other future project that we were to do anyways. It's a part of our process. So those are kind of some of the main utility components that have already gone into just general understanding of what the site makeup already is as of today. But obviously we would go into further analysis with some some actual work moving forward with any type of project associated with downtown. There are also, I will at least just touch on, is overhead transmission lines for power. There are PG&E work credits that the city may be eligible to be able to deploy under Rule 20. And we do have standing credits. We'd have to just see if we're able to make those eligible for this specific type of a project. But there are requirements all tied to kind of what I've mentioned already.
But what is the below grade existing groundwater table? That would determine if it would be cost effective or feasible for this project as well.
So
Correct?
we don't have specific data about the groundwater. However, First Street, immediately adjacent within a block, have all done underground parking, and none of them have had a major water intrusion issue. Similarly, there are projects, specifically the public safety parking garage that was built in Palo Alto off of California Street. We also have to remember is that parking garage is multiple miles closer to the bay, so they actually have higher water, groundwater in areas like Palo Alto. We're more kind of inland and away from the bay itself, so the water saturation level hasn't kind of impeded to the degree that it would be in neighboring cities. So that is a factor for some jurisdictions, but we're not close enough to the bay where we've had that be a major issue for projects recently built in downtown Los Altos.
Okay. I also want to clarify how much time this would require of our staff, because would it compromise having staff available to work on our public safety infrastructure as well as implementation of our housing element?
So, Councilmember Liang, I don't think I can underestimate the lift of doing a park downtown. It would certainly take the full dedication of the government to complete that. The city council identified 5 priorities this year. That's how we allocate our staff time and resources. Downtown and the business districts was one of them. So as long as we stayed within the priorities established by council, we think we have the ability to complete it. But it would be an all hands on deck type of situation, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, but also our new public safety infrastructure was also a council priority. So when I clarify, what would, if we were to have, when you say all hands on deck, would that compromise focus as well, or any, if we wanted to move forward on a new public police station, or whether we want to move forward on a ballot measure and design of a new police station, as well as the infrastructure for our fire departments?
So the public safety facilities was also a priority of council. So I think when we talk about staff exceeding their bandwidth, it would be things that are outside of the priorities that council has established. So if we started another big project that wasn't accounted for as part of the priority setting, then I think council would have to revisit which projects they found most valuable and wanted to move forward most quickly.
So are we saying that we would have to determine whether this takes priority, or working on our housing element takes priority, or working our public safety
So
infrastructure takes priority?
council established housing as one of the priorities as well. So I think it's anything that was outside of the strategic priorities set by council would require, I think, further discussion and direction from the council.
Yeah, but it doesn't clarify the answer, because when we wanted to do the study on the police department expansion of services with Los Altos Hills, it required 100% of our staff's time. So I just need to clarify, this sounds like a bigger project. So would this take up all our staff time? And if we wanted to move forward on public safety infrastructure, then that would compromise it, correct?
So this is certainly a big project. I think the discussion with Los Altos Hills would be emblematic of the type of changes in priorities that we would have looked at, as at that time, that project would have been outside of the priorities as established by council. But that is a good example of when we're working within the priorities and taking staff bandwidth there, it does limit the opportunity of council to do things outside of those established priorities.
Okay. My next question would be, since this would utilize a lot of the park and lieu fund, would this project deplete the park and lieu fund and prevent us from acquiring parkland in other parts of the city that we find deficient in having parks? Because we have 4 parks within 1 mile of our downtown. So help me understand.
So the sources of funding for this project certainly include Park and Lieu. They also include several other sources of funding. I think as we project out the funds we expect to have available in future years, the portion that Park and Lieu would pay for would be sufficient. So I wouldn't worry again about not having enough specific funding for the Park and Lieu piece for this project. But should council want to do something with Park and Lieu funds outside of this project that required a big expenditure, again, that would be an identified competing priority, and council would have to determine how they'd want to proceed.
Okay. If this project puts all parking underground and the city then supports a theater on the other half of Plaza 2, that would mean that anyone coming to the businesses on the block of Main Street between 2nd and 3rd will have to walk around to the front and down Main Street. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. We would not prohibit the access of store frontages to the plaza itself. I think actually in this proposal, it would incentivize businesses to create a second frontage along that back of the buildings facing onto the plaza space, so individuals could more readily access the space that they want to enter. So if they wanted to enter a business, as it is currently, if that store doesn't have a frontage, they would, or a back door, they would have to walk all the way around. Under this proposal, businesses would be incentivized to face the parking plaza potentially as a second frontage.
Okay, so our high turnover businesses may be greatly impacted because people won't want to park underground for a short trip, such as the post office, because I know that many of our seniors.
Councilmember, I think that's really more of a discussion.
Well, no, I'm asking my question, so I'm getting to my question. Would we be, our post office is already moved towards Main Street downtown. Would we be driving the post office out of their location because it would be difficult for people to?
I don't think the goal of this proposal is to drive any business away from any specific location. I think that under this proposal, we would still provide ample customer parking along the street itself, so the frontage would still be open and available for individuals to park along Main Street, and they could obviously park below grade if they would like. For the business that you're describing, it would be the equidistant if they wanted to do at-grade parking in parking plaza number 3, actually. So as it stands now, if an individual wanted to park within Plaza 2 at grade or Plaza 3, that would be the same walking distance to the post office if they wanted to go all the way around or even through the back door at the post office.
So how would we give the public a true fiscal understanding of the true costs? Because we can say that this is a guesstimate of 25 million. But as you know, we really, your 25 million estimate does not include a clear understanding of, relocation of utilities, anything else. How do we get as we do an outreach, how do we get the public to understand what this true fiscal impact will be?
And I think that's a great question, and that is the goal of staff, to come back with a true cost estimate of what it could look like. At this point in time, what you have in front of you, we cannot give the exact figure, but through the process moving forward, City Council could direct staff to continue in this process of community engagement design, and then could come back with a more fleshed out drawing of what that could look like for a design, and then a cost estimate, the breakdown of the funding sources that we've talked about, and then it could be presented for council for that consideration of final approval before moving forward.
Thank you. I'll reserve my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
I'll be quick. Thank you, Anthony, for your presentation. With regard to funding, not necessarily for the final project, because I think we have a common understanding of the potential sources there. My question is, would we be paying for the feasibility study, additional architectural drawings, and other costs associated with the investigation or vetting of this project? Would we be paying for those expenses out of Park and Lou, or would that be a general fund expense? And perhaps Gabe, somebody.
Yeah, he punted to me, so, no, feasibility studies, planning designs for parks and park rec, those, Park and Lou can be used for those.
Great. And just to remind the public what the Park and Lou Fund is and what it can be used for and what it can't be used for and whether or not that money's fungible, would you make a comment? Or
I'll
Gabe
defer
or
to
city
the
attorney?
city attorney again to provide
Yeah.
legal interpretation.
It's used for new parks, and it's also for, improvements and maintenance of existing parks. It can't be used for staff, but there's various opinions that say what Park and Lou can be used for. But as long as it comes under Park and Rec uses and purposes, it can be used for that.
Thank you. So I guess what that means is that the money that we're talking about for this project isn't money that could be used, for example, for a police station or, for example, for housing on Plaza 7 and 8. It's money that's exclusively earmarked for parks and park-related, investments. And
Yes.
it's come to us from the developers, right? So what we're actually, is it true to say that what we're proposing is to spend money to spend developers' monies on a park, which is what the original Park and Lou Fund?
Yeah, the Quimby
That's the
Act,
concept, right?
and if you don't provide the park within the subdivision, that's because under, Quimby is through the Subdivision Map Act. And so if you notice, we have been doing resolutions and making those findings for the use of the Quimby fees outside of the subdivision, and we have to make certain findings, and we have been doing that recently. And so in this case, there's been a lot of Park and Lou collected downtown, so it would really be a good nexus for putting a park there. I'd still make the findings though, but yeah.
Forgive me, Sally, I actually want to follow up on that. So although Park and Lou funds could not be used for public safety infrastructure, what I heard staff say is that there were other sources of funds that would also be used. Would those other sources of funds also qualify for use in public infrastructure improvements?
So, Mayor, yes, there will be a general fund component to this. There will be other components that you'll see in the budget that, to the Vice Mayor's point, Park and Lou has a specific purpose where those funds can only be used in a certain way. Other funds like the general fund would certainly be used on this project.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
And our parking fund,
Correct, that would also be used, yes.
which is also similarly not really fungible.
Correct. To the extent possible, general fund dollars would be the last dollars spent. So we would use Park and Lou, downtown, the Rural 20A that was discussed earlier. There would be sewer where appropriate. And the last dollars in should be the general fund, but that's true of any project.
Okay.
One more
Thank-
quick
thank-
question off of his question.
Very quickly, please.
What is our total Park and Lou dollar fund budget now?
It's approximately $8 million as of right now. And I will at least somewhat narrate is that there's 4 projects on First Street that we have collected just over $8 million in the Park and Lou Fund. and have not since put money back into parks immediately adjacent to downtown. And downtown is one of our bigger emphasis of added housing to the city. So in relationship to nexus and proportionality, we should be looking to put money back into the immediate area that is paying into this fund.
Okay. Councilmember Meadows?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff and my colleagues for their questions. So let me make sure I can clarify this because I think this is where some of it's getting hung up. Your next steps in the presentation say community outreach and design, understood, but it's also feasibility. And it said that in the staff report, but it didn't say that in the presentation. And I think we're really talking about outreach, design, and feasibility. We're not saying, okay, we've already done the feasibility after tonight. That's
Correct.
Yes. okay.
Feasibility will be done as part of the design because we can't do the feasibility until we know the design. Yes.
Yes, thank you for that. And then this is not really a new idea. Aspects of this were in the downtown vision, which was adopted in 2018, I think, whatever the date. So this idea has been floating there. Again, we've pulled the downtown vision forward over the last couple of years to harken back to it, but we did have concepts along this line. That's correct, yes?
That is correct. It's
Leading
mentioned
questions.
multiple. If you read the QA, it is, I did Google, or I
Yes.
did find within the document, it's mentioned multiple times.
Right. And speaking of funding sources, we all want to ask funding questions. Are grants another possible source of funding?
Yes, actually, just as a note of that, since the community has become aware of this project, a few community members have actually submitted information on other cities that have done grants from corporate donors and other entities to the community for park space. Not Los Altos, but other areas that we could potentially look at.
Okay, thank you. And the city manager alluded to the answer to this question, but if we look at prioritizing this versus affordable housing on parking plazas 7 and 8, they're not necessarily they're both council priorities, as I understand, though those are both heavy hits. So city manager, did you want to clarify, would the timelines change, or would they be in series versus in parallel, or what do you think?
As housing, as I tried to answer, as housing is part of the council priorities, we wouldn't anticipate being in conflict with the priorities. The danger is if we want to do anything outside of the priorities, that becomes more difficult.
Right, I just wanted to test that specific assumption. Thank you for re-clarifying. My last question has a few layers to it, but I am reaching the end, and because we, of course, want to hear from the public. Looking at the park space, and, Second Street's going to stay there as a thoroughfare. Well, thoroughfare may not be the right word, but as a street. How many acres of green space are we looking for at Plaza 1 and part of Plaza 2?
Oh, the exact number, I believe, if you were to take away the alleyway and
Right, just the greenish space.
in the back, I'm doing this on the fly, but probably about 1.3, 1.45 acres would be my guess.
Okay, and then I believe Director Zorns has told us that an acre of land goes for about 12 million. So we're actually saying if we turn that into park space and underground parking, and I'll layer more on this question, we've sort of found $18 million worth of usable park land. Correct? Okay. So they confirmed that assumption. So there's a lot of pieces here that even if we don't do this, even if we keep our lovely asphalt as it is, we would like to have to do, we'd have to do improvements. Again, a lot of this was identified in the downtown vision. So we've talked about public restrooms, for example. This would potentially incorporate public restrooms. We're in need of fixing this parking. I mean, frankly, if you don't watch where you're going, the curbstones are, I shouldn't say this, but they're rather every which way, and the asphalt's not in great condition. So And what I just heard you say a little earlier is that, yeah, the city attorney's not happy with me, sorry. What I also heard you say just a little bit earlier is that there's stormwater improvements that if we do anything, we're going to have to do. So what type of work would we have to do anyway, even if we don't do this project? That's where I'm,
Yeah,
the
that's
restrooms, the stormwater improvements.
That's a great question. City staff has been looking at what it would take to potentially repave the parking plazas in downtown. And Director Zorns touched on one of the big issues, which is this rule that requires us to do storm drain improvements. And so if we were to not consider a park for this space, we would still be required to do these storm drain improvements, ADA accessibility improvements, all of these expensive costs that would already be needed to be done for the at-grade parking.
Correct. Okay, thank you. And so I assume then the feasibility work would evaluate this, because it's really an incremental cost. I'm not trying to minimize the cost. It will be expensive, presumably, but there's an incremental cost because it's not like we can get away with continuing to do nothing, correct? All right, thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you, and maybe I should say this for discussion, but I don't think our pavement is all that lovely, personally. Okay, I am mindful of the time, and I want to thank my colleagues who asked most of my questions anyway. There are two more questions, though, that I would like to ask, and quick responses is fine, because I do want to make sure that we stay on time, but that everybody can speak. Within the past year or so, my understanding was that the conceptual plan was parking plaza 7, 8, and 9, affordable housing on one, a park with 1 or 2 levels of parking underneath, and if there was going to be a theater, then a theater on the other one. And I'm just curious why we've moved to parking plazas 1 and 2 now instead of that plan.
So I'll at least speak to the housing. The housing element identified 7 and 8 because the downtown vision plan also identified 7 and 8. So those two spots have been earmarked for housing potential since 2018 at minimum. I'm not sure. I think parking plaza number 9 is dual ownership between the city and Lacey. So we actually do not have land use control over that in its entirety, only regulatory control. So that poses obviously a big issue right there as well. So there's also a fundamental as well is that there are a lot of challenges specifically where if we were to cite everything on 1 and 2 for housing, let's say if we were to rob Paul to pay Peter, we would be left with that there's a lot of overhead transmission lines on Plaza 1 versus Plaza 7 and 8. It's because the buildings are just newer than what fronts Main versus what fronts State. So there's kind of a bunch of different nuances, but I'm not sure as to when like 8 would have been identified as a park other than maybe just in the vision at one point as an alternate.
Okay, thank you. Real quick, please.
Isn't Plaza 2 identified in the MOU with the theater working group?
Plaza 2 is identified.
Yeah, but it's non-binding. Okay, and then obviously the big question in everyone's mind is how much is it going to cost? Where's the money going to come from? We know it's not a question that can be answered today, but there's another monetary question that I want to pose to staff. I have to believe that the cost of operating a 1 or a 2-story underground parking garage, the cost of irrigating the landscape on top, the cost of the restrooms and the other amenities that we're going to have is going to be significantly more expensive than the cost of occasional lovely asphalt repaving or pothole fixing and lighting above ground. So do you have any idea what the potential impact to the city's budget is going to be simply in terms of the cost of operating this project, assuming that it was actually developed?
I don't know that we have an exact figure because we don't know what the amenities within the park would be. I think from the costs that you're referring to, I think for ongoing maintenance of a garage and ensuring that individuals are moving along, we could look at revenue sources to identify how we could potentially receive revenue that could go towards the actual parking itself. We do have the fund to go towards parking. For the park space maintenance, that could potentially, I'm looking at the city attorney but potentially park and lieu funds or, no, never mind. I'm incorrect. That's why I was looking at the city attorney. We would identify what those costs would look like.
Okay, I appreciate that, because if the project were to go forward, it would be critically important for me to know what the ongoing impact is going to be to the budget.
And part of the feasibility would be design, feasibility, and then ongoing costs.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'd really like to move on to public comment. Is that okay? Okay, go ahead, please.
Is there a chance we can reach out to the owner of Plaza 9? Because they were interested in sharing costs prior when we were talking about underground parking and parkland in another plaza. I would like to explore that idea, because then if they would be interested in sharing the cost, this would benefit the State Street market as well.
I think staff could reach out to them.
Okay.
If city council directs us to do that. I don't know that this would prohibit us to continue moving forward looking
Right,
at a
but
downtown park.
we can further
Okay.
pursue other options.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, do we have any comment cards?
We have 3.
3. Okay, let's give our commenters 3 minutes each, please. And
first-
I see in the audience, I see an awful lot of commissioners and other people who are associated with the city. If you are speaking in an official capacity, please let us know that. If you are speaking in an individual capacity, please let us know that. Thank you.
We have 4. 1 is incoming. The first speaker is Mehrous Ahi.
Good evening. My name is Marasahi. I'm a planning commissioner, but speaking tonight as a resident. So I am definitely in favor of a downtown parking garage. I think it's very obvious at this point that the city has been in need of something like this for over a decade. 2 things, though, that I'd like to bring up. First, I think that we should be using this downtown garage as a tool to incentivize properties in downtown to add housing. Currently, it is almost impossible to add housing units along Main Street and State Street because of our parking requirements. If we allowed future developments to purchase or rent spots from this parking area, then there is an actual path to creating housing along Main Street and State Street, which is what we have always envisioned in our downtown vision. The second thing is that I think it would be beneficial to see additional schematic plans showing areas with above ground parking. While I admire the approach to using the entire area as a park, I do think that we are leaving usable parking areas on the table, and I wonder whether we'll go too far down this road and wish that we added more in the future. I know there's a lot more to be discussed regarding these details, but the overall concept of a parking garage would be extremely beneficial to downtown, and I really, really hope that this discussion continues. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Terry Couture.
Thank you, council. Thank you, staff, for the nice presentation. It helps me a lot with my questions. We all want more parks because parks are good for the soul and the health of the community, but not at the detriment of our community's general fund. Please do your homework. Please don't straddle us with anything that we can't afford. Please do not ignore the foundation of our infrastructure and the necessary services. Thank you.
Just to clarify, you are speaking as an individual, correct?
I'm sorry. I'm speaking as an individual, not as a park commissioner. I apologize. I had to change my whole speech because you answered a lot of my questions.
The next speaker is Scott Hunter.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. Thank you for putting together all of what you've done. My name is Scott Hunter. I'm the executive director of the Los Altos Village Association. I'm also a member of the board of the Los Altos Stage Company, but I'm not here in that capacity at all. I want to talk about, we've been talking about a lot about the here and now, how much these things are going to cost, and that's all great. We need to make sure that we're fiscally responsible, but we're also not thinking about the future. There's a lot on our plates. There's a lot of plans, from the housing element to the downtown vision, a lot of things that are coming up in the future. And I think we need to look at what our future is going to look like. And the future of people in downtown, whether they live here or coming here, is what we want to see. If you're talking about this parking garage, I would hope that you do direct staff to look at something that's going to replace all the parking that's looking to be taken away in the future, and that includes housing on 7 and 8, as well as what's going on 1 and 2, which would be the parking there. And I'm talking about 100% completely replaced. And also the park itself. I think this is a great thing for downtown. There's a recent study down in Houston where a person using Placer AI, which is a really creepy kind of way of seeing where people are, but shows where a downtown park where people were going to the businesses there, where an adjacent block that did not have a park, people were not going to the businesses and taking advantage of those. And tax revenue from those businesses bore that out, that there were more there, and a park kept people in downtown rather than the people just coming there to go and leave. So I hope that you will continue to ask staff to continue to pursue this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mel Kahn.
My name's Mel Kahn. I'm a property owner downtown for quite a while. In fact, I'm probably the only one that remembers when they built these plazas that's here, but I was a little kid at the time. It amazes me that the property owners actually had to go through. I spent a lot of time on a Parking 2000 project for the city, and didn't happen. But I do think you need to remember that the owners paid for and built the plazas. And I know there was a lot of discussion at the time, should they maintain it and they decided they weren't in that business and they gave it to the city. Just thought I'd remind you of that, because they were all built for merchants in the city. And I come from a little different on this whole thing, because we're talking about taking the two most convenient parking areas, where people can park and easily get into a store. And we're talking about making parks out of them and then putting in something underground. I don't think that's as convenient. It just concerns me a lot as a past merchant and as a property owner that and now I hear we're planning to put 2 apartments on. I mean, I'm really worried that we're going to not have any convenient parking for the downtown. I wrote down, I don't know if I should, what I'm going to say to you. I thought, if this is such a great idea of getting rid of 250 convenient, well-used parking spaces and having people go to down underground, I'd like to know what other city of our size has done that, and did it work out well for them? How did the merchants do? Because I don't see it. I guess I come at this quite different. It really scares the heck out of me, and I just want to make sure we're not wrong on it. And I felt important to tell you how I feel. I've been here a long time, and I know the other part is when they did those parking, the whole parking area, the merchants were very upset because it affected their business. It took a long time. So you got to figure out how you're going to do it. That's it.
Thank you for your comment.
The next speaker is Chris Bryant.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for all the time and effort and what you're doing downtown. I'm with the ownership group for 282nd Street, which is the office building adjacent to one of the proposed parks. And when I got it, I thought, this is a great potential for some communal effort. But as a real estate guy, I started looking at the details. And I think that's something that staff and the city have to be very thoughtful of kind of going forward, because there's a lot of different stakeholders here to think about. And just some initial thoughts to just throw out at you from different perspectives to give you perspective. The one concern from our perspective is the way our building's oriented. We have 2 tenants, one that's a pretty major tenant that actually faces onto this plaza. So anything that's kind of right there, and there's a very narrow drive aisle, if you recall. There's a parking field and then a very narrow alleyway that's barely wide enough for a car. And I have some pictures I can leave with staff if you'd like to see. But one issue of concern is where the amenity area is proposed. And I understand it's very early in the process, but I would urge you to really look at that location because it's within yards of the corner of the building, which is a nice financial firm and a legal firm that look out over this. And they would be looking directly at the back of a restroom and or trash facility. And so it just doesn't seem very well thought out to put that near one of the major buildings that's on these plazas. One alternative could be over in 2, since you have the parking field for Walgreens right next to it. There's no building adjacent, directly across the street. It's still central. That might be, it's also closer to the theater, I think, that's proposed. There's not a lot of detail to the theater. But that's one consideration, and I just urge you to kind of really study that because that could have a big impact on the tenants in that building from our perspective. The other thing to look at is the one plaza on the Plaza One. I thought of, it's kind of interesting. There's going to be a park, and I thought of kids and moms, and there's a liquor store right there on the corner. So, and then you have bar restaurants across the way from there. So that's something also that has to integrate, and we're retail guys as well. So we always think about integration and themes, right? So it's just something to consider as you're laying out all of that. Another consideration would be, how is the city prepared to contain potential enforcement of homelessness, loitering, and sound? Because we're seeing obviously now a greater incidence of homelessness. We just noticed one. We're tenants in the building. We noticed a new person because we track things pretty closely, and so that's going to put an onus on the city for those because that could be attractive for that that use potentially, and so I just urge you to really study that or think about that, and that could go into your cost structure. I don't know.
Okay, your time is just about up, so.
Yeah. My other question would be, will the community be allowed further comment once this plan gets fully baked? I assume so. And just any scheduling of event noise for theater or whatnot. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments.
There are no more speakers.
Okay. Then let me go ahead and bring it back to the council. Who would like to get our discussion started? Vice Mayor?
I'll be quick. I support this investigation continuing, the evaluation of this project. I would want, as was mentioned earlier, I would want the operational expenses to be part of the feasibility study so we have an indication of our long-term budget impact. And I would also want to see an option for a second level of parking below the first subterranean level, because as one of our residents mentioned, we've got other, and actually Representative from Lava mentioned, we've got other demands on some of those parking plazas. And so in my opinion, this project should help us sort of kill two birds with one stone, which is to say we need to have enough parking to completely replace every parking place that we may lose through any of the projects that we're contemplating for downtown. And in doing so, we will create a great catalyst for both smaller and larger housing projects. In particular, the large housing project contemplated for Plaza 7 and 8. Parking can be one of the most expensive components of a new development. And if we unduly burden that potential project with parking requirements, we may scupper the whole chance of getting a project done on 7 and 8. So this project could also overcome some of the challenges that we've had to the theater concept as well. So what we need to do is take a pretty holistic vision, and I'm glad to hear that the parking strategy study will be somewhat commingled with this, or at least will anticipate the possibility that this project could come to fruition. So again, I favor ongoing investigation of this opportunity, but the two requirements that mean the most to me are, one, make sure we understand the operational expenses for the budget going forward, and two, have an option for, another 250 parking spaces on a second level subterranean. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. And I won't belabor the parking point because I think I made it clear during the questioning portion. And Mr. Zorns, I think you answered it well where you're explaining that we have this separate parking study, but I think it's clear, at least I agree with the Vice Mayor that, we'll see what the parking study shows, but without that data and just sitting here and knowing what we've seen over the years in the community and downtown and the feedback we've received from residents and merchants, parking is still very important and valuable to our downtown community. And so when you work with the parking study consultants, that's definitely something that needs to be woven in. And they can independently do a study, look at the new housing laws, look to the future to say, how many parking spaces do we anticipate needing for downtown? But I hope in addition to that objective data study, you'll also look at Los Altos specific community and how much we value parking. And so as part of the parking solution, we will factor in how many parking spaces we're losing on parking plazas 7 and 8. I do have two follow-up questions. On plazas 7 and 8, Mr. Zorns, will we have both those parking plazas have housing on them, both 7 and 8? Or are they two separate housing buildings? Or remind me what we envision having there on Plaza 7 and 8 for housing.
So it really was initially obviously discussed in the vision plan about having the option of 7 and 8.
Right.
But it could just be 7 and not 8.
Right.
So it could be either or both in tandem. It could be one person that wants to do both, or it could be two different people, especially when we get to the SLA transaction that we would have to execute. So Surplus Land Act for the public is we might get two very good, well-positioned offerings when we go through that process. Given the current market conditions, we might get 0 offers right now, given what it is. So that's kind of the vision in regards to, but we didn't have any specifics that we said what type of housing prototype that it would be. It doesn't have to be stacked condos. It could be row home type configuration for townhomes, which would be a little bit lower profile. As we know with our housing inclusionary and lieu study, we know that happens to be the highest pro forma return on investment for developers right now. So I think it's really going to depend on once we get to that component of the process for 7 and 8. But again, what we're talking about with 1 and 2 and 7 and 8, we ultimately are the keepers of the cards right now because we own them. Mm-hmm. So when we decide to, if we say, okay, housing is our more important need right this second, let's allow them to mobilize for construction in 2026. We're not going to start construction until 2028, let's say, for the park and the garage, for example. I'm just throwing out random numbers. So we hold kind of the phasing components where when it's private development, we're really at the helm of the private developers wanting to start the process. So we actually have quite a bit of leverage, which is very different than in any other circumstance we've seen in the city thus far.
No, I appreciate that. And you answered the question I wanted the public to hear answered, which is we still don't know if housing will be on both 7 and 8. Ideally, we want as many units as we can have in downtown, but that's not conclusive yet. That's going to happen. So when we talk about how many parking spaces, above ground parking spaces, we may need to replace, there's still a question mark there because we actually don't know how many parking spaces we're going to put housing on or other construction. It's funny that one of the speakers mentioned the property owner's involvement years ago with the parking plaza. We're happy to work with LaPod on seeing if they want to contribute to building the parking solution. But I do want to go back to the funding piece, just for direction, because if I understood correctly from Mr. England, when you come back to us with FY 24-25 budget in a couple months, the funding piece that will take care of the next phase, let's say, will be part of that budget. And I do want to encourage that even though we have 2 months, if there are grant funding sources or other non-general fund sources for us to tap into, I think that will make it more palatable for the community and more attractive to many people if we can, because I think, we'll see where we are at the end of this discussion, but if the consensus is we really want to continue going forward, we want to have as many cheerleaders and champions with us on this project. The impact, we heard from a couple speakers, the impact on the current merchants. So we have no idea if these merchants will be there 10 years from now. But as part of your outreach, have you already met with the merchants that would open onto the green space, onto the park, about the current impact they envision if a park were to go there? So for example, the spacing between post office or the 280, whatever it is, have we met with those merchants to discuss this potential park?
Not yet. City staff wanted to confirm that this direction and this proposal was okay with City Council before proposing specifically to the merchants that this was the location that we're proceeding with for the near future.
Okay. Because obviously that's part of the engagement and it's important to get their input. Councilmember Liang mentioned a few years ago when we explored doing a park and underground parking on 9. Lacey's 4, but that's across from Main Street. They now co-own with us 9. And there was opposition to that, and we won't revisit that. But I remember one of the concerns with that park, because it was right next to First Street across from Safeway, was the concern of kids and traffic with a park right there, and making sure it didn't move forward, but if it had moved forward, making sure there's a buffer between a park and Main Street. And I would hope the same consideration is given in the design for this new location, which also touches on Main Street, that there's a buffer between we don't know if a liquor store will be there 5 years from now, but there'll still be First Street right there. So to ensure, for safety reasons, there's a buffer between First Street and the park. And then I just remembered another question, Mr. Carnesecca, on parking plazas 1 and 2. The current design, does it completely cover the entire parking plaza 1 and 2 separate? Let's leave the theater on the back end. Starting from First Street, do you envision as part of this initial design having green space and the park cover the entire parking plaza 1 and that portion of 2?
Yes, we do envision it goes across, and as we talked about, the elevated road table, so
Right.
Second Street would still be open.
Okay. Was there any consideration given to only having the park on 2, the part of 2 and then part of 1, and not completely covering all of 1 and that portion of 2 leading up to the theater?
I think what staff looked for was trying to create the best bang for our buck on a park space, where we're going to be using this whole basically plaza and a half for the whole park space. So to have at grade, especially when you're thinking about visitors to downtown, with a park space at grade, the benefit is we want to draw people in. So if you keep it open at all of the intersections, then folks will see and they'll kind of peer and hopefully say, what's going on back there, and enter our park space.
Okay. So for direction, so thank you. For direction tonight, I am definitely supportive of moving forward, and I look forward to the budget item in our budget in a couple of months to see what that estimate looks like for the next phase. But like the Vice Mayor, I'm supportive of moving forward with the feedback and direction you're getting from council and also members of the public. And I hope you have also factored in the other feedback you've received from the community so far. I will remind, Mel mentioned, when we were building the parking plazas, decades ago, my understanding was there were merchants, residents opposed to those parking plazas. And now they love the parking plazas, right? And so I do think this may be one of those things where today we may get a lot of opposition and concern as we should. But I think in the long run, this will be a treasure for the community if we do it right. And so I'm very supportive of moving forward. So thank you.
And I just want to add on really quick to something Councilmember Fleiger and the member of the public said. Just so you know, location-wise, that Mr. Carneseca had his work with our third-party consultant on. Everything was more so just about accounting for space of kind of the amenities, location, and what we call site planning, and kind of the placemaking component of it. This is all it's all just funny of location. We're just saying, hey, here's the building blocks of the Legos. We have enough space on the board to be able to put them somewhere. So we will, that's really where the community engagement component will come in is, like the property owner that's immediately adjacent. Hey, we don't want the bathrooms next to us. Fair, we understand. I have staff that don't like it next to their cubicles. I get it. So I just want to make sure that we convey that really strongly is that staff really just tried to account for the amenity space requirement based on what we know is our land area that we could play in.
Okay. Councilmember Meadows?
Thank you. So I think this has actually been a really excellent session and discussion. All the comments were really constructive, really important, colleagues, public, everybody. So I can see Anthony's been busy taking notes, really good points. This is really a generational opportunity, maybe multi-generational. And so we want to think about it carefully, and we want to do it right, and we want to do it responsibly. So I think we've got a good start. I support moving forward with the feasibility, the next step and looking at some of the next numbers. It could be exciting, but we need to hear all these important things that we've heard tonight. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Liang?
I feel that I still don't have enough information to comfortably move forward. What I would like us to explore is to reach out to the owners of the part owners of Plaza 9. I think it's important that if we can once again partner and do a public-private partnership, I think that would be an opportunity. I think this would benefit the business as well, the adjacent business. And if you put the park on the top of there, that would benefit the neighboring residential communities. In addition, if you're going to look at two plazas, it should be 8 and 9, because then if it's our city plaza and we've already dedicated 8 for housing, then we could still put the housing over the parking. So I think that doesn't restrict us. This would also allow us to continue to move forward on our housing element to allow for housing on top. So I would think that would be more beneficial to have the underground parking. This would benefit the additional housing that Parking Plaza 7 housing structures would add. So if we're already allocating parking towards housing as well and identified spaces for housing, this only makes sense because it'll be closer to the housing. As well as, it's already identified, and this is how I've read it, and you might want to correct me, Nick, but the way I read the report, it was 2 levels of parking. So I don't know why when, Vice Mayor, when you were saying, I'd like to see another level of parking, the way I read the report, it's already 2 levels of parking. Isn't that correct?
I think we're evaluating both options. Obviously,
Okay.
it will be dependent on the next step when we start to get to the fiscal impact and understanding where the cost sources would be.
Yeah, and I'm really curious as to wanting to understand that portion. But I definitely feel that we should, once again, continue to work as a partnership with any owners who would like to work with us like they had proposed for Plaza 4 and look at 8 and 9.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think that my colleagues have stated it very well. This is a once-in-a-generational opportunity. Nisa, I think you're right. I think this is something that is going to be very painful and justifiably so and properly so to go through the process if we indeed move forward with it. If we decide it's the right thing to do, I think 10, 20 years from now, that the community is going to look back on it as a positive. But I don't have any clairvoyance, so I support the process moving forward deliberately, but thoughtfully as well. One additional thing that I would like to see is the comments that staff are getting from any community meetings. What do residents and businesses and property owners want out of the park and the parking lot? What specific things are important to them? Do people want a playground? Do people want barbecues? These are all things that I think you're going to be in a unique position to ask questions about and solicit input about. And part of your report should be coming back to us and saying, here, if we go forward with it, here are some key amenities that people would like to see in the amenity. So with that, it looks like you have direction from a supermajority of the council to move forward. And we look forward to seeing what happens with the feasibility report. So I will thank staff very, very much. I will thank my colleagues very much. And of course, I will thank members of the public who are here tonight and who have given very insightful, important, and thoughtful comments. So let's take a 10-minute break and we'll start the regular meeting at 7:05.
Recording stopped.
Oh, yeah? Kim Prince? Yeah. Oh, involuntary.
Want to sit in the front? Oh, good. I don't remember this big screen. We're good.
Okay. Silly me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming tonight. I would like to invite city staff and my colleagues up to the dais. I see that we have a lot of people with us tonight, and I know that they are interested in us getting going. All right, it is 7:05 on April 9th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the Los Altos City Council. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for attending tonight. Members of the public, if you would like to speak on any item on our agenda, I invite you to fill out a speaker card. Speaker cards are up at the front here by the hand sanitizer. It simply makes it easier for us when we're going through the public speakers and calling them up. If you could fill one out ahead of time, we would appreciate it. So with that, I will look to the city clerk to please establish quorum.
Councilmember Fliger.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows.
Here.
Councilmember Liang.
Here.
Vice Mayor Daley.
Here.
Mayor Weinberg.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And now I'd like to call on Councilmember Sally Meadows to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand if you're able and follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Councilmember. Next item on our agenda is a report on closed session. The City Council had one item on a closed session earlier this afternoon, but we took no reportable action. The next item on our agenda is proposed changes to the order of the agenda. So I will look to my colleagues to see if anyone would like to propose any changes. No? Seeing none, let's move along to our special items. I have two proclamations tonight. First proclamation is to recognize April as Arab American Heritage Night. Arab American Heritage Month. And I think in our audience we have Nadia Mashasha and Ahmad Ibrahim. Are you here tonight? Yes, thank you. Okay. These are the owners of Dish Dash Restaurant. I think there are several locations. I go to the one in Sunnyvale. But Nadia and Ahmad are residents of Los Altos. So we thank you for your contributions to our city and our wider community. Whereas, since migrating to America, men and women of Arab descent have shared their rich culture and traditions with neighbors and friends, while also setting fine examples of model citizens and public servants. And whereas, Arab Americans brought with them to the United States their resilient family values, strong work ethic, dedication to education, and diversity in faith and creed that have added strength to our great democracy. And whereas, whether they've called the United States home for many generations or are newly arrived, Arab Americans have enriched our communities across the country and made an indelible impact. We are proud of and grateful for the immeasurable contributions Arab Americans have made to literature, science, medicine, business, arts and entertainment, cuisine, government, and in positions of leadership at all levels. And whereas, as we celebrate their many achievements, we also recognize the shameful discrimination and xenophobia that the Arab American community faces. We must rededicate ourselves to rejecting hate and embracing inclusion for all Los Altons. And whereas, celebrating diversity of cultures and heritage is a reminder that despite our differing backgrounds, we are bound by a common hope for a more inclusive future. Now, therefore, I, Jonathan Weinberg, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, do hereby recognize April 2024 as Arab American Heritage Month, and I call on all Los Altons to join me in celebrating the past, present, and future contributions of this community to our city's story. Ms. Mashasha, Mr. Ibrahim, would you like to say a couple of words? Yeah, I'd like to invite you to the podium if you would. You don't have to.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weinberg and the City Council members. We really, really appreciate this opportunity and this appreciation and this recognition. And we are honored to accept this proclamation, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, next proclamation is in honor of the recognition of Earth Day 2024. And our recipients of the proclamation are Sybil Kramer, Carl Van Rees, and Ben White. Whereas this year marks the 54th anniversary of the Earth Day movement, and whereas the City Council recognizes the importance of caring for the planet, protecting the environment, and preserving its resources, and whereas in March 2022, the City Council updated the Los Altos Climate Action and Adaptation Plan that sets measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions within the city. And whereas in August 2023, the city was presented with 4 Institute for Local Government Beacon Program Spotlight Awards for its significant and voluntary reductions in greenhouse gas output for the award from 2015 to 2018. And whereas in 2023, the city received numerous grants towards sustainability projects, such as installing solar lighting and electric bike parking downtown, and creating an innovative energy demonstration center. And whereas on March 23rd, 2024, the city held its second annual Destination Electric, a Los Altos EV showcase that introduced residents to sustainable transportation options and ways to electrify their homes. And whereas environmental sustainability is one of the City Council's 2024 strategic goals, now therefore I, Jonathan Weinberg, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, California, do hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2024 to be Earth Day in Los Altos, California, and encourage all community members to join in this special observance. If Sybil Kramer, Carl Van Rees, and Ben White are here, I'd like to invite you to come up. You're welcome to address the council if you like, or if you prefer not to, it's up to you.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberg. I'm Sybil Kramer, and I want to thank all of the council members for your recognition and support for Earth Day and for our Destination Electric event. It was a gateway event to Earth Day month, and it was a very successful event, and I'd like to invite all of you to come next year to participate and kind of enjoy all of the electric vehicles. We had an electric e-bike ride and drive, and a lot of information about electric home appliances and upgrades. So thank you so much. I hope somehow this will inspire you to think about maybe approving the purchase of electric police cars for the city of Los Altos, as many of our surrounding cities have already done. So thank you again. We appreciate your support.
Thank you so much. been to each of the last two Destination EV events, and they're really cool fairs. I recommend if you've not gone, go next year.
I was there. I'm going to claim credit. I was there this year.
I rode my e-bike.
I walked.
Okay. Next item of business is public comments for items that are not on our agenda. If any member of the public would like to address the council, not on something that we are talking about later this evening, but on something that we are not scheduled to talk about, this is the time that I would invite you to come up and do so. Madam City Clerk, any cards?
No, I have no cards.
Okay, and I don't see people rushing up. So we will move along to our consent calendar. There are 5 items on the consent calendar. Even if a council member is going to ask to take an item off of consent, there will not be an opportunity later this evening to make public comment. So if you would like to make public comment on any of the 5 items on the consent calendar, I invite you to come and do so now. And again, I will look at the city clerk.
And again, I have no cards.
We have no cards. I see nobody rushing up. So I will look to my colleagues and see if anyone would like to remove anything. Councilmember Liang?
I'd like to remove agenda item 4 and 5.
Okay, is there something small that we can address now?
You want me to make my comments?
Well, just briefly.
Well, maybe you should then pull it then in case we have a discussion.
Okay, so we'll pull 4 and 5. I will move those. Let's do it after item 8 and before item number 9. Would anyone like to pull items 1, 2, or 3? Nope. Would anyone care to make a motion?
Mayor, I move that we pass the consent calendar with the exceptions of items 4 and 5, so that would be 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to item number 6, the ADU ordinance amendments. I will look over at staff. Director Zorns, is this your presentation?
Yes, Mayor. I'll get that teed up right now. All right, great. So tonight we are here to talk about the comprehensive accessory dwelling unit, or ADU, update to the city's local ordinance. As some background is January 1, 2017, accessory dwelling units became a by right allowed development or ministerial throughout California. Previously, in jurisdictions similar to ours, there was a variety of different nomenclatures. People used to call them granny flats, guest houses, second units. Consistently now through state law, the government code reflects them and defines them as accessory dwelling units. Further, the city last visited the accessory dwelling unit ordinance locally in 2020, so it has actually been a good number of years, given how frequently the ADU laws have changed and been updated from the state. So it is due for an amendment. And then in 2022, I will at least remind the council and the community is that HCD, the regulator from the state level, they did inform the city that our existing ordinance was out of compliance and not consistent with state law. So it does further necessitate us to bring this forward for local amendments. As with much of what we've done over the last 15 months is this does require us to amend our code based on a housing element program, which this particular one is program 2D, which is to encourage and to streamline accessory dwelling units. There is a sub-bullet that does say that the city will amend its ADU ordinance to comply with state law pending formal comment from HCD. We have not received a formal comment letter from HCD to date. However, the city is required to submit this for final concurrence from the state once we do a local adoption of the ordinance. So we would have to kind of trigger that formal review process anyways. To be frank, the department is no longer willing for us to wait to get that letter. There are necessary changes that staff already is aware of that we should be moving forward with to help facilitate the review and approval of ADUs as we have internal inconsistencies with our document and conflicts with state law. Additionally, program 6G, or what I will call the program that ended up getting us certified, did include a sub-bullet that specifically provides 2 junior accessory dwelling units. So that's a conversion of existing interior space of a single-family residential structure. So that is something that also further necessitates the city to make a local amendment of our zoning code. So the draft ordinance was amended based on the current California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD's, accessory dwelling unit handbook. This is essentially the state level guidance document that comprehensively covers all ADU laws that have been passed in the state since 2016. Like I said, January 1 of 2017 was when the accessory dwelling unit laws all became in effect. However, they have iteratively reinforced and amended the government code sections that are applicable. There are well over 20 different ADU laws that have been passed in the last 6 to 7 years. So it is very much so an iterative process. So you do have to use the HCD technical assistance guidance document in order to be able to make sure your local ordinance is consistent with state law, which is what we have done so far for this local amendment. The draft ordinance was also amended based on the best practices that we have learned over the last 7 years since these laws all became into effect. Myself, having worked in 4 jurisdictions in California, have seen kind of how its regulatory environment has kind of shifted and how jurisdictions have tried to kind of make it work, as well as the deputy director who was with Mountain View for the last 15 years really have been able to kind of bring together a lot of the best practices of what the agency should be doing to move forward and streamline our process. So I will just kind of cover just general background is what is an ADU? And an ADU is an accessory unit, which is subordinate to the primary residence. And I say that because it is important to at least create that regulatory framework as that this does not change density, and that has been affirmed ever since these laws came into effect. So I do want to just make sure that we point that out, is that there is no change in the density that regulates the ADUs. There are 4 main components of ADUs, or differences, you could say, is there are detached standalone units that, you know, folks have usually seen in their backyards, or adjacent rather, attached to the single family home, a conversion of existing space, and then the JADUs, which is also a conversion of existing space as well. Some just general background and guidance of the framework of what ADU standards are allowed. These have been in place for quite some time as the general framework. Is JADU, the maximum size is allowed to be 500 square feet. And then for both attached and detached ADUs, it is 1,200 square feet. The only nuance is that for your attached ADUs, they are a maximum square footage threshold of 50% of whatever the existing square footage is of the single family home. So in order to get an attached ADU, to the maximum of 1,200 square feet, you would have to have a single family home that is a minimum of 2,400 square feet in order to get there. Just general framework is the setbacks are 4 feet across the board, and then 16 feet in height is essentially kind of the golden number, or 18 feet, depending on if it is detached. There are some nuances to that, but it's kind of impossible to cover every single nuance in just the table format itself. I do want to at least point out this is actually a figure that is in the city's adopted zoning code and was specifically drawn in order to be able to help facilitate what we commonly get reminded of by citizens is the protection of the daylight plane. As you can see depicted here in the drawing, it is showing a horizontal space of 4 feet from the property line, and then shows the depiction of how the pitch of the roof actually would have to be well under the 16-foot maximum, which is allowed and required of the city to allow up to a maximum of 16 feet when it's 4 feet away from a property line. So if you were to deduce the fact that it is the pitch of the roof that is kind of, we're essentially creating a design framework that has to be a 4.5 to 12 pitch roof, which is what is being graphically displayed here, is essentially there is no way to ensure or require a daylight plane when it is only 4 feet away from the property line. So this provision is in conflict with state law. I also did provide a technical assistance and letter of inquiry from HCD that the city of Palo Alto has been trying to reconcile for close to 2 years with HCD. They do not have an authorized ADU ordinance by HCD because this is one of the sticking points, and that was most recently included for your own review in the packet. Additional provision is the voluntary additional setback. This is something that I kind of provided some comments and reflection on, of having to actually help reconcile this with the public. The voluntary setback is obviously something that anybody can do if they wanted to do that, and with regards to the site planning of where they would like to locate an accessory dwelling unit on their property. However, the provisions of law allow them to go to 4 feet. That is the minimum distance that is required of them, but they can spatially plan it anywhere. This provision, however, though, has on multiple accounts in the last 6 months had several residents come into City Hall, and where then the city staff is having to be the mediator between conflict of neighbors because it appears that we're supposed to be requiring 10 feet because of this voluntary setback, and it's being taken out of context. And that is not necessarily the case. And it is honestly giving multiple residents a false sense of hope that the city can do something in further enforcement of an additional setback. However, we cannot. There also has been quite a bit of public comment and questions about providing public notice of proposed ADUs. I'm going to read from the government code, which is 65852.2, subsection A6. No local agency shall provide any process that, or we should only provide a process that includes only ministerial provisions for the approval of an accessory dwelling unit, and shall not include any discretionary process, provision, or requirements of those units. I also did provide the council a comprehensive overview of all of the jurisdictions in San Mateo County and Santa Clara County. Foster City is the only jurisdiction that actually has it in writing that requires a public notice, and it is a courtesy notice that does also acknowledge that it is not an appealable action, as it is a ministerial process and approval from the city. However, this is again something that ends up putting the staff into mediators standing in between two property owners when someone doesn't agree with what they are allowed to do by right. So this provision would not be able to be something that would be able to include into a draft that would then eventually also be going to HCD for final concurrence. It also is not something that is within the best practices and standard course of practice in all of our neighboring agencies, with the exception of one. This is actually a graphic depiction of the table that was shared with the City Council. The center column is notifications that are required. As I have already discussed, Foster City is the only between two counties that does require this notification. They also happen to be a jurisdiction that did not submit their ordinance for final concurrence from HCD as they are required to do by law. All the other jurisdictions that are notated in blue in the right column have, so it is about a 50-50 between the two counties that have actually done the full process as they're required. So I would not rely on Foster City since they do not have final concurrence from the state. With that is the very long recommendation of this ordinance for the council's consideration, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Director Zorns. Look to my colleagues. Any questions? Councilmember Liang?
Thank you so much for the information. Getting back to the notification, I understand that Sunnyvale has a good neighbor policy. It's not enforceable, but it's something that's encouraged. Can we adopt something similar to that, but it doesn't have to be part of the ordinance?
The council could adopt a standalone policy. However, I do believe that that policy would again put the city staff into a mediator's perspective of the project, which I do not believe is fair of lower level staff to have to be able to kind of reconcile the opinions of what is allowed by right. A good neighbor policy, also it's sometimes called community, just neighborhood meetings, and it's something that's totally done outside of the confines of the city. Again, it ends up putting in this false sense of hope where the applicants end up having to almost negotiate unnecessarily with their property neighbors. So again, it's just not in the best practice of what the city could do, but it would not live in the ordinance. That is correct.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. It doesn't have to be part of the ordinance, but it could be a standalone policy. The other question I had was regarding fire sprinklers. In Los Altos, we have an ordinance, and some of the ADUs are even larger than the existing homes on homeowner sites. And I was just wondering is there by chance where we would like to consider saying that if ADUs are past 1,200 square feet, that we would encourage sprinklers? Because if they're so much closer to the fence now, to their neighbors, I was just going to ask your opinion. Is that something that we can consider or look into for future purposes?
So I will read from the Office of the State Fire Marshal. Installation of fire sprinklers may not be required in ADUs attached, detached, or conversion, where sprinklers were not required by the building codes of the existing primary residence. So that is from the Office of the State Fire Marshal. And so it is pretty prescriptive in regards to we have to abide by whatever has been required of the primary unit. I will at least add to is that County Fire does review all applications as they are our service provider. We do not do internal fire plan check. It goes to the Los Gatos plan checking facility for County Fire. So they would opine on it regardless. If there's another weird nuance that requires them to provide a sprinkler system because of their construction methods or some other type of factor, they would be the regulating agency. Additionally, we would not put any provisions for sprinklers in this ordinance. That is something that only lives in the fire code, which is Title 12 of the municipal code.
Okay. Then one more just clarification, because I just want to make sure that people understand that even though this is ministerial, all of the detached ADUs do get reviewed by the fire department, like you said, and just confirming so people understand that if an eave overhang is too low and the fire department find it a constraint to be able to have safe access, they will comment and perhaps make changes and recommendations, correct?
Yes.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Flagger?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Zorns. Just some clarifying questions, and I know there was an earlier version of the ADU ordinance where we had some of these same provisions, but just as a refresher on why certain things are drafted the way they are. So starting with the maximum square footage for the detached ADU. How did we arrive at 1,200? So for example, why isn't it no more than 50% of the single family dwelling? Like, how did we arrive at 1,200? Do you know?
It's something that's been included in the state law since it initially came in effect in January of 2017.
So that's a state law requirement?
Yes.
So regardless, no ADU can be larger than 1,200?
Unless the city wanted to allow for bigger units, but the city has to allow for a detached accessory dwelling unit. So there is a little bit of a
So
nuance.
let's backtrack, because I don't think you answered my question then, Mr. Zorns.
So there, the city is required to allow for a minimum of an 800 square foot unit. There is nothing a city can do to preclude someone from building an 800 square foot unit. Detached units, though, are allowed to go up to 1,200 square feet. The city, though, there was essentially an option, and I believe it was in 2018 or 19, that the city could have come up with essentially the number in between 800 and 1,200. The city did not do it at that time and adopted a local ordinance that went to a maximum of 1,200 square feet. SB 330, which was signed in 2019, is the Housing Accountability Act, which precludes a city from reducing intensity and density. It's not just density, but it's also intensity of the development itself. So our minimum threshold now is 1,200 square feet. There's nothing that we can do to reduce it lower.
But is there anything that prevents us from increasing it?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't understand that's
Yeah,
where you're
like
going with
the
it.
other side of this.
Yep.
And then still just some clarifying points. Looking at 14.14.050, why are we limiting it to at most 2 ADUs on multifamily developments? So at 14.14.050C.
This is a specific provision from the state law. So this section is kind of a harder one to interpret. So this is where we brought it directly in from what the HCD guidance document was.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question from your previous question? Why are we seeing ADUs that are larger than 1,200 square feet? That's the reason why I asked to say about the sprinklers, that if they're exceeding 1,200 square feet, maybe we can add sprinklers because they're so close to a neighboring fence, and it creates a problem. So why are we now seeing ADUs that are larger than 1,200 square feet?
We haven't yet in the city of Los Altos. There hasn't been an ADU because our ordinance has always been a maximum of 1,200. The council member was asking is if we could exceed it in local ordinance.
Okay, I think I need to talk to you offline about that then.
Okay.
So a few more clarifying questions. Under 14.14.090, where it talks about the certificate of occupancy, why do we require that the primary dwelling has to be completed and occupied before we can issue the certificate of occupancy for the ADU? And I'm just imagining a situation where an individual is building both a single family and an ADU, and because the ADU is much smaller, that gets built first. They want to move in and live in their ADU till their single family is done. Why are we requiring that the certificate of occupancy has to be issued first for the primary dwelling?
This is also just something that mirrors the state law as well, because again, it's supposed to be accessory to the primary. So in theory, you're not supposed to have an accessory without having an established primary. I have worked in jurisdictions where this wording still allows us to do it. But if we needed to, if we got into the case of issuing a temporary certificate of occupancy, we are still allowed to grant those, even with this current language drafted.
So if I hear you correctly, do we need to add any language to this ordinance to accommodate what you just described?
No, we would not.
Okay.
So can I follow up? Are you saying there's a state law that says that the primary residence does not have a certificate of occupancy, then a separate ADU is barred from from having one? That's a state law?
Not, you're supposed to have your primary unit first and then be able to have your accessory. So kind of what you're saying is yes, but it's not explicit as that. It's just you're not supposed to have a certificate of occupancy for the accessory dwelling unit until you have a primary unit established.
But what I heard Mr. Zorn say is we could issue a temporary
Yes.
until it's okay.
Yes.
Right, no, but I just wanted clarification on the law itself, because it's, do you have a site for that by any chance?
I can look for it while we're discussing.
All right,
Yes.
I don't want to hold things up.
That's a good question to follow up on this, and I think will clarify it for everybody. So, Director Zorns, their certificate of occupancy usually pertains to things like having the PG&E set up and having a proper panel installation and not a temporary power pole and things like that. That whether you're in a completed accessory unit or not, if the parcel doesn't have the right power panel from PG&E installed, we don't give the certificate of occupancy. Is that correct? So those are the types of reasons that are probably driving that?
Correct.
Okay.
Right, but there are situations where I've heard people say they're waiting for their certificate of occupancy for their single-family homes. And so I want to make sure, and I appreciate you mentioning the temporary, there are scenarios where, for whatever reason, the ADU may be completed and ready for the resident to move in and the single family isn't. And so I'm happy to hear their provisions or things that would allow staff to work with such residents.
Right, and Mayor, just briefly on this, I know of people who have built and lived in their ADU while building, and again, this was some time ago, so maybe there's, no, I'm not
We're not
saying any
snitches,
addresses,
we're
and it
not.
only makes sense, for
Yes.
goodness sake.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think I know where you're going, and that would be good. Okay, we drop it now.
So, Mayor, I just want to quickly, honestly, this part of the statute is very long, but it's in the main portion of the government code section 65852.2, or yeah, 2.2. And it's little k if you were to word search it.
Wait, could you repeat that number?
He said
It's
6585.2.2.
2.2. And that it's little k, and it's a local agency shall not issue a certificate of occupancy for an accessory dwelling unit before a local agency issues a certificate of occupancy for the primary dwelling, is what the line reflects.
This is in reference to the very first certificate of occupancy for the dwelling, though, right? I mean, if you're doing a remodel and you want to go live in your ADU, even if it's a significant remodel.
Right. So this is when someone's building a concurrent process. Like we
Got
do
it.
have
Okay.
several in town that have been built. So it's yeah.
Right. Okay.
Even in that scenario, but
Yes.
okay, very helpful. Any more questions on certificate of occupancy? Okay, so moving on, another clarifying question on deed restrictions. 14.14.090M. Why do we require that a legal owner live in one of the dwellings on the parcel?
That is from state law.
That's
It is-
another state law
it's a provision. It's essentially that it's very similar to SB 9 regulations, which is one of the reasons why you don't see very many people execute SB 9, is that they have to, as a part of their subdivision, keep it for 3 years. So it's meant to be that these aren't for developers to maximize their profit. This is for homeowners to be able to afford to stay in their homes or have generational housing, to have the smaller units for like in-laws to come in and live. So it's not meant to be maximize, profit, and it's really supposed to be for existing homeowners.
So a resident living in a renter living in the single family home could not sub-rent or sublease the ADU.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, I could talk through different scenarios, but okay. And you mentioned SB 9. I remember it had that 3-year requirement. Does this provision also have a number of years tied to it?
It does not.
So
No.
it's always the owner has to be living in the single family dwelling. Okay. I have 2 other points when we get to discussion. Thank you. Oh, just one more. I'm sorry, Mayor. On the parking requirements, another clarifying question. If someone has an existing home with, let's say, 3 parking spaces, like a 3-car parking garage, and they're building an ADU, I can't remember the section where I read it. You would remember the parking requirements that says you have to, would they be required then to build another parking space because they're building a detached ADU? There's a section that talks about requiring the homeowner to build an additional parking space if they're building an ADU. And I hope I misread that, but yeah, could you talk to, and I could find it.
Right here, 14.14.
Councilmember Liang is ready.
Yeah,
What section?
right here.
Okay, so 14.14.100. Where is that? So,
Provide one additional uncovered.
right. I remember reading that and I was taken aback by that. Yep. Do you see that, Mr. Zorns?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me.
The
I was gonna
subsection,
pick it
could
up.
you provide it just so I make
So
sure?
it's 14.14.100 parking requirements. So I don't, wait, let's see. One additional uncovered parking space
So
shall be required for a newly constructed single-family ADU.
which may be located in the front setback, in tandem, and in an existing driveway. So
Okay.
it's
as
literally
it's
just
on
that
the
it has to
property.
just be on site, but it can be anywhere on site. It could
Correct.
be
I
on a driveway, yeah.
So thank you. So I understand, and the location isn't what's bothering me. It's the fact that an additional parking space would be required, assuming this home already has, let's say, 3 parking spaces. If I'm reading this correctly, you're saying even if the single-family home already has 3 parking spaces, if they're building a single-family ADU, then they also have to add another parking space, regardless of the location.
Yeah, we could strike through and remove the word additional, where it would be 1 uncovered parking space of 9 feet by 18 feet shall be required for newly constructed ADUs. So it would take away what you're kind of catching as in addition to what they already have.
Right.
So that
Because
was
they
not-
could designate one of the 3.
Correct.
I mean,
Yeah, that was not the intent. So I think we were just getting overzealous with the wording.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, can I add on to that? Because you're already on that, because you're modifying it. Before you strike, so can you make sure that they have, if there's a provision that if they have 3-car parking, it's because if they already currently like have 1 or 2 cars, we want that additional parking space there. You know what I'm saying? She gave an example where someone has 3-car parking, but suppose,
Hey, Councilman, I think that's a discussion item.
okay, we can discuss it.
Councilmember Flagger, any other questions? No? Okay. Councilmember Meadows?
I have one. I want to pick up on the table where Councilmember Flagger started us, which is 14.14.060, looking at detached ADU, and as she mentioned, maximum size says 1,200 square foot. I'm going to point out the inconsistency in how we treat this versus our other all the other considerations of square footage in single-family homes, which is that includes the basement area. So 1,200 square feet on ground level would have 0 basement, and if you wanted maximize basement, you'd have 600 and 600, and so in any permutations in between. I believe that was put in place at the time, if I recall the intention, and I was not on council, but I was on planning commission, was to try to keep these units smaller. Since then, SB 9 has come along. And so could we, if we wanted to discuss whether our strategies for ADUs was trying to incent that versus potentially SB 9s where people really seem to just want to do an ADU that accommodates their family need or whatever. So can we consider that inconsistent criteria that we've put on detached ADUs, 1,200 square feet, including basement area? And is it feasible if we wanted to discuss it tonight? You haven't proposed this, but we said 1,200 square feet and consistent with the other ones, excluding basement area.
Yes, we could.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
Okay. Vice Mayor? Okay. Director Zorns, I'd like to ask you a question about 1414.050B. And I attended the Planning Commission meeting several weeks ago that discussed this. I thought they did a very good job tackling this, but this is one provision of the proposed ordinance that I know they struggled with, and I see that you have tried to make some amendments to it, but I've read that paragraph 20 times and I still don't quite get it. So can you just walk it through it with me? So at least one ADU within an existing multifamily dwelling is allowed. So if you have 2 or more units in your development, you get at least one ADU no matter what. However, you can have up to 25% of the existing number of units when calculating the total number of ADUs that are allowed on the property. Is that right? Yes. So if I have a multifamily dwelling unit with 100 units, I can have up to 25 ADUs, assuming they meet all the other requirements. All right. So if I have a development with 2 or 3 units, I can have 1 ADU. Because even though I can't have more than 25, I do get at least 1. If I have 4, then I can have 1 because 25% of 4 is 1. So what about 5, 6, or 7? Or do we round up from 25% or do we round down?
So based on the way that the law is written, we would round down. The council could put in essentially an extra provision to say round up to the nearest whole, unit. So that's kind of flexible with how the council would want to set the policy.
Okay, so as you wrote it here today, it was your understanding, your intent that it would be to round down. The council has the authority to change that if we so desire. Okay. The next sentence, multiple ADUs are allowed within the portions of existing multifamily dwelling structures that are not used as livable space, including but not limited to storage room, boiler rooms, passageways, attics, basements, or garages. So I interpret that to mean that of the total number of ADUs that I can build on my multifamily property, they can be built only on spaces that are not used for those specified purposes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But that only applies if each unit in my multifamily dwelling complies with the applicable California building codes. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what are the applicable California building codes? Are we talking about the building codes that the council adopted less than a year ago?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens if one or more of those units does not comply with the building code?
So because this is all a ministerial action, essentially an ADU permit is a building permit. So you have to be able to comply with, so the reason why is because it's, but not limited to storage rooms, boiler rooms, passageways, attics, basements. You're talking about ventilation, ingress, egress, essentially everything that makes up fire life safety, but also minimum headroom. So a minimum 6'8", which is when we start counting square footage of floor area. So you have to kind of meet all of those bare minimums in order to be able to have a habitable structure, or what would be defined under the building code as a living unit.
What if my multifamily development is legally non-conforming?
Well, you're talking about zoning then. So we are not talking about California building code. So this is just to be able to say that anything of these kind of remnant spaces within a multifamily development would be allowed as long as they conform to the building code. So you just can't create, words matter in regards to non-conforming when we're talking about zoning is different than substandard under building code. So where we're talking about this is it says as long as it's applicable to the California building codes, or the reverse part is that you're not creating a substandard living condition. That's kind of the different kind of angle, I guess, to kind of explain it as.
So I apologize. I came up through Parks and Rec Commission. You're talking. I know it's frustrating for you to talk to me about this stuff. I'm trying.
But Nick, But I was just going to say something. Nick, isn't there something still in the ADU law that if you have a non-conforming garage that has been converted, there's a time period where they can bring it into conformance to building codes?
That's the rules under ADU amnesty.
Yeah, and it's like 5 years or something. So you do get some time to bring it up to code, because if you have an illegally converted garage or carport or pool house or something, and it may not be up to building codes, you do get time to bring it into conformance with an ADU permit. But the building, they are going to look for wiring and life safety issues.
Okay, so if I have a multifamily dwelling unit, dwelling development that has 8 units in it, and there is at least 1 unit that does not comply with the building code, and I say, hey, I want to build 2 ADUs, and it's not going to be in the basement or the hallway or these other places that are prohibited. I've got space over here in the back. Then you're going to say, it's a great idea, we'd love to see it, but in order to build those, you first got to get that 1 unit up to code, and then you can go ahead and do it.
Correct.
Okay. So that last phrase then, if each unit complies with the applicable California building codes, what it's saying is that everything that has been said in subparagraphs A and the prior part of B do not apply unless and until you bring all your units up to code.
Yes.
Okay. I understand that now. I'm going to have some suggestions on that subsection later on, but thank you. So, Councilmember Flagger?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Zorns, because I actually read B and I interpreted it completely differently than how it's being explained, how do we reconcile B with C then? Because C is saying that we can't have more than 2. But if I understand B the way it's been explained tonight, that could allow for more than 2. So I thought B meant you could have 1 with an existing multifamily dwelling, or up to 25% of the units in the multifamily building met certain standards, then you could have 1 ADU. So at most it's 2 if 50% of the existing multifamily dwelling units are allowed to have accessory dwelling units. That's how I read B, right? Because it has to be subject to C.
Yeah, because the example of, if someone had 100 units, they can have 25. That's not right.
And
They
I
can
read it
not
to
only
mean
have
at
2.
most 2.
Yeah, 2 max.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Director. It's the Parks and Rec people that are giving you the hard time tonight.
Yeah.
Detached versus within. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
No, but it's then it needs to be, because that's not how I read B, and it's actually very confusing.
That's not right either.
Stole my thunder. I was going to bring that up later, too.
I am sorry, we partner together.
Would you like us to take a recess, or could we come back to this after public comment?
Well, you guys do like parks a lot. Go play in one for 10 minutes for No, I'm just kidding. I know I just found the section. So this is from the ADU guidance. So this is obviously sometimes how it's going to be challenging for us to reconcile it a little bit. is the question in the guidance document is how many ADUs are allowed on a multifamily site under subdivision E. Subdivision E, an applicant may apply to build up to 2 detached ADUs and at least one interior, at least up to one interior ADU. Sorry, I have to repeat that. And then up to 25% of a number of the units in the proposed or existing single or the multifamily dwelling. Sorry, I'm getting my words crossed. So kind of what everyone was just saying is what it is. It's the 2 detached. That's a standalone provision. You can have 2 brand new detached on the lot, and it doesn't count towards density. Then you can get the 25% of whatever is of the existing units, and that's not going to be detached. That's going to be an accessory unit, where you kind of have to look at it as almost row homes. If you have 100 row homes all in front of each other or all next to each other, they're all attached. Like the mayor was mentioning, 25 of the garages could get converted to ADUs. And that's then you can also get that. But then if you have random open space, you get those 2 detached units. So this is also one of the reasons why a lot of people don't do these additions to multifamily, because it is a very convoluted part of the law. The language that we propose is consistent with a number of Bay Area cities of how they've written it, because it is very much duplicative of what's in the government code. Not to say that we have to stick to it. It's just one of those things where it can't be everyone else wrong and HCD, is right in this, because I guess someone has figured out what their random method is.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
that's fair, and you got the 2 lawyers who are struggling with it. But
We can clean it up.
do you believe that C says what you just explained it to say?
That's what I believe the intent is, yes. And from actual application of this in a Southern California jurisdiction, that's what I have been verbally told by HCD.
Okay,
Is that you
so-
get 2 detached units.
So just so I'm clear then, I've got my development with 100 units, a multifamily development with 100 units in it. I can build 25 ADUs, but only 2 of them can be detached. The other 23 have to be attached?
Nope, it's 25% plus 2.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So 25% if 100.
Mm-hmm.
If you have 100 units, up to 25% of the units,
Yeah.
assuming they qualify and they
Yeah.
meet the California
Yeah.
building code, so it's
Mhm.
1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
They're detached, they're attached.
Right.
And then the 2.
And then the
can be
2
de-
so up to.
So I can only build
27.
2 detached.
6.
The rest of them, and not the rest of them, just under a separate measure, I can build 25
25%.
that are attached.
Yep.
So ultimately, I've got 27.
Yes.
Okay.
So I do think during discussion, Mayor, we can clean it up.
Yes, I agree. There's an opportunity for us.
There's an opportunity for us.
Okay. Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, just to clarify, you're right, it's JADUs and not attached ADUs. So it has to be clarified there too.
So no, so the legislature did not put the provision where it's specific to JADUs, but it is a conversion or an addition of space to existing units. So it's not there's other limitations with JADUs, so it's not a JADU. Yeah.
Okay. But for example, like you say, the row houses, you have those garages, you can convert those garages. But then you're saying that out of those 100 row houses, 25 of those houses can build in addition to not converting their garages, then can build an attachment onto those row houses to be attached ADUs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I understand it better. Thank you.
Okay, and so
I know, but I mean, what she was asking about was the within. So it's within existing space. And there's only 2 detached that you can create new space. It's about existing space or creating new space. At least that's would be, and I'm no
Yeah,
lawyer.
so sorry, I guess I kind of
Well,
blended
that's
together
what
part
I
of our
wanted to
conversation.
clarify, to
Yeah.
make sure I was clear
it-
on.
there's the existing space of the structure, but you can't say it's existing square footage. So that's where it is kind of this is why I really hate to say it, but you're almost going to have to trust that we follow the law, because there isn't square footage when we talk. Well, hold on. We're not talking about. You can't say square footage just in regards to your discussion, council, because boiler rooms is not square footage. Crawl space and attic is not square footage. We're not talking about square footage here. We're talking about actual just physical units. So 25 of you get to have an ADU, and whatever the makeup is of the square footage is completely not even a part of the regulations. So it's really just these 25 units, or 25% of the units, get to claim an ADU as a part of their new makeup of the
They're
structure.
out of their existing square footage.
So, Director Zorns, I hope you don't feel that we don't trust you, or that we question the intent. I have 100% faith in you in that you drafted something that is intended to comply with the law. I'm concerned about when, 10, 15, 20 years from now, after another 2 or 3 housing element updates, you move on to something bigger and better. Whoever follows you they're not going to have the same institutional knowledge, and residents who actually want to read this. We just want to make sure that it's if it's not clear to us, we don't believe it's going to be clear to residents and people who follow in your footsteps.
The only reason why I'm somewhat mentioning that is because this is very close to verbatim from the state law. So we have to remember, trying to kind of wordsmith this too much, it is going to HCD, and if they think that it's somewhat in conflict, they're just going to send us a findings letter saying to change it. So that's my only reason why I'm saying is, of the Bay Area cities, there's multiple that have almost verbatim this language. And unfortunately, this is a very weird provision that I've had to deal with in all 4 agencies in California, that it's just not, it's not very clear even in the law, but they have the authority to tell us to amend it back to whatever the statute says. That's just what I was trying to convey, is we're always going to have to be subordinate to the government code.
Yeah, and the good thing is we now have some HCD guidelines that they have revised, and it's their direction and their review is becoming clearer. At the beginning, you were at the whim of whichever person reviewed your ordinance, but with these guidelines, you're getting more consistent interpretation. So you try to go with what their interpretation is in these guidelines, or else you're going to get kicked out. So I know it's trouble. It's just hard.
All right. One last question for you then. I think you know the answer. I just want to confirm. 050 would not apply to like a row of townhomes where each townhome is on an individual plot. That's not a multifamily dwelling, right? Even though they're attached, if each townhome is its own property with its own yard, then the multifamily rule does not apply.
Depending on how it was subdivided, yes. So in theory, what you're saying, yes, but there's some that have that weird where it's a postage stamp that they own the confines of exactly what's in their lot, and then everything beyond it is all common space. So even their backyard sometimes is not actually in their parcel. It's a part of the common space. So I have to be honest about that, is that it's just the walls, and then essentially surrounding it is everything that the common ownership is technically authorized to enforce. So there's some nuances to it.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions from council?
I know he's chomping at the bit.
All right, then I will open up the public hearing. Madam City Clerk? Do you have any cards?
No.
No? Okay. Okay. I see cards are rushing up, so I will give speakers 3 minutes each.
Cindy Andrews.
Full disclosure, I too was on the Parks and Rec Commission for 8 years. So I don't know if I should apologize or what. My name is Cindy Andrews, and this is going to be a little bit old news, but in November, a massive 1,200 square foot ADU arrived on 2 oversized trailers and to the property next door to us. Tractors pushed them onto our neighbor's property 5 feet away from our fence. This is legal per the state of California. The double-wide mobile home rises 16 feet tall from its 3-foot foundation, and it dwarfs our home plus the neighbor's existing home. The bedroom window overlooks our granddaughter's fire pit. I have about 3 or 4 different hopes for the council. Because of the ministerial guidelines, Los Altos still has the ability for some oversight, I think. We encourage Los Altos to only allow ADUs to be situated on a slab or a foundation that's flush to the ground. In our case, actually, a brand new grade was established even before the mobile home was pushed in place. Secondly, we hope that Los Altos will reduce the size of allowable ADUs. I guess you can't. But anyway, from 1,200 square feet to a 900 square foot, which is a little less imposing than 1,200 square feet. The ADU next door to us is actually larger than the home that we purchased on Holt Avenue in 1982. And then we ask as a courtesy to Los Altos to please notify neighbors of an incoming ADU, as other cities are doing in California. It's courteous and respectful to all the residents to encourage a dialogue before kind of being blindsided by all of a sudden something coming in. Discussions then could ensue about orientation, location of bedroom windows, like not over fire pits, placement of outdoor lighting, fencing, mature landscaping, etc. If there was a discussion, a respectful discussion between neighbors, as Los Altos has always encouraged. I am hoping that you guys will be able to return some iteration of the design review committee to help lead Los Altos with ADUs. This is a whole new ballgame that we are all tackling. And actually, if you'd like, I will volunteer to be on this committee so that, rights on both sides of the fence could be appreciated, not just necessarily rights of one side of the fence. I was confused by the inclusion in this packet in reference to the daylight plane, item 6 ADU ordinance. I think that was the old, because the daylight plane of this that has happened to us is way above, out of compliance.
So
anyway, that's done. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms.
You're
Andrews.
welcome. Thank you.
I have a question for Ms. Andrews.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Andrews, did you hear earlier when I asked about policy to establish city policy regarding good neighbor policy? I was wondering if you were in the room when
I was babysitting, and no, I did not hear that.
Okay, so I hope, Director Zorns, can you repeat why you're concerned about it being placed, putting staff in a mediation position, and if you can speak to her after and share that with her, but you did say that the city can create a self-standing policy, correct? Then my other question to you, based on what she had said, can we put any provisions in this ordinance that we have ADUs at a certain grade level, much like we have for homes? Or not to exceed a certain height for, I understand that we can have 2-story ADUs, but this is their foundation.
So no, we can't be prescriptive about the type of foundation system that is allowed or required. It's just setting a maximum height of the structure.
So you're saying that no matter what, if someone wants, because it seems like we can have a foundation at grade level for single.
Okay, Councilmember, I'm going to ask you to save the questions, so you can ask them during public,
Okay.
during councilmember deliberation, but I do want to move forward with public comment.
Okay, so I will be able to ask the director questions then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Eric Steinley.
Section .050. I'm going to try to make this clear because it's a kind of a non-issue. And I speak not as a member of the Planning Commission, where I got a chance to talk about this, but as somebody who for 15 years has been an HOA president in a multifamily housing and has dealt with this. The Davis-Sterling Act makes it very clear that the HOA owns all of the common area. Only the inside of a unit is owned by the individual interest owner. If this room were a condominium, that wall would belong to you. The door, however, would belong to the HOA. It says specifically in the Civil Code that the HOA, as the owner of the common area, owns the windows and the exterior doors, the exterior walls. The way I think of it is, if you can see it only from the inside, it's yours. If it can be seen from the outside, it's mine, ours, the HOA. This means that in most multifamily settings, particularly in Los Altos, it is an actual legal and physical impossibility for anyone to build any ADU, period, unless the HOA chooses to do that as an HOA, okay? So the individual homeowners are not going to be doing this. There are HOAs. The town of San Lorenzo is an HOA. It is not a municipality. It is an HOA. You can have individual homes, single-family homes that have garages, and it's still an HOA, and the provisions that Nick was talking about are for them, not for us. That's why it's so confusing. An HOA can be many different things. A multifamily setting can be many different things. It isn't only the podium-style townhome setup that we have in infill projects here in Los Altos. So yes, it is confusing. You're absolutely right. But it's because they're trying to match everything in California in this one thing. Nick's right, we have to track the law. It will make no sense. Nobody's going to build one here. They just can't. It just cannot be done. I can tell you in more detail if you wish later on. If you have 3 hours, I'll explain the Davis-Sterling Act to you in gruesome detail. But, and I can do that, okay? But that's what the issue is here.
Will you entertain some clarifying questions? And I'm going to go first, please. Does your analysis hold for a multifamily development, which is an apartment building owned by one person who decides that they want to build ADUs?
It depends on the question. It's my favorite question is who owns Blackacre, and that depends very much on the ownership setting. But the person who has control of the common area can build whatever it is. But that was, so it might be, you might in that situation be able to have the two standalone ADUs, the detached ADUs perhaps. I'm not sure how you would do the other part in that situation, okay? So I think the answer is probably not, but we would have to look at the details. But really the devil there is who actually owns whatever there is and what the ownership structure is. But you don't typically, if you have an apartment house, that's a rather different situation. But
okay, thank you. And I will take you up on that offer for the 3-hour discussion at another time. Don't think that I won't, because I will. I'm actually interested in this.
I will establish one condition. Adult beverages must be at hand.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Steinley. I have a hypothetical scenario where I think this ordinance would apply and would be more likely to occur because I think all of us are struggling to envision a situation where this would apply. Mm-hmm. Let's take a condo building that has amenities that the HOA and residents decide are no longer useful to them, or at least don't have the utility that, recovering some of their investment would have by creating some more living units. In other words, they convert the ping pong room into a ADU. Mm-hmm. It's an interior, and it would be covered by this. Is that your understanding?
The HOA, if this is,
and it would be the HOA that does it.
Yeah,
right?
that's the point. If it is common area, and there are two kinds of common area. There's everybody's common area, and then there's common area which is the exclusive use of a homeowner. Balconies, terraces, those sorts of things are exclusive use common area. Parking is often an exclusive use common area. For example, the underground parking in a podium building. Spots are assigned, but they're actually owned. And once they're assigned, they can be used only by the assignee, but they are still owned. They're still common area, and they're still owned by the HOA. So theoretically, yes, I suppose that you could convert the ping pong room into assuming you can do all of the other things that you have to do. But it would be the HOA that would have to do that.
Right.
It would not be an individual homeowner. Yeah.
Perfect.
But yes. But how many ping pong rooms? No.
There's a condo complex that still has a racquetball court. It's perfect to convert.
Yes.
Who plays racquetball?
Chair Steinle, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other speakers?
No.
Oh, somebody's raising their hand.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't put a card in. My name is Jeff Cussy. I'm a long-term resident, and I speak for the people who have nothing to do
Wait,
with.
you have to wait till you come to the.
I have to wait for what?
To the microphone.
Okay,
so we can hear.
I speak for the people who are not interested in apartment development or multifamily. A lot of the discussion has been on this. So I speak for the people who have a single-family house with a nice yard. And their garden.
So I'm going to ask you, please speak into the microphone.
And
we
birds.
Have
Okay, I'll do
Thank
that. So what we're worried about, I'm actually also Cindy Andrews' neighbor. And I just want to show this picture for some of you who may not have seen it, because a picture is worth 1,000 words. This is a picture of what happens when you put a 1,200 square foot ADU with a 4-foot setback and a 16-foot height on top of a 3.5-foot foundation. That's what you're looking at from your house. And I hope, as this discussion progresses, the desires of the many people like myself and the Andrews are taken into consideration to whatever extent you can. For instance, this business of the height of the foundation, as far as I can tell, I don't see where that's legislated by the state. Maybe that's an open area that the city can consider putting some regulations on. I'd like to discuss that. I'd like to hear an answer about that from Nick or anybody, whether that would be impossible. And if nobody really knows the answer to that now, maybe it's a discussion you could initiate. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Who would like to get us started? Councilmember, do you want to?
Yes, I had my earlier question, and it was to Director Zorns. So Director Zorns, earlier I asked about applying a grade level or a height limit regarding the foundation for ADUs, much like we have foundation heights for single-family homes. Is there any way we can do that?
So what I was mentioning earlier is that the state sets a maximum threshold of height. And the reason why they do that, and it's actually incrementally gotten higher, January 1, 2017, the maximum height of an accessory dwelling unit was actually 12 feet to the maximum pitch of the roof. In 2018, they raised it to 14 feet. It kind of stayed there for a little while. And then in 19, they revisited it. And then in 20, that's actually when they did it. It was a part of a 2-year bill package. At that time, then they brought it up to the 16-foot minimum. And the reason why, and it is smart, whether or not we agree with it or not, is that every jurisdiction measures height differently. And I can say that's true as every jurisdiction I've been in California, is some of them take it from the lowest point of the structure. So if you have a sloped grade, it's going to take it from down here and not from up here. There are some jurisdictions that then take it from the average of the grade change, so then they measure it from here in the middle of the grade change. Because we're topographically a fairly flat city in the majority of our land area, that's kind of how we've always done it, is we measure from the grade immediately adjacent that's existing to a structure. And then that's pretty much what covers the overall height. So it accounts for the grade change. But we're not going to get away from a 16-foot structure. So, if you have, a grade change between lots, someone might appear to be taller than 16 feet, but it's because of the way that the land difference is. So we're not going to be able to account for grade changes in the city. And that's kind of what we end up doing when we try to talk about the foundation system of these structures. What I will also somewhat say, because that's kind of a longer answer to kind of give all the detail of how these nuances can happen, is what we're asking then us to do is to actually create a height regulation or a foundation limitation that would create a preclusion from manufactured accessory dwelling units, and we cannot do that. I can tell you with certainty that HCD would not approve of that specific limitation, because that is a whole part of their, ADU handbook, is to be able to allow any type of construction method, whether or not it's the manufactured and full prefabbed, or what they call like the ADU kits, where everything kind of comes in a bunch of pieces and then you fabricate and put everything together, or you have true traditional stick-built construction.
Then my question is, and you already said something about grade adjacent. So when there's someone's going to add an ADU, how do we, because what we're also seeing is people are building up the grade of the lot in which they intend to put it. How do we make sure that it remains at grade level? So, and not build it up and then add the higher foundation, so then it gets built up higher, because that's becoming problematic. And making sure that they're not building up that lot further, even though, and it's right next to an adjacent home, right next to on the property.
So the city's policy is any structure that's under 750 square feet doesn't have to go through a full process, but almost every ADU that gets built is over that square footage. So then they have to go through getting a grading permit. As a part of a grading permit is a soils test. And a lot of times we've been told that people have built up their grade, but a soils test will go to also further prove that that's not a part of the case. Because if it were to show that the compaction rate of the soils analysis is not actually essentially a truly compacted soil, it doesn't just happen overnight. You either have to do it through engineering practices, or it has to take a good amount of time for that soil to actually recompact naturally. So we do know, and we have caught individuals that have tried to build up their grade and have a land surveyor come and do a plot and show that, oh, the elevation of the grade is this. And we're able to see through a soils evaluation that there's actually, another 8 inches worth of elevation increase that actually is not original soil. It's essentially like topsoil, like when you're gardening. And so we're able to reconcile that through the engineering process, which is a part of the civil's plan work that they have to get in order to actually get a building permit. So there's quite a bit of background and analysis that has to go into actually issuance of a building permit, or also a grading permit that is a part of the engineering group's review and analysis.
Thank you.
Okay.
As a follow-up to Councilmember Liang's question, Mr. Zorns, how do we measure that 18 feet for the maximum height? Does it start at the base of the ADU? How do we measure that 18 feet?
So it's from it's the lowest grade immediately adjacent to the ADU. So if they're,
And
Okay.
Mayor, may I want to pick up on that because you've been saying 16 feet, but it's 18 feet. Yeah, no, but it says 18 foot in the table and it's 18 feet, though it was, you stopped at the time changes and you said it was 16 feet, but then it's now 18, so.
The 18 just happened in 21, so that's why we haven't caught up, and it's only though for detached. However,
Yes,
the
right.
nuance is that if you have a single family home and for some reason it's a very low profile single family home and the maximum pitch is 14 feet, if you want that attached ADU could go up to 16 feet. However, if you have an existing single family home and the maximum height is already 22 feet, they're allowed to go to the maximum of 22. So again, it's the kind of this sliding scale. It depends on what's there today, what's allowed in the code, and then potentially then what's then just your bare minimum that the state law and the ordinance provides you.
Right, but that's the attached. That's not the same
Yes,
kind of issue
yes.
because it looks like it's part of the house. The detached, though, in the table, and as Councilmember Flagger just said, to be clear, it's now 18 feet.
Correct.
So if the one Mrs. Andrews talked about was 5 feet and 16 away from the fence and only 16 feet tall, you actually gained an extra foot in setback from the sides because that's now 4 and the height is 18. That's not good news from your perspective, but I just want to clarify. It's 4 and 18 currently, and that's what we're talking about tonight.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Well, it's important.
It's 18 feet from grade. It's not 3 feet of foundation and 18 feet, correct? Yeah.
All right. I'd like us to use the Steinle method here and go through the statute. Just go through it rather than going person by person. Let's go section by section. And if anyone has a comment or a proposed change, we can discuss them as we go through it. So, starting at section 1414.010, purpose and intent. Any comments or proposed changes? Councilmember Flagler, I will wait for you to get to your notes. All right. 020 is definitions. Any comments or concerns? No. 30 is review procedures. All right, we're doing good.
So Mayor, just as good practice, and I know our city attorney knows this, when we cite to government code sections, we should put as amended, so that when residents read it, they don't think, oh, where is that provision? They'll see or as amended.
Yeah, that makes sense. 040, location permitted. Okay, and now we are back at 050. Councilmember Flagger.
So Mayor, I took the liberty of drafting something.
Me too.
Would you like me to share my version? How do you want to do this?
Why don't we show both versions and then we'll work off of one of them?
Okay.
The version that I drafted was included in the second version of the Q&A. Does staff have your version? Or are they able to put it up, or do you want to share your screen?
No, I'll have staff share it.
Okay, so staff, can you put both of those versions up so we can read through it, and then we can decide which, if either one, we want to use as a basis?
And it's not a competition, Mayor.
Not at all. And if it were, I'd be happy to lose to you on this.
Maybe scroll down.
It's almost fully on the screen for council. Can't make it any larger without cutting off half of it. So that's fully almost on the screen of both of the different. Oh, actually, there you go. You should be able to see it all. So what I'm highlighting here. I'll just underline it just to kind of help you see the difference. So the underlined is the proposal from Councilmember Flygor. No, sorry, that's from Councilmember Weinberg. And then Councilmember Flygor is the not underlined just above it.
I'm confused. Mayor, if I may. So we're looking at B and C about at the top part of that, and that looks to be largely as written in the draft, or is this? And then we're looking at 1, 2, 3, and I'm not sure what those are. Is that
So
different
2
versions of A, B, and C?
No, 1, 2, and 3 was my proposed language to replace only B. And Councilmember Flygor did B and C. And I think Councilmember Flygor's is superior to what I wrote.
But I do like your 3.
So I can somewhat just at least point Councilmember Meadows in the direction just so she understands what Councilmember Flygor kind of built in is. It is very much structured subsection B, but it does kind of go on to further elaborate on an accessory dwelling unit built within an existing multifamily, where that's kind of where it kind of falls short, is kind of explaining more so just instead of just within. So that kind of does help to kind of create a little bit more clarity based on the draft.
And then also the but no more than. I thought that was
Yeah,
important
yes.
as opposed to or.
Yeah.
But I'd like the mayor's number 3 just clarifying when we talk about these other areas, what we really mean.
Okay, but that's the same as your middle paragraph for B, isn't it?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the only thing that I would include from mine is a statement of are we rounding up or are we rounding down on fractions? I think we should clarify. So does anybody object to including that we're rounding down?
I do.
Okay, what's your objection?
Rounding down is less units. I would rather round up.
Okay. Any other perspectives?
I agree with the vice mayor, but I don't think we need to break it out the way you have it, Mayor. I remember we did something similar when we were doing, wish Sue Russell was here. It's just one sentence to say we're going to round up. I can't remember what it was we were talking about, but was it BMR?
Okay, I mean, I don't really care where we do it, but we need to be clear because what's being proposed now is different from what Director Zorns had assumed was the rule. So does anyone else want to round up instead of round down? Councilmember Meadows?
I prefer the mathematic rounding method, but that further complicates things. So I'm going to stay neutral on this.
Okay. Councilmember Liang?
I'm not comfortable rounding up. I think the language is good the way it was, and there was a reason why this aligns with state law, and I don't think we should just be rounding up.
Okay, I will go with the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Flygor. So wherever it is deemed fit to put it, the policy of the city will be that if there are fractions, we will round up.
So I'm going to put it at the end of this and finish the sentence as fractional units will be rounded up to the next whole unit number, just
Right.
so that staff it's consistent so they know.
And then can you please take off the screen the 1, 2, and 3 that I drafted, so we're only looking at Councilmember Flygor's proposals? So is staff okay with this language in lieu of what is currently listed as B?
Yes, I think this is largely consistent, but helps to further elaborate where the previous one fell short.
Okay, so it's B and C. Does anyone on council want to have any comments, want to make any changes to this?
I would like to be walked through, so the red line, so verbally red line. B says built within, rather within, because I think we're talking about minor changes here, but I just can't go back and forth on the dais and figure out what's going on. So please walk me through the changes here, somebody.
Councilmember Flagler?
Built within is the first one, right? Which I agree is a good suggestion.
Right, so built within, and I also wanted to make the distinction between multifamily dwelling unit and multifamily dwelling development in B and C, because I think that was also contributing to the ambiguity. So at least one within multi-dwelling unit is allowed. The previous draft had or, which could lead to confusion because this is either or versus it's not more. We're actually capping it at up to 25%. And that's why it says, but no more than, as opposed to or. So that's what B does for that first paragraph. The second paragraph, I think it's either verbatim or very close to what staff had, and the mayor had similar language for that second paragraph. And then the third paragraph under B, that just pulls it all together, saying notwithstanding what's above, all accessory dwelling units set forth herein must comply with the California Building Code, because before it was a hanging qualifier where it just said if the units comply with the California Building Code.
But in the existing B, doesn't the language require that the rest of the development has to comply with the building code?
Well,
yeah.
And that's been, you've modified that.
Right. So again, if the intent staff was all units, but that's I read it to mean all ADUs must comply with the California Building Codes. If we're saying all units within the development must comply with the California Building Code.
I think that was what I understood staff was saying earlier.
So it's not. So we probably think we're all kind of saying something a little bit different. So it's when, because we have to look at it now instead of talking about all 25% is just the unit that's being created, because it is going to be within an existing space.
Mhm.
Is if we're taking some existing space that already serves function to the existing unit, I can't make something now essentially substandard in the existing unit and then create this new one. Like I can't rob Paul to pay Peter only part of the wage. So like everyone has to get out with a fully compliant unit. That's kind of the intent. It's not necessarily, there's something non-conforming down the hall in someone else's unit. It's just that the new unit has to be a standard unit under the code, and so does the remaining unit that was already in existence. That
So do we or do we not need the language, each unit must comply with the code?
So I think what the mayor is saying, Mr. Zorns, is not just the ADU unit, but the multifamily dwelling unit that is now going to accommodate the ADU unit. Both those units in that scenario must comply with the building code.
Correct.
Yeah.
Can we amend it to also say fire and safety? Because I think what I wanted earlier, because over here you were saying we didn't need to say that because we already identified in our codes. And earlier you said, I don't need to because we already have things identified. So now we're going to put that sentence that says all accessory dwelling units set forth herein.
Okay, so I'd like clarification first on the question of, do we need to amend the language here as to whether we can limit it to just ADUs that need to comply with the applicable codes, or do we need to expand that so we're saying all units within the multifamily development needs to be?
So it's all units affected, technically. So that's actually how we should amend it, is all units affected in the creation of the accessory dwelling unit should be compliant with the applicable code.
Does anyone have an objection to that?
Nope.
All right. And then would fire code be an applicable building code?
I mean, it is contained within our building codes,
Okay.
yes. So it's not standalone, Councilmember Liang. It is still, it's accomplishing what you're saying. It's so, the fire code is a component of the building codes.
Okay. Are we good on 50 or any other questions? No. All right. Let's move on then to 60, development standards and our matrix.
So Mayor, I do want to ask the question of my colleagues. So we have the 1,200 square foot detached ADU, which Director Zorns has clarified we cannot decrease that maximum size allowed, correct, Director Zorns? Dr. Zorns.
That's a new title.
Yeah, there you go.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I was
So
just cleaning up
I'm
the
just
language.
confirming that the 1,200 square foot detached ADU is the maximum size because we cannot decrease the density that we've been allowing in our ADU ordinances, right? Okay.
Correct.
All right. What I had pointed out in my question was that in the detached ADU, we count basement square footage towards that 1,200 square foot. I'm going to throw out the suggestion, and admittedly, basement square footage is more expensive square footage. So if someone wanted 1,200 square foot, they're probably unlikely to build basement square footage, but you never know the intentions of the ADU. And some people want underground footage for like a very big wine cellar or something, but it's cooler down there. But anyway, not to trivialize this, if we allowed basement square footage to be excluded from basement area, as we do in every other application of living area in our code, is that a correct statement?
Right.
So this detached ADU is the only time we count basement area. If someone was able to add basement area that didn't count towards their total square footage, it could possibly lead to smaller ADUs that we're not restricting them because they're getting the basement square footage, or can we not include that if we don't include the basement square footage? So if someone has, let's say, an 800 square foot ADU and an 800 square foot basement, well, I don't know. I guess they're still allowed to do 1,200 and above and 1,200 below, but we haven't necessarily lost anything, and we may be motivating people to use the ADU ordinance versus an SB 9 ordinance where they can subdivide and put two units on each half and then end up with 4. So I'm just pointing out to my colleagues, we have an inconsistency. We can leave it, but it is inconsistent. It's the only time in the code that we include basement area for the detached ADUs. Do we want to open that up? I know Councilmember Liang wouldn't, but I'm asking, yes. And there could be, it could incent smaller ADUs.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah.
I like that idea, and I think that not only might it incent visibly smaller ADUs, but it also creates more living area, which is the potential to house more people.
Councilmember Flyer?
Thank you. No, I support the concept. I'm just curious, Mr. Zorns, either in other ordinances or maybe where we describe not counting the basement towards the square footage for single-family homes, do we put a size limitation on the basement then? Because I'm thinking if we're saying the 1,200 is separate from what the basement may be, we could end up with a basement that's 2,000. So is there a way to also limit the size of the basement? Because I support not counting the basement towards the 1,200, but I also don't want a runaway basement.
Our code doesn't allow that, right?
That's why I wanna make
basements
sure.
are defined by the upper footprint, but I'll let Director Zorn
So
say
that's
it
where
more
I'm going.
properly.
What is the code? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
the other code sections kind of reflect what Councilmember Meadows just said. And then there's also other provisions too, that it's if you are taking daylight beyond what is the minimum required for fire, life safety and for ingress egress, then that there's trigger points to then where it starts counting as not a basement anymore. It can't daylight to the rest of the hillside if it was a kind of a hill. So, yeah.
So based on Mr. Zorn's explanation, I also support not counting the basement towards the 1,200.
Okay, and I agree with the majority. So
I
to
just need a clarifying question.
So I'm sorry, I'm not done.
Okay.
So is the solution here then to go with what the majority wants, simply changing the word including to excluding?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Liang.
I have a question. So what they're trying to say is that if you're not going to count the basement, essentially someone can build the 1,200 at the top and 1,200 at the bottom. So they can have a total ADU of 2,400 square feet, correct?
In theory, yes.
Yes. So I don't know how, when your intent was saying, this could actually create a smaller unit. I understand that, but I'm concerned that you're not going to get smaller units and you're going to get larger units. And so I just wanted to clarify that in theory, people can now have ADUs that are 2,400 square feet. I just want to make that clarification so we all are understanding which way this thing is going.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think that's valid, but I also think it gives people, if they wanted 1,000 foot, they could have 1,000 foot below, and the above ground impact is what people, you're going to have 1,200 square foot on ground level regardless if someone wants a big ADU, but it could be smaller if they wanted to go down. But you're right, the total square footage counting below ground is bigger. Absolutely. That could be bigger. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Any other proposed changes to the matrix or the footnotes? Nope. Let's move on to 70 square footage allowances.
Wait, sorry.
Yep. Going back.
I'm sorry. Under footnotes, just number 5, the shall. I think we should add some language there, Mr. Zorns. It just says something needs to go before the shall.
ADU shall.
Is it the ADU though? It's footnote 5.
Well,
so
yeah,
it's the entrance.
it's exterior. So the footnote 5 is going to the word exterior. So it's the exterior shall have a separate entrance.
What shall?
Well, when I look at it, it's to take you back up to the row for entrance. So, so have a separate entrance from the primary unit. So it's an accessory dwelling unit shall have a separate entrance from the primary dwelling unit provided as a side hinge door per section R 311 of the California Residential Code.
Okay, so we can just add an 8 accessory dwelling unit in front of that?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. 70 square footage allowance. 80 allowed projections. 90 general provisions. 100 parking requirements.
Oh, wait, 90
Nope.
is the one with H, certificate of occupancy. And do we need to, because I think it was important with the temporary, is there language that needs to be added? Or is it somewhere else in our code? Because I don't think we intend to exclude someone who may be starting on a bare lot from living in an ADU first and then completing the primary.
So the building code grants the building official the authority to issue a temporary certificate of occupancy at their discretion. So it's
covered.
It's something
Discretionary. I'm just like, but I'm sure it spells it out. Like, does it spell out what the criteria and everything?
Yeah. It shall meet all the health and safety requirements that's defined for that specific permit. So,
Parking.
and I have the notation from Councilmember Flagger about adding additional to the language.
So,
Or yeah, striking additional, sorry, removing.
so I'm uncomfortable if we're just gonna flat out strike it. I can understand where you said if someone had a 3-car parking, and I would make an exception for that. But when someone doesn't, I'm concerned because what happens is it's pushing cars onto the street, and it becomes a safety concern for the neighbors, as well as people, pedestrians, as well as cyclists on the road. So I'm uncomfortable if we're striking it altogether.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
So this is a function of state law, most likely, and I will depend on the director to validate that. Frankly, if a house has nothing but a driveway, they're entitled to build an ADU. And if it means that the person that lives in the ADU gets to use the driveway and the people that live in the primary dwelling have to park on the street, that's unfortunately the way the law works. And we can't use parking as a red herring to try and thwart housing development. I'm sick of it.
We're not using parking. What we're just saying is we're complying with the law, but we're making an exception if someone has parking that accommodates for it. But we're still complying with the law by doing this.
Okay, so thank you, Councilmember. I found myself in agreement with Councilmember Flagor and the Vice Mayor. So that's 3 out of no. Councilmember Meadows, do you want to weigh in here or?
I'm fine with striking additional. I think that's what you're saying, right? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, 110 is mechanical equipment. 120, ADU rental income survey. And I think we are done unless any other council member has something they'd like to bring up or suggest. Oh.
Just because the city attorney is going to make me change it in the final ordinances, I need to change the
PRA.
The PRA government code section. Sorry, I forgot to.
Okay.
I did forget to include that.
So, Madam City Attorney, can we go ahead and move forward with waiving first reading, or are these changes significant enough that we need to bring it back?
You can introduce and waive further reading of this ordinance as amended. It's only when you go for adoption and you're changing and they're substantive that you have to reintroduce.
Okay, I thought if it was substantive enough, okay.
No, that's the next time if you come back with more
Okay.
changes.
I will entertain a motion if anyone would like to make one.
I'll make the motion as long as I don't have to go over all those amendments. Do you have the language again, Mr. Zorns?
I have all of them. Yes.
No, the language.
Oh.
I'm just going to read it from the.
Oh, the recommendation.
Yes.
If you give me 1 second, yes, I just have to open it back up.
Okay. I move that we introduce and waive further reading of zoning ordinance text amendments which implement programs identified in the adopted housing element, Program 2D, encourage and streamline accessory dwelling units, and Program 6G, housing mobility, and necessary amendments to comply with state law, and consideration of the City of Los Altos Planning Commission's March 21st, 2024 recommendation with modifications, and find that this ordinance is exempt from environmental review pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the state guidelines implementing CEQA, with the amendments that were approved by council tonight.
Second.
Councilmember Liang.
Thank you, Director Zorns, for bringing this forward. I am not comfortable with the further amendments made by my fellow council members, but I appreciate it, and I would have supported your proposal. But no.
Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes. Okay.
Motion
Councilmember
carries.
Flagger?
Motion carries 4-1 by roll call vote with Councilmember Liang opposing.
Councilmember Flagger?
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Zorns, I did not check the city website, so it may already be there, but I know the Santa Clara County Planning Collaborative had put together this really handy ADU guidelines and construction of ADUs. Do we have that on our website?
No, we don't, because we've been actually working on updating this to make sure that we can kind of commingle the two. And I did just see it as well, so that we'll be publishing that as well.
Okay, because we paid into the planning collaborative, we should reap the benefits. So thank you.
Okay, before I declare a break, I just want to let the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Flagler know that after the break, when we decide whether we're going to get through everything, I'll be looking at the two of you to let me know how much time you think we're going to need for the legislative matters. So if you two of you may want to powwow and give us an idea of what time estimate you think it's going to take, I would appreciate that. Otherwise, let's take a break until 9:10. Good.
Then after that, me too.
Just out of the fact that since you didn't get a chance to show your pictures.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
This is ours. This is our, my husband.
You can sit on the porch and the Pirates of the Caribbean.
I know. Oh, that's all true. Yeah, you know, they totally remodeled that. They didn't. They didn't. I know. Yeah. All these.
Hope they don't mess it up.
I know. Oh, since you're in this spot, did he move?
He's probably
in the back right now.
Yeah, I think he's just.
He'll come back out. He'll come back out. They sit here.
This would be, if he's smart, he'll go out the second door before I grab him. Good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. I think we are about ready to get going. So before we move on, I've had a request from a council member to go back to the previous item. Councilmember Liang, I will once again give you the floor.
Thank you so much, Mayor. There was one more thing that was not part of this ordinance, but it was to ask if we would like to discuss or could have a good neighbor notification policy.
Okay,
And it could
can I
be
ask you to wait and bring that up in future agenda items? That's really what you're asking, right?
well, it's part of this ADU, so I think that we can find out if we're interested, then it doesn't have to wait to.
Okay, is there any
because this-
support for a good neighbor ordinance, a discussion item in the future?
Or not, actually, yeah, okay, yeah. Good Neighbor ADU notification policy, a standalone policy?
I don't think you have any support for that, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we've had our 9 o'clock break, and it is our tradition to announce whether we will finish our entire agenda tonight or if we will continue anything. So I will look to the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Flagor, who have brought forward about 10 or so bills to consider, but how much time do you think we'll need? What's your intent?
So, Mayor, we've down selected that list of bills to 3 that are particularly related to one another, pertaining to some tools that the DA has asked for. I think the discussion would probably take no more than 15 or 20 minutes total for those 3, but I also recognize that we have a very important item right now to deal with, and I don't want us to shortchange in any way the time devoted to that. So if at your discretion, if you think that 20 minutes is just, we can't accommodate that tonight, that's understandable, but it's not the full list of bills.
Okay, so given the legislative schedule, I would like us to get to it if we can. So why don't we plan on completing our agenda with the understanding that on item number 9, we're only going to discuss 3 of the 10 or dozen or so bills that were presented.
Mayor?
Councilmember.
May I suggest, I'm not sure that there's any urgency about item 8, and I, in fact, felt it wasn't clear, so, I mean, we can just continue that one. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound so enthusiastic.
That's fine, and given the comments from the dais tonight and questions to council, is this something that needs to be clarified a little bit more for productive discussion?
Well, if council wants, what council asked for was the requirements and discussion around the criteria, but didn't frame it in any other way, which is why there's not a recommendation or anything like that. The only thing I would remind council is at the next meeting, we'll have a discussion on how the art and public place and other impact fees are funded. So we can put them together or take them separately, up to council.
Put it together.
Councilmember Flagger?
So I agree. I just wanted to clarify something with Mr. England, because we had talked about when the applications from the nonprofits would be coming forward. When is that date again? And the only reason why I would want to keep it on this agenda or the next agenda, depending on when the applications are coming forward, I wanted to get a better understanding, not just based on the letter of the law, but how it's interpreted and how we could possibly use those funds as part of the application process. So I had questions just saying, could it be used for this? Could it be used for that? To get that kind of discussion and interpretation. So if, for example, the application process isn't for another month, then maybe we bring this back to get that clarification. But I agree with what the others have said about the bigger discussion we need to have.
So that's a good point. I'll ask Anthony, do you have it, John?
Yeah, the deadline is the end of the month. The consideration will be as part of the budget process.
So if council was to make changes to the ordinance, there would be an effective date. So that may be if council's intending potentially to use it for the community and nonprofit grants, that could be cutting it close is what I'm saying.
All right, let's go ahead and keep it on then, I think. Okay, our next item of business is discussion item number 7, program modification and recommendation for Tiny Tots program and award 3-year agreement with Children's Corner to operate preschool age services. I will turn it over to Director Hernandez. Thank you very much.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Weinberg and members of council. Manny Hernandez, Parks and Recreation Director, and sitting beside me is Jamie Chu, our Recreation Manager, to help me with this presentation and answer any questions. So the item before you tonight is a recommendation to modify the city's longstanding Tiny Tots program. Currently, the city is running a recreation-based preschool age enrichment program for 3, 4, and 5-year-olds in 2 separate classes. The Play School program is for ages 3 to 4, and the Kinder Prep program is for ages 4 to 5. These programs take place at the San Antonio Club Building and the Community Center, respectively. They are recreation-based programs. that are not licensed by the state of California as a preschool or childcare. The recreation-based label allows the city to run the preschool age program in a manner that we have, but with limitations on the weekly hours of participation. This is a great program that has run for many years under city coordinations, but in recent years has come under the close evaluation by staff for a few reasons. The first factor in staff's recommendation is the state of California's expansion of their transitional kindergarten program. Assembly Bill AB 130 that was signed by the governor is expanding TKs in schools over a period of 4 years. And in school year 25-26 will be the final year of their expansion. California's TK program will make greater access to pre-kindergarten age children at no cost that would be in direct competition with the Kinder Prep program that we're currently running. Staff does not see an increase in Kinder Prep enrollment on the horizon with the school's TK program. Staffing challenges is another factor. Although our lead teachers have had a long tenure with our program, our other entry-level staff has had a great deal of turnover. Teachers for the program are all part-time staff, and recruitment and retention of part-time staff has been a challenge, even more so since returning from the pandemic. There is also a cost in full-time staff and HR, also a cost of full-time staff and HR and finance support associated with the recruitment and training for part-time staff. This year, we have seen several part-time staff recruitments to manage this program. And the third factor is the cost of the program, the overall cost of the program. Expenditures have increased with the staffing costs and general supplies. Of course, staffing costs is the main driver of the budget. Revenue has also declined over the years and has not rebounded further, adding to the overall cost of the program. The Play School program registration numbers have seen the greatest decline. Based on the numbers taken directly from the city's financial system, the total direct cost losses in last school year was over $83,000, and estimated losses for the current year program will exceed $215,000. If indirect costs such as janitorial, building and grounds maintenance, and admin costs are included in the budget, these losses increase to $137,000 and $280,000 for this year. Staff has slides for council that show the breakdown of the recreation budget, as well as a comparison of other programs that are run by staff. As contracted programming is run by professional organizations for the city's Parks and Recreation Department by individuals that specialize in the activities that are offered. So with that, we'll go ahead and put up the budget graphics right now. So the first slide will show this budget graphic shows the overall recreation budget and the percentage in the pie chart of these numbers of these active programs. As we can see, the Tiny Tots program is approximately 10%, almost 10.5% of the recreation budget. There's the numbers total with the Tiny Tots overall budget. Now, once again, the Tiny Tots program is both of the programs, the Play School and the Kinder Prep that we spoke of. The next slide will show you the programs that are run by recreation staff. These are non-contracted programs currently right now. And that's a pie chart of the program camps that we have down in Redwood Grove, and that's a seasonal thing, as well as the community events, which serve many people at each of the events, such as concerts and holiday type events, like the egg hunt, the spring egg hunt that we've had. And there's the Tiny Tots program at about 53%. So with that, staff is recommending the elimination of the city-run Play School program and a signing of a 3-year agreement with the Children's Corner to operate a preschool age program at the San Antonio Club facility as soon as terms of the agreement can be reached. This includes an evaluation of the San Antonio Club that is needed to identify necessary modifications to the facility to allow operations of a licensed program such as the nonprofit Children's Corner program. The minimum necessary upgrades are to fire safety and ADA, but additional upgrades may be recommended. It's not known at this time what the cost of those upgrades could possibly be, but through the evaluation, we'll have numbers on that soon. if council approves this recommendation. So also, staff recommends the city council direct us to continue operating the kinder prep program through the 24-25 school year under the proposed fee structure and budget that is on attachment 1 of this report, offering registration to current and alumni families at the conclusion of this upcoming transitional year. Council may direct staff to end kinder prep programs and operations in Los Altos as the expansion of the TK program in public schools will come into its final year, or direct staff to sign a 3-year agreement with Children's Corner to operate possibly TK programs in Los Altos, or direct staff to continue operations with the proposed fee schedules in attachment 1 of this report, and that will factor in regular market increases in future years to eliminate further subsidy of this program. With that, that concludes our report, and we will take any clarifying questions.
Thank you, Director Hernandez. I'll look at my colleagues. Anyone have any questions for staff? Councilmember Meadows.
So thank you for that, and I know you've been working on this for quite a while. I appreciate that. The pie charts you showed us, and which you also included in the Q&A, you show, well, it's not, oh, so I'm looking at the Q&A, and we don't have the slides.
Would you like us to put that back
I
up?
think
We
that
can
would
put
be
that back up,
helpful.
yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. You had the largest category there, and the first pie chart was not programs run by recreation staff, but the previous one that showed all the different, keep backwards, yeah, and backwards one. Let's look at the pie chart. Okay, thank you. Recreation administration, essentially 42% of dollars, of recreation budget dollars, correct?
Yes.
And so when you look at all the individual programs in this pie chart, I'm assuming based on that 42% of recreation administration that we're looking at non-allocated costs. So is staff time is held alone in this 42%, and all the programs are, in other words, when we've done the analysis, we've talked about allocated staff time. But here you seem to be separating recreation administration is 42% of your budget. Does that mean that the Tiny Tots number at 10.4%, does that include recreation department allocated staff time?
The Tiny Tots portion of the budget is the direct cost for that program. The recreation administration cost, that is also part of what's the non-direct cost. That recreation administration portion of the pie chart is really to run the facility and to run recreation as a whole. So there's a lot of staff involved there. Staff allocations by percentage is split between the programs that finish the pie chart.
Okay, so each of the programs, so forget the recreation administration then, each of the programs as represented in this pie chart accurately reflects the staff time, the direct cost of the staff time to run the program.
Direct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. That was a helpful clarification. And then can you remind me of how many families and how many children currently use our programs?
Currently, this season, it's a total of 23 families.
23 families, and so we have more than 23 kids, or I thought we had only like 20 children.
We've had, so the early registrations that started the year were less than that, but what we've seen over the course of the school year is a total of 23 families represented through that program.
And that represents more than 23 children then, right? Because some have more than, or is it just essentially?
Go ahead.
So they're two different things, the families and the kids. Sorry, I'm
So currently in the program, and Jamie Chu, Recreation Manager, there are 23 students enrolled.
Okay.
15 in kinder prep and 8 in play school. But
Okay.
as Director Hernandez indicated, we have had some withdrawals and then additional enrollments, but current enrollment is at 23.
Okay, got it. 23 kids. Okay, and I believe you said in your program or in your presentation that our programs are not licensed and accredited as
preschool programs, correct?
That is correct, yes. It's not
Okay.
licensed with the state of California as a preschool program.
Okay, and in which of our facilities, and I think you said that it's the San Antonio Club is currently not up to standards to run these programs, and if we're wanting to continue to do this, we'd have to invest in that. Was that just the San Antonio Club? I assume not the community center, right?
Currently, from what we can assess right now, the San Antonio Club is not up to what a licensed program would need from that facility.
Right, okay. And as of next school year, is TK available in our Los Altos public schools?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and we're still proposing a transition year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Hi, Jamie. Hi, Manny. Real quick, 15 plus 8, right? That's 15 for kinder prep and 8 for play school. Let's talk. Can you talk briefly about the differences in the programs? And in particular, I'm interested in play school because my understanding is that you don't know in advance of those 8 kids how many you might have on a given day. And I've seen days when there's 2 teachers there or 2 adults rather, and only 2 kids in play school. So how do you handle the staffing challenges for that program in particular?
So for play school, even if there are students, we try and get updates from the families. So if families are not able to attend for vacation or otherwise, or maybe their child is sick, they usually try and let the teachers know. But in regards to San Antonio specifically, the way that the facility is laid out, just for coverage in some of the spaces, it is helpful to have more than one instructor, even though there may be less students that particular day. So although we may have 2, which generally speaking for that number of students, you could have 1 instructor, but the layout of the facility, at least for the program, we usually prefer to have 2 on site.
Thanks. That's all I have right now.
Councilmember Flagler, Councilmember Liang?
I can go if she's sure. Thank you, Manny and Jamie, for your presentation and for being here this evening. Just a couple questions. Let me start with the net loss projected for the coming year of $283,000. Can you define when we say net loss what we're referring to? It's under fiscal impact of the staff report.
Yes, so Councilmember Flagler, yes, what I'll speak to is this is the estimated net loss, because right now we're working off of estimates. We have looked at the registration numbers, and we anticipate that with payment programs and the late registrations that have come in, we anticipate a revenue stream of about $84,000 from that. Although we have already spent over $200,000 in the program, we anticipate expenses for staff continuing up to or just over $300,000 for the year, if we stay on the same course. And these numbers were done a couple of months ago. So with that, that brings us to that net loss with the inclusion of the indirect costs. So that's why I've put in the attachment 1. In attachment 1, we have 2 numbers. One is the $300,000 and then the $368,000, which will bring you to that total net loss with indirect costs as we factored that in.
So net loss refers to the revenue that comes in from the tuition the families are paying compared to the expenses that we incur as a city, either indirect or direct.
Correct. Those are the numbers you're referring to.
And in the past, so over the last couple of years, obviously we have been incurring net losses for this program. How have we compensated for this net loss?
For the net loss, we've given, and that's a very good question. So in the last few years, and me, this being the completion of my second year as the Director of Parks and Recreation, I did see this, and we have evaluated the program to see where we can, where that net loss, if it was going to continue or increase the registrations through the efforts that we've made to recruit these students in this class. So yes, it has been subsidized for the last several years, and that's why this evaluation came to where it is today.
So just to clarify, so did it come from our general fund? Did it come from the Parks and Rec budget? I'm trying to understand this, and I actually was trying to remember if in previous budget discussions we were told, okay, we now have to move this additional $283,000 over from the general fund because there's this gap for the Parks and Rec budget.
It is a general fund. The Parks and Recreation operational budget is a general fund. And some of that is made up by our revenue producing. So the gap that we see is a general fund loss.
So in previous years when we have had budget discussions, and I could be wrong, I just don't remember it ever being pointed out that we now have to increase the Parks and Rec department budget because of this loss that we incurred related to the Tiny Tots program.
No, I don't believe that we have pointed out based on individual programs, because we do take a net loss in several programs, such as teens, such as seniors, and those have been discussed in the past as programming and subsidies for those programs. So with those programming decisions, some of those losses we're going to see on a regular basis. This isn't something that we would like to see under a program like this. So that's why we've made this evaluation and come to these conclusions right now.
No, very helpful to understand that there's cumulative net loss in the different programs. On Children's Corner, which is the proposed selected service provider, can you share with us what, if any, similar services that we currently provide to our residents and other parents that Children's Corner will continue to provide?
That, as far as the actual programming, if we do, that still needs to be worked out. They were selected through an RFP process that really put them as a responsive proposal based on their history within the city and their good standing as far as their certified teachers. I believe there's a certain licensing for their teachers. They're a nonprofit organization too, so they're not a for-profit. So that actually factored into our decision, all of those factors. As well as they do have a history actually running programs in the city for at the old community center as well. And we did have a good partnership with them. So it was very good to see that they had submitted a proposal, so we had a bar to judge others by. So.
And then, if I understood you correctly, with the San Antonio Club, and I know we're not a licensed program, and if Children's Corner, if we move forward with Children's Corner and they were to move in, there are obviously some improvements that would need to take place to bring them up to standard. Is the recommendation from staff, so I understand there's this proposal to do a transitional year for the kinder prep, but for the play school, is the recommendation from staff to completely get rid of the play school, or would Children's Corner also have that program as part of its provision of services?
Yes, we're determined to try to work with Children's Corner to get a program up and running for the play school age children as soon as possible. We don't know what those upgrades for their license program will be and how long they'll take to be made. But once they are, yes, that's our intent, and we're hoping council can give us direction so we can offer something for the community under that age group.
So you partially answered my next question, because I wanted to understand these upgrades and what would need to occur in order for Children's Corner to operate the play school at San Antonio, how long that would take, and whether or not they could be up and running by August. Do we know that?
We don't know that at this point. So for the license program, we have some idea of what has to be done, and I already understand that some of it may not be able to be done. So that would limit the number of kids that they can have in a licensed program. But there's other recommendations or other improvements that need to be made that we know can be done, but I just don't have a timeline. We hope to get them up and running in September, but in reality, it will probably be thereafter. Now, the good part about the Children's Corner program, as they run it, it is a year-round program. It's not based on the school year. So if it's a month behind or a month and a half behind starting, it is a year program. So they don't look at it as missing the beginning of the school year. So.
But the preschool, the 4 and 5-year-olds, TK, presumably they would be able to start at our community center in August. That program could get started. It's the preschool Tiny Tots program at San Antonio that we're not sure would start in August. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Liang?
Thank you for the report. You also said that not only with inclusion of ADA and fire upgrades are needed, that there might be other upgrades that would also be required. What are those other upgrades?
That's going to have to be evaluated, and that would be a possibility. We know of one, but I'm not sure that that could happen because they would need to expand a program there under their licensing, which they can do. They would need an additional restroom, and I don't know the reality of getting that installed there. So that's why it needs to be evaluated and then looked at cost. So.
Okay. So also, if is our intent to always make it a preschool at San Antonio Club, because then we have to weigh the bathroom costs or the installment of all those improvements, and is that more like a subsidy? So I guess I wanted to understand that. So are you saying that once that Children's Corner contract, if you move forward on Children's Corner, then both programs will become licensing accredited, correct?
Eventually, if Children's Corner agrees to do a TK program, because they may be in the same boat that we are as far as the public school TK. So the TK is unknown, but we would attempt to provide that kind of product for the public through the city if it's desired. We know that the elimination of our play school program would probably, there would probably be a desire for that program to be run there.
Then the question I have is, would they be willing to hire our teachers or absorb our teachers into their program?
That is in our discussions already with the Children's Corner. They did say that they'd be willing to look at our current teachers as staff for them, but in a licensed program, they would have to still go through a licensing situation, so they would not be immediately ready to work under a licensed program.
They could be absorbed though as a TA but just not as a licensed teacher, you're saying. And then they can transition to become a licensed teacher?
That's my understanding, the way they explained it to us.
Okay, so thank you for answering my questions, and yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. I do have a few questions as well. Are all of the families, all the students who are enrolled in Tiny Tots Los Altos residents?
So the current breakdown that for play school, the residency is actually, where did I put it? Yeah, 75% resident and 25% non-resident. For kinder prep, it's actually 47% resident, 53% non-resident.
Okay. And are the percentage of students who are residents of Los Altos, are they all from one sort of geographic area, or is it scattered kind of throughout the entire city, if you know?
I don't have that information specifically.
In terms of collection of tuition or other fees, is that smooth? Does that happen 100%, or are there some families that sometimes struggle to pay on time? Are there unpaid bills? What's sort of the collection rate of tuition and fees?
Looking at when tuition is paid, actually a bulk of the families pay for the full year up front. So there are only a small percentage of families that are paying, and we do offer payment plans, so they could do a quarterly payment, they could also do a monthly payment, but a majority of our families actually elect to pay for the full cost up front. And that is partly, there is an incentive where there is a percentage discount if you pay the full amount at the beginning of the school year.
Okay, and so it's my understanding then that the collection of tuition and fees is usually, it's timely, there's no collection issues?
Correct.
Okay. In the staff report, you estimate that if tuition were raised in order for the program to break even, tuition would have to be raised 250 to 330%. Can you break that down a little bit and sort of explain how you came up with those numbers?
Yes, I can try to do that. Yeah, so what we did was we took a reduction in staff for the elimination of the play school program. So under the proposal that we're putting in front of council tonight, that play school program and the staffing would go with it. So if you look at that spreadsheet, it shows the reduction percentage of the previous program that this would claim basically in the proposed going forward cost amount. Once we did that and took the percentage remaining for what we would propose, the program that we would propose and move forward with, we went ahead and just added all those costs up, and then what we did was we looked at the number of registrations that we anticipate in the best case scenario to get, which is 12 under our example, and anything more than that we start working in the green. But with the 12, we tried to calculate, or we calculated what each of those participants would have to pay. And that brought us under a direct cost non-subsidy of approximately $10,600. So that's how we worked that out.
Okay, and what's tuition currently?
Currently, it is $4,178.
If the council elected to proceed with an option that will leave the San Antonio Club vacant, that would mean that there is not an urgency to rehabilitate the building. Is that correct?
I don't believe it would put us in that situation. I think staff would want to utilize, already we utilize it for party rentals for kids parties. So on top of that, we would try to find a way to either make modifications to it or improvements to it that would make it more marketable for other usage. We don't want to leave that facility. It is a good facility. It's got the playground in the back and the play area. And for parties, it is already a great facility, and we'd like to run some kind of programs out of there.
Okay, so the rehabilitative costs then really, I mean, that we're going to incur those one way or another.
In some form, yes. Already in the capital improvement budget, there's some project funding that is down the road for improvements to the San Antonio site. So the San Antonio Club would be looking at some improvements, whether it's the flooring and the paint and the kitchen or the restrooms and stuff like that, or significant improvements that would help move in a licensed daycare program.
Okay, thank you. Just something else that popped in my mind following up on my first couple of questions. Of the students, the children who are enrolled in Tiny Tots who come from families that are not Los Altos residents, are those families otherwise somehow connected to the city? I mean, do their parents work in the city, or are they children from city staff?
Yeah, we don't have that information. We just know what cities they're from.
All right. Thank you very much.
I have
Councilmember
additional
Leanne.
questions since you asked those questions. Earlier, he asked a question about if we chose, because we want to change programming direction and we wanted to provide another serviceable program, perhaps, for example, seniors, okay? Would that require 2 bathrooms? And that modification require 2 bathrooms, or then it would also change the type of improvements that would be given, because you might not need the lower or top toilets, correct?
we'd have to evaluate a specific usage of that facility to really see what kind of upgrades can be made, but we're not sure. I'm
Okay,
unsure at this
just
point.
curious, because then I just need to understand feasibility as well in regards to the direction. One more thing, when we talked about the chart, so when you talked about the 10.43%, you're saying you're servicing 23 families, right? But yet when we talk about the percentage as far as the pie chart and how many we serve, some of these will be, I'm going to say, community events, 4.33%. We might be using that same budget amount, but serving a greater amount of people for that smaller percentage. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was part of our evaluation of this.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that known. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions from the council?
I just want to pick up on what Councilmember Liang said. So, so when you look at the chart of the recreation and all the programs that are served, you didn't provide the numbers that are served, because you said, yes, we would serve more people, but we don't really get because if you look at a lot of that programs or seniors, I mean, we'd be serving a lot more, right? So do you have the numbers of some of those programs, like how many people we serve in them? Or
No, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's significant.
It's
The
significant,
numbers
yeah.
of special events, if we're talking about at
right.
least 900 kids that participated in the spring egg hunt, and then the concerts at 5+ each event. So you can imagine what community events would equate to. And you're talking about seniors that's on a regular basis every
Right.
day at that facility,
Right.
including the senior programs.
and
at
contract
grants.
classes, a lot of people.
Yeah, contract classes, a lot of people, but with that, that's a contracted program that goes through and creates
Okay,
revenue.
I'm just looking at the pie chart, so
Sure,
got it. Okay,
sure.
so senior, yeah, okay. I just wanted to follow up because think it's an important point and we don't have the data. So we only see the costs, but the impact is what's driven by the numbers that council member is talking about. So thank you.
Okay, then with that, I think I will open up the floor to public comment. Madam City Attorney, we have cards.
City Clerk, yes.
Excuse me.
Benjamin McCain?
Okay, we have, how many cards are there? 2? Okay, let's get 3 minutes for speaker, please.
If I may, I'd like to give a handout to council members.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. I've spoken with all of you individually, so I'd just like to start off by thanking you all for taking the time to have those conversations and looking at this issue in depth. This week is spring break at the schools, and so there are a number of parents and teachers that are currently out of town, but I would like to note that there are a few audience members here who won't all be speaking to repeat points that you're already aware of. But there are a number of people here in support of the program. I wanted to offer a number of clarifications. The vice mayor referred to a program which has uneven and often low attendance. I think that program that you were referring to is the Lunch and Play program. So there are 3 programs under Tiny Tots. There's Play School, which is for ages 3 and 4, Kinder Prep, which is for ages 4 and 5, and then Lunch and Play, which is an after-school care program. The recreation director mentioned that they don't see Kinder Prep enrollment increasing. I'd like to note that Kinder Prep is fully enrolled, so it cannot increase. They also mentioned issues with staffing, and I'd also like to mention that all of the teachers this year are returning, and the staffing issues have been for the Lunch and Play program. In terms of upgrades, I'd also like to note that the San Antonio building is a historical building, and that will have to go through the permitting process. And finally, the handout that I've given you, you've all received over email, and I've had a chance to look at. But I just wanted to have it available for you tonight as the discussion occurs. I would like to note that the rent that the city would receive from Children's Corner is $30,000 a year. That is for a $5 million piece of property, which would have a $30,000 a month mortgage. The rent that they currently pay on their building is $182,392 a year for their current location. Now, I think the counter argument is that they would be renting the San Antonio Club for only half of the day. But even still, it's a very, very low amount of rent to be charging Children's Corner. And, the benefits, I think, of offering a very, very low rent to Children's Corner should accrue to the residents in the community and not to a private organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marina Post.
My name is Marina Post. I'm a mom of a 4-year-old in Tiny Tots Play School, and I'm a physician, specifically a child and adolescent psychiatrist. Thank you, Los Altos City Council members and city management staff, for this opportunity to advocate against the city's proposal for its preschool programs. While it is my hope that extended transitional kindergarten being implemented in schools will be of high quality, my expectations are guarded. Many kids will not be able to tolerate the large class sizes and lack of supported free play in a public school traditional kindergarten that I've already heard about. Even a minority of private preschools actually meet the standards of a high-quality preschool and not daycare. Many of your constituents, I imagine, are parents and families who greatly appreciate quality education over quantity, especially for the critical developmental period of ages 3 to 5 years old. I imagine these could be constituents who would want to partake in or support the excellent, affordable quality preschools of Play School and Kinder Prep. I imagine many constituents would be distressed if the city's extreme proposal for these programs is approved. The city's proposal, as I have read it, eliminates the excellent Play School program completely, which serves the age group that public schools generally do not, which is around 3 years old. The city's proposal, as I have read it, privatizes Kinder Prep or prepares to privatize it within a year, in spite of the city Kinder Prep program being well enrolled currently. The city would possibly earn money from this proposal, as it could rent out its San Antonio clubhouse after the repairs it has to make. I'm not sure if it was planning to rent out the community center location, which would be vacated once the city's Kinder Prep was no more. It would rent out the San Antonio clubhouse where Tiny Tots lives to a private preschool. This private preschool has the reputation of being in the range of 10 to 15K per year. In spite of the city being concerned about financial losses from Tiny Tots, especially, our tuition and Kinder Prep's tuition hasn't been raised from around 4K per year in a decade or more. The city cites under enrollment as a key issue to get rid of Tiny Tots, but there has been no advertising, except when teachers took it upon themselves to advertise during COVID with flyers, which did work. And then they were further discouraged from advertising. However, the issue is not just the eradication of these preschool services. They would rent out the city's buildings vacated by eradicating these services for the city to financially benefit. It's one thing for a city to have empty buildings that aren't in use and then rent them out to private entities. It's a completely other issue and unethical, in my opinion, to eradicate valuable services. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other speakers? Okay, then let's bring it back to council. Who'd like to lead us off? Okay, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you. And thanks to the speakers, and thanks again to Jamie and Manny for their work on this and their presentation. When this first came to council regarding the request for proposal several weeks ago, I'd asked staff to look at what Santa Clara County was doing around affordable childcare, because I know President Ellenberg has this as one of her priorities. And one of the things I know she has asked cities to do is adopt a childcare resolution, which lays out the dire situation we're in Silicon Valley when it comes to affordable childcare. And I'll just quickly read some of the language from the resolution, where it states, investing in affordable childcare provides vital infrastructure to working parents and supports early childhood development, creates a stronger economy, increases business productivity and consumer spending, decreases poverty, and leads to safer communities. The two most significant monthly expenses faced by families are housing costs and childcare. And so as a public entity similar to the county and many cities, and I'm sure many other jurisdictions, I think it should always be a priority for us to provide this type of service to our community, and not just our residents or extended community, regardless if they're residents here or residents in a neighboring city. We can also look at who the current students are, but it may make our city a lot more attractive for workers if they know we have an affordable childcare program here. So even today, it may not have people from outside of Los Altos, but it could actually be attractive to many families. And so for me, I think this is a rare opportunity for council to weigh in on this affordable childcare challenge as a public policy and really figure out how do we as a city provide affordable childcare to our community, broader community, for today and the future. And at the end of the points I want to make, I will share where I am mayor, but I just want to go through a couple things. So touching on, each family, and I know there are only 23 families today, each family is different. And as the mother of two kids, both of my two kids are very different, where I would not want anyone to dictate to me a one-size-fits-all about what childcare is appropriate for my kid. There's some families, there's some kids who will fit perfectly into a TK program at a public school, and there are other kids that would not fit, or they're not ready. Right? And programs like the one we have here in Los Altos allow them to better transition to a public school. And so when I think of, yes, our public schools are transitioning in the next 2 years to offering TK programs, and our Los Altos public schools are already there, we also have to think there are some families, for whatever reason, who believe that is not a good fit for their kid. Going down my list. Mr. Hernandez also touched on the fact that there are other programs that are incurring a net loss, not just the childcare program, and I think this shows where our priorities are. And for me, impact, to Councilmember Liang and Councilmember Meadows' point, should not be measured solely on the number of residents it impacts. Even if it impacts only 23 families, that's a big impact. And so I think if we are able to say for some programs we will eat the net loss, I think for childcare, if we want to make affordable childcare a priority, we should be willing to work with staff and the community to figure out how to make up that net loss this coming year and in future years. Children's Corner, and I'll jump to where I am right now, Mayor. I support allowing a transition year, not only for the play school program, but also for the kinder prep. So for the entire Tiny Tots program, I support doing a full transition year, and we figure out as part of our budget process how to make up for that $283,000 loss, or hopefully it will be less if we're able to figure out how to reduce that anticipated net loss for this coming year. The reason is, and I speak from personal experience, and I know many families, it is not easy to find a preschool or a kinder prep program this close to the end of the school year. It really isn't. And so if we were to completely cancel the preschool program at San Antonio Club and transition to Children's Corner. We're going to have families who do not want to be part of Children's Corner, and it's their choice. It may not be a good fit for their families, that now have to scramble to find a program for their kids in August. And I agree, they were notified earlier this year, but from experience, I know last year there were already preschools filling up because I went through the same thing. I had my mom move in. It is not that easy to get into these preschools with your kids this late in the game. And so I would support both for the preschool and the kinder prep program doing a full transition year, and we figure out how to factor in that net loss this coming year. I don't have serious concerns with Children's Corner, but looking ahead to next year, I would hope there's support to direct staff to work with Children's Corner to see if, as part of their program, we can have either a scholarship program where through an application process, the city does pony up, comes up with some amount to help provide affordable childcare here in Los Altos. It is something that we should make a priority. It's good for our families. It's good for our city employees' kids. It's good for our workers downtown and in the other business districts to know that we have affordable childcare here if they qualify. And so I would hope that next year, assuming we transition both programs, we have some agreement with Children's Corner to figure out how can we make their program accommodate some form of affordable childcare. And again, one of the reasons why I support keeping the preschool component, it's because it's what one of the speakers said, which is, yes, in 2 years, we will have a TK program at our public schools. But what about the younger kids? They will not have that program. So I think it's very important for Los Altos to have some form of preschool, either through Children's Corner or another programs provider. But then also, as part of that program, have a component that offers affordable childcare. We cannot be the jurisdiction when the data is showing how dire the situation is, we're going to decide to not have some form of affordable childcare in Los Altos. I'm looking at my list. Okay, I think I covered all my points, but just to wrap up, Mayor, so I support staff's recommendation of doing a transition year, and we work closely with Children's Corner to see if we can offer some affordable childcare component, and I had recommended before Santa Clara County because I know they have many recommendations, not just the childcare resolution. But I also support doing a transition year, even if it's just 8 families, doing a transition year for the preschool as well for this coming year. We have been operating in San Antonio Club where upgrades have been needed. We haven't done them one more year. We figure out how to really transition them because those 8 families with these kids, and who knows if there may be others who apply, but these kids would have to now scramble to figure out where they're going to go for preschool in August and maybe settle for a program that is not a good fit for their kids. Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you.
may I go?
Councilmember.
All right. Thank you. I have actually also spoken with President Ellenberg about this resolution. I want to draw a great distinction here. The whole argument I've heard from the parents is this is not about childcare, this is about education. And the supervisor is focused on childcare, and the programs we're talking about have an educational component. So I'm going to draw that as some difference between how you were interpreting. And your interpretation could be right, but I've also read the resolution, and we can talk about that. So I'm glad that the families have had good experiences with Tiny Tots. It's not something I considered. In fact, I always wondered what that strange little building was, driving along San Antonio. But the fact is that the programs we're offering, and not to slam them, I'm glad they're good, is we're not an accredited program. Children's Corner was in Hillview until we went through our project. We've had many more people came to speak when I remember all the discussions about what happens when we're tearing down the building and the construction and where are they going to go, and so it is a very strong program. I do not see how, this is one of those legacy issues that stays hidden in how we do things in Los Altos, like Hetch Hetchy. We didn't address that for so long because people get upset, right? So this is a legacy issue. We have the chance to actually think about how we want to offer these early education programs, if at all. Again, I'm not calling this childcare. This is more focused on education. That's what you've been saying. And so what I think, and I know there's been a lot of talk about finances, and to me, the proposed changes should be around sustainability. I don't think we're talking about profit. We're not trying to make clearly we're not trying to make a profit off anybody's children, because we certainly haven't been doing a good job at that. And that's fine, and but we're looking at it now. We should be focused on sustainability, and that's sustainability of the programs and our ability to offer other programs across the entire community. We talked about impact in that pie chart, so we need to do a balanced. I think if we're looking at this, we need to look at a professional, licensed, and certified provider. I mean, how can we, I'm not trying to slam anybody, but it's kind of an ad hoc, more amateur organization. If they're not licensed, they're not certified, they're a long-time program, everyone's happy and comfortable, but it is not the same as an accredited program. And as a city, we're responsible for making as strong an offering as we want to, as we think we should do, to be providing something to our families. So, so I would say that we're not eliminating programs if we're upgrading and making more sustainable the programs we are going to offer to our community. I agree, one size doesn't fit all, but we're not supposed to be filling the gaps. We're supposed to be providing the services that we think we can best provide to our community. I do not believe, although I can support transition as the staff has proposed, I don't think that it is the city's job to provide a duplicative TK program, aside from the 1 year that the staff has also proposed, with the school districts. And so we can talk about that. But I know that there's been some proposal in the from the parents and some of the public comment we've gotten, and they talked about parent fundraising. But parent fundraising, I mean, for talking as someone whose kids have gone through all the schools now, as soon as you leave that school, you're invested in the school your kids are in then. So you're not going to be fundraising for Tiny Tots after your kids are not there anymore. Then you're going to be doing the elementary school foundations, and then you're going to be doing the high school foundation. And that's how it goes. So parent fundraising is not a sustainable option for our city to look at in terms of funding and the decisions we need to make around the program. So I do think that focusing, although we've talked about the specifics of the financials, talking about that really kind of misses the big picture, because we are offering programs at a fraction of the market rate, and that has affected our ability to invest in and manage the program sustainably. I mean, that's part of why we couldn't invest in the building, So anyway, and I think comparing Tiny Tots today to what Children's Corner could be if we work with them through after the RFP or through the RFP, then it's not a fair comparison, because what we're seeing is that the city says, if you keep Tiny Tots as it is, here's what the fees need to be. So the fees aren't what they are today. The fees are going to change regardless, whether they're through city-run programs or they're through Children's Corner. So with all of that, my feeling is we need to offer a more certified education-focused program. I think it needs to be, at least in the short term, it should be in the community center, which is where the space is presumably up to snuff, where I assume the RFP says that they can operate. I don't know which of those programs is best suited to be there, but I don't know that we're able to say, oh yeah, let's keep running San Antonio Club, even though now we know we're really not up to an accredited standard or a certified standard. I think it was one thing when we didn't really all talk about it, but now we've looked at it and we understand that's the case. So my feeling is If we want to offer a transitional year, I could support that, but I think what we offer should be based in the facility where it's actually presumably up to snuff or easy to get it that way through the accredited services of Children's Corner. I think we have got to professionalize whatever our offering is to our early education learners. And I don't think it's daycare.
And Mayor, I just want to clarify the point about the Santa Clara County initiative. It's more than childcare, just so you know. You can look at what President Ellenberg talks about. It
Right,
is
I've only
about-
seen the
right.
resolution.
Right, no,
yes.
no, no.
Yeah.
It is about providing safe, equitable, inclusive, high-quality early childhood programming. It's about high-quality early learning opportunities. When they talk about childcare, they're saying we need to make sure all our kids are set up for success, and the data shows that in enriched, high-quality early childhood programming, we're setting up our kids for success when they get to kindergarten. So I just want to be clear. Supervisor Ellenberg and the Santa Clara County Build for the Future initiative is not just limited to childcare. It is key to educational. It is key to make sure that as a public entity, we're providing affordable childcare so that if you can't afford a private preschool, at least you can get high quality education still at a public entity subsidizing or providing it fully. So it's not just childcare.
Right, but you talked about childcare is why I made the commentary.
And I use childcare
Yeah.
broadly, but then when you said
Yes.
that, I'm like, I know it's
Yes.
more than that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vice Mayor or Councilmember Liang, either one of you want to go next?
First, let me preface my comments by saying this is exceptionally hard. It's hard for the parents involved. It's hard for us because we empathize with parents and other residents, and we also have a fiduciary obligation to manage the city's budget and the taxpayers' money. That said, we are not currently providing the quality early childhood programs that President Ellenberg contemplates currently. Do I understand correctly that play school is 3 days a week now? Is that right? Which one is 3 days a week? Is it 3 days a week and like just half day?
That is correct. That is the play school program.
So, looking ahead, I agree with the vision that would have us as a municipality offering affordable early childhood programs, education and childcare. I would like to be in that place. When we look at the affordable housing efforts that we're pushing, and we talk about increasing the number of housing units in our community by roughly 20% over the course of the next 8 years, many of which are supposed to be below market rate homes. I would like to have a lot of services that we can wrap around that to make those affordable homes more attractive, to diversify the economic status of the residents that we have in this community, to be able to provide a better pool of labor for our all of our businesses downtown and so on. And so providing a quality early childhood education and daycare program would be a tremendous asset as a component of that vision. What we offer is not that, and it will not be that. It's not a licensed program, it's a recreation program. It's a great program. It's wonderful, certainly for the kids that are enjoying the benefits now, the families that are enjoying the benefits now, but it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable financially, and I'm not sure it's really sustainable from a operational point of view for our city staff. There's a great benefit to outsourcing and to specialization that accrues to the expertise of the individuals involved. When you have licensed providers, they in theory, should provide a better product, certainly a lower risk product, but definitely a better product to the customers. So I would like to get to a place where we are outsourcing the program, where we can exploit the professionalism and the expertise of people who are dedicated to this, and where our city staff can focus on the things that they too have, where they have expertise in what we've hired them to do. The question is, how do we get to, from point A to point B? And whether we do a transition year, whether we do a transition year for all three programs. And it pains me to say this, I don't really see the value in a transition year. If I'm a parent at Tiny Tots right now, I'm looking for another place for my kids. And I am a parent. I had 2 kids, and there were times when I was a stay-at-home parent, and there were times when my kids were in preschool and daycare. Like I said, I personally think it's kind of better to rip the Band-Aid off and move forward towards the vision that we have for the future. But I can certainly go along with the majority if my colleagues here feel like a transition year is appropriate. If I'm the deciding vote on that, it's going to be no.
Councilmember Liang.
I'm kind of confused what I'm hearing, to tell you the truth, from all of you. So I would have some other questions for staff now. If it's Children's Corner, if you let this is my question. If it were to continue and they support a transitional year and they continue the program at San Antonio Club, why would they have to do the ADA and fire safety right away? Because wouldn't they be already grandfathered into maintaining what they have now? I'm just curious.
So just to clarify what you're asking, Councilmember Liang, you're talking about a transition year at the San Antonio Club. That's not in the proposal.
The play school program.
But is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking it because right now they're operating there. They don't have the ADA and fire safety improvements right now.
We're operating there. They're not operating.
They're not operating.
Oh,
They're
we're
not
operating.
operating.
So if
Yeah.
we were to continue that operation, would we not be grandfathered in to continue that program without those improvements right away? I just need to understand these things better.
If council decides that a transitional year for both programs is in line with what you want to do, then we would just run it the same way we are running it right now, with the same non-licensed restrictions.
Okay, got it. Then the other question I had was if Children's Corner takes over and runs it out of the building out of Hillview, like Councilmember Meadows was talking about, what's the maximum amount of children that can be at that kinder prep program? Or at that site, not that, I wouldn't call it a kinder prep program.
We would have to do an evaluation of that facility as well if they want to run it as a licensed program.
Yeah.
And they would, based on certain things, probably be restricted based on their licensing. So I couldn't answer that right now without an evaluation of the facility.
So would it be less than 15 or?
No.
It wouldn't be less. That's my question. Would it be more than 15?
That I don't know. I can't answer depending on what upgrades that possibly, even though it's a new facility, that may possibly need for a licensed program.
So you're saying we have to make upgrades there then too?
I don't know. I don't know. They would have to be evaluated for that.
Go ahead.
Can I tag on to hers? So we've got a proposal from Children's Corner. What are they proposing doing and where are they proposing doing it? I'm completely lost now.
They've proposed running services for the play school age children at this point. But with the idea that we need to look at upgrades for the facility that are absolutely needed to run any kind of program, and then possibly further upgrades to increase their registration numbers. So
But
for that
which
facility.
facility, so where
Right
are they
now-
proposing, because you already said that they're not going to do it at San Antonio Club unless so are you talking about the community center? Where are they proposing?
Okay,
Okay,
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
yeah.
This is really
Yeah.
distracting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was just confused.
I'm trying to clarify what you were asking, right. So they're proposing to do something somewhere.
Yes. At the San Antonio Club, as per the recommendation that we have right now.
At the San
So
Antonio
with
Club?
the transition year, and then we will look at, which we have not looked at, and Councilmember Liang was just asking about that, is we haven't even looked at this facility here at the community center yet. So we're just talking right now about the San Antonio Club with the open conversation that with the transition year, they could be discussing that with us in the future. That's all right now. Now, if council directs us to talk to about both sites, we can talk about both sites.
Okay, I'm sorry. I really can only hear one person at a time. So, Director, can you?
No, I was just saying that we could talk to them about that site as well if council directs us to not do any programs and not have a transitional year. So,
But if we say so there's two things. There's kinder prep, which is TK really, and then there's play school. If we said play school in the community center, have they fleshed that out? I mean, because to me that's the key program that is not filled, whether perfectly filled or not, by TK that's already going to be available. Have you asked them the question, can they do play school in the community center?
So Children's Corner's current program actually does provide services to basically 2 to 6, if I remember correctly from their website. In their proposal, they did propose covering both of those age groups. At both locations.
At both okay.
Correct.
City manager.
Clarify, because this is-
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I
it's
think the
a-
city
And then I would
manager
have
has a
another question.
clarification.
I do have
Yes,
another question
Yeah, I know, I
after.
jumped in.
I
It's
apologize,
It's
Mayor.
not clear.
I'm glad you guys are clarifying and getting, because we need to flush this out. And, so I do have more questions after.
Want to do it yourself? I was just going to
No,
clarify
go
what
ahead,
you're
go ahead,
asking.
go
Okay.
ahead.
So just to pick up on what you're saying in response to Councilmember Meadows and Councilmember Liang. So they have submitted a proposal saying they can do both programs, correct?
Correct.
At what location have they said they can do both programs? Can they do both programs at our community center? Or are they saying they can do one program at our community center and one program at San Antonio?
One program at the community center and one program at the San Antonio Club.
And, right, and for the program at the community center, would we need to do any additional upgrades at the community center, or is the community center facility ready to go?
So as Director Hernandez indicated, obviously the community center is a newer facility, but depending on, we have not fleshed out all of the details. So again, it would be dependent upon the number. And I think the other piece that might be helpful is what Children's Corner shared, is that a licensing requirement is that the number of youth restrooms is what the limiting factor is. So at both locations, there is only one youth restroom, which would limit it to 15 students. If you wanted to increase that, then you would need to increase the number of youth restrooms available.
Thank you.
So
Okay, go ahead.
just what's being clarified, just so council is clear, is hypothetical programs that council is bringing forward. So the staff proposal on eliminating one program, keeping the other program open, having a transitional year, and then making at minimum fire and ADA upgrades. These are what we're talking about. The other programs that we're talking about, hypothetical, where we would go, how many students would be enrolled. That's based on their accreditation and business model. So what they've said is they can operate a program at either location. The limiting factor is the restrooms. So they may be limited on the number of students they can enroll at either area, but that's up to them based on their business model.
So can I see if I understand, yeah, what he said? I mean, because it's just, I don't know what, this just is not clear. Sorry.
Can we have Manny go over the proposal again?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And then can I ask a question? Because based on my experience from when they rented out, or preschools rented out, like rooms at Grant Park, I'm going to talk about my experience and when it's a accredited preschool. So then I would have to ask a question. If you signed a 3-year contract, right now we rent out San Antonio Club for birthday parties and stuff. If we signed the contract with Children's Corner, I understand that once you sign that contract, then you cannot use those facilities for anything else. Nobody has access to that, only limiting those rooms to that preschool. Is that correct? Even on weekends?
That's unknown to us at this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because from my experience, that's even on weekends. So I think, to me, these types of clarification is important. But if you guys want to move forward and you have the majority, I'm willing to hear you guys out. I'm not deciding anything right now.
I want to, what's the proposal?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
sorry.
so forgive me. I'm extremely frustrated right now. I've heard from a council member arguing that in accordance with a county initiative to alleviate the affordable daycare crisis in the county, we should tailor our decision based on that. I think
I gave
from the
other
vice,
reasons, but it's okay, Mayor.
I think that the vice mayor is reluctantly of the opinion that based on the financial considerations, the prudent course is to end the program tonight, but that he would go with the majority with the transitional year for kinder prep, for the staff recommendation. Number one, he would prefer not to, but he would go with the majority. And then Councilmember Meadows, I think you said the same thing, but I'm not certain.
I think I'm probably close. I just must admit, I just don't find the recommendations clear. So if you, the city manager said that you could reframe that for us. Is number one the recommendation? I mean, there's 3 things there, and I don't know how they fit together, and I don't know, so maybe you could clarify.
Yes, I can try to clarify this. So staff is recommending the elimination of the city-run play school program at the San Antonio Club and signing of a 3-year agreement with Children's Corner to operate a preschool age program at the San Antonio Club facility as soon as terms can be reached. And some of those terms will be based on the changes.
Forgive me.
Okay.
My confusion on this is that in looking at the staff report, where you said "and," the staff report says "or." So the recommendations that were presented to the council and the community were 1 or 2 or 3. What you just proposed was 1 and 2.
Yes, okay, so that's this year. Okay, I think I see the confusion now. The numbered items on the bottom are what will come back to council in future years. So let me read the recommendation that we're asking council right now, and I'll stop there. So staff recommends the elimination of the city-run play school program and the signing of a 3-year agreement with Children's Corner to operate a preschool age program at the San Antonio Club as soon as terms of the agreement can be reached. An evaluation is needed to identify the modifications as we've covered already. The minimum necessary upgrades are listed there. Also, staff is recommending City Council direct staff to continue operation of the Kinder Prep program through the 24-25 school year under the proposed fee structure in Attachment 1. After offering registration to current and alumni families, that's the recommendation that's in front of council. At the conclusion of that, what will come back to council is a decision to go forward with one of the three options below. So at the conclusion of the transition year, that is not in front of council right now. The two areas of recommendation that I read at the beginning is what's in front of council. I'm sorry for the confusion of adding those three
Now,
things.
and
at the bottom.
I owe you an apology. Now that you've gone through it, I see actually it is a clear recommendation. It was my sloppy reading that caused my confusion. So I apologize to you
Not a
for
problem,
that.
not a
That
problem
was, I get it now. Councilmember Flagger?
No, finish with your comments, and then I just want to ask two more clarifying points.
Okay. Before just about every council meeting, there is one agenda item that I lose sleep over. And I didn't expect that Tiny Tots was going to be that item this week, actually, because the more I went over the finances, the clearer it seemed to me. But the reality is that this is the agenda item that I have been losing sleep over and that I have been spending a lot of time thinking about. I firmly believe that if the council were to move forward with direction that would lead to the elimination of the Tiny Tots program, that's the end of it. I don't see it coming back anytime in the near future. And I do believe that Tiny Tots is a benefit to the community, and it is a credit to the city that we have been able to offer it for this long. That being said, we have to balance that with the financial realities, and I'll get to that in a second. But before I do want to let the members of the public that are here tonight, the advocates of Tiny Tots, to know I have spent a lot of time reading the emails and considering the anecdotal evidence, for lack of a better word, that you submitted. And I usually don't do that because I don't believe that government should be making decisions based on anecdotal evidence. And that's true for Tiny Tots as well. But I found the stories that were being told extremely compelling. And I did spend a lot of time thinking about it. And I want you to know that you have been heard. I have heard this community express how tight they are and how valuable they are to one another. I believe I've heard teachers say that they wouldn't work for someone else because they want to be a part of this organization and this culture. And I respect that. Okay, so where do we go from there? I mean, I've struggled with this quite a lot because I think the reality is that the numbers show that it is not a sustainable program as it's structured right now. And I know that the Tiny Tots community disputes the numbers that the city staff has come up with. And I think I understand and respect that. However, the reality is that the city's budget has been put together by a financial staff that has no reason to support or oppose Tiny Tots or any other program. Our budget is put together under GAAP and GASB standards by professionals. And government accounting especially is not easily understood. I mean, I've been on council 3.5 years, and I still struggle really to understand some of our budgets and our financial reports. But the council over the past couple of years had a priority of straightening out our financial systems It's no longer a priority for the council because, quite frankly, we've modernized our financial systems. And I know that this probably didn't come into anyone else's mind, but that weighed very heavily on me. And as much as I wanted to accept the holes that the Tiny Tots community has found in the budget for Tiny Tots that staff has presented, I keep going back to staff has no interest in massaging things. And there are some, this is a fixed cost, whether there's Tiny Tots or not. I mean, yes, that's true, but Tiny Tots is getting the benefit of the new financial software, of the PERS liability that's being assigned to Tiny Tots. We could take those figures out, and it makes it look like Tiny Tots is losing less money, but that just means that other programs that the city is running are going to look like they're doing worse financially. So it is not an intellectually honest way of proceeding. The cold, hard reality that I cannot ignore is that 10,000 households are subsidizing a handful of other households, some of which are not even residents of the city of Los Altos. And I have a really hard time justifying that. I think that a good solution could have been, if you really believe in your financial analysis and that this program could be brought, if not profitable, at least break even with the numbers that you believe in, that if this group of residents have formed a 501c3 or some kind of organization of their own to operate Tiny Tots under their own auspices, I think that would have been the ideal situation, because then you're betting on yourself. You're taking the risk of a financially worse scenario onto yourselves, as opposed to asking 10,000 other households to take on that risk. And I have a very hard time ignoring that. It's a benefit to the city. It's absolutely a benefit to the kids, but financially, it just doesn't make sense the way that it's working right now. Something else that troubles me about Tiny Tots is one of the reasons that it is such a successful and wonderful program are the teachers, the people who make Tiny Tots what it is. It strikes me that there's nothing institutional that makes that happen. There isn't something unique about the San Antonio Club or Hillview. It's the people that are working at Tiny Tots. And that's fantastic. Problem, though, is that people move on. And I have every belief that the teachers who are working at Tiny Tots are willing to commit at least 1 year, maybe more, to continuing to provide the outstanding services that they're providing. But things happen. Life events happen. People have the intent of staying somewhere, and for whatever reason, they're not able to fulfill that intent. So it also strikes me as risky of putting the city's finances in a place where we're expecting to subsidize a small number of households, when what makes that program unique is really beyond the city's control. It's within the employees of the program, and there could be employee turnover. It's not something that we can account for. I have to say I feel a little bit sandbagged by the county resolution. I was not expecting that tonight. I had not prepared for that. I also think that it's a little bit unfair, but again, I don't know enough about it because I wasn't prepared for this. I do believe that government needs to provide social services, and those social services are not going to be profitable. but we're a city of roughly 32,000 people. We have a budget of revenues of roughly $50 million. The county measures its budget in terms of billions, I believe. And obviously the county's expenses are exponentially greater than ours. But if the Board of Supervisors is, and I think correctly, concerned about the lack of affordable childcare or early childhood education, perhaps, are they willing to fund the program? Is the money going to come from them? If the money is going to come from the county, I think that changes the calculus significantly. But if the money's coming from the city, and if the city staff is right that we're going to lose another $283,000 if we don't make changes, so which park are we not going to upgrade playground equipment? Or what staff members sitting at the table are we going to lay off? Now, those are not fair questions. Obviously, they're rhetorical. But the reality is that if we project some kind of a loss, or we think that maybe by advertising we'll ameliorate that loss, but it turns out we're wrong, those are questions that are going to come back to the city council and the city staff. And I don't want to be in that situation. I don't think that it's fair to the vast majority of residents in the city. Providing early childhood education, providing childcare is not one of our priorities this year. We have, I think, 5 priorities. And in front of each priority, we covenanted, we promised our residents that we were going to be fiscally prudent. And I just don't see how continuing with what we have right now is fiscally prudent. I am inclined to support the staff recommendation based on all of those components. Nisa, if you're telling me that the county is going to step in and they're going to absorb those costs, I'll change my tune completely. But otherwise, I just don't see how we don't find ourselves back in this exact same spot a year from now, and we're kicking ourselves, and the residents are kicking us for not having foreseen this and making a hard choice when presented with it, given the evidence we have right now.
Thank you, Mayor, and if I may respond, and thanks for your comments. I always appreciate listening to you talk through your thoughts. So let me start off by saying, in no way am I questioning staff's financial calculations. I agree that, their projection of a net loss that we're incurring is something that the city is facing. So I just want to be clear in my position. What I'm supporting tonight is, in addition to the staff recommendation, it's also continuing the preschool program that would impact the 8 or more families if more applications come in this coming year. And so just quick clarifying question for Mr. Hernandez. So we're projecting $283,000 as a potential net loss if we continue with both programs. Do you have it broken down into what the loss would be solely for the preschool program?
Let us check into that real quick and see if we have that number.
Manny, I have it if you want.
You
me to
have
read
it, okay.
So, 161,000 of the loss is for play school and 122,000 is kinder prep.
So for the 161,000, and I'm going to give credit to Councilmember Lee Eng, where she said we have parents who have offered to pay more in tuition this coming school year. So could that potentially offset this $161,000 that we would incur to continue the transition of the preschool program as well, since at least 3 council members appear to support the transition of the kinder prep. So we have already agreed that we're willing to incur that net loss associated with the kinder prep. And so, one way to offset the net loss solely associated with the transition of the preschool program, because it will impact at least eight families to try to find childcare or preschool for their 8 kids this coming year. And I know a lot of these great programs are already filled up. With regards to the county, I do want to remind the mayor that I brought this up when this first came to us several weeks ago, and I asked staff to look at what the county was doing so that we could learn from it. But I'll be honest, even if President Ellenberg hadn't launched this initiative last year, this is something that's close to my value system. Right? So yes, I'm pointing to the Santa Clara County initiative because I think it bolsters our position and it highlights the fact that as a public entity, these are the types of services we should try to supplement and subsidize. But I think even without that initiative, as a city, and to the Vice Mayor's point where we support BMRs, we're increasing our affordable housing and the types of families we want to come to our community. We want to show them that we have an affordable childcare element locally. And so my support tonight is to transition both programs. I 100% support transitioning to Children's Corner next year. But as part of the negotiation, because as Mr. Hernandez said, we're still negotiating with Children's Corner, I would be open to exploring if there are ways to have some form of scholarship program. If someone doesn't qualify, but they're a Los Altos resident or they work in our downtown or their staff, if there's a way to assist those individuals and we could have a cap on the number of applicants that may qualify. There are ways to structure that kind of program. With regards to the funding from the county, the current grant program they have solely goes to the childcare provider. It's not to, so for example, Los Altos couldn't apply for the grant, but a childcare provider could apply. And that's the current program Santa Clara County has. But as I said, that's just an example and good data where Santa Clara County, and it's not just talking about the county unincorporated areas. It's talking about each city, the responsibility we have, and the data shows that how many families in each of our cities are in need of affordable childcare. And so that's why I point to the county. But again, even if the initiative wasn't there, it wouldn't have made a difference. And so last plea, because I really think it's important that we transition both programs, we give staff an opportunity to use this year to really negotiate the terms and get the upgrades right. Because Mr. Hernandez, just to clarify again, if we were to say tonight, no transition for even the kinder prep, we want to sign with Children's Corner. Am I correct that you're still negotiating terms with Children's Corner about what upgrades would be needed anyway?
That's correct. We'd have to have both facilities. If both facilities became available, both facilities would have to be evaluated by a professional.
So it sounds like this year would benefit the families. It would give us more time to negotiate terms and do the upgrades we need. And again, we've heard from the families that they're willing to pay more in tuition, and that could make up the $161,000. That it's the amount that majority of the council members so far have indicated they don't support, because they've indicated they support transitioning the kinder prep portion, which is 121 or 25. So I really would encourage this as a, last plea, 161,000, we increase tuition. We figure out as leaders in this community how to extend this program for 1 year as we transition to Children's Corner. It's the right thing to do. We have our priorities set, and I want to compliment staff on the new staff report that lists the priorities. I like that format, thank you. But things come up. Things come up outside of our priorities that as public policymakers we have to react to and make decisions on, and this is just one of them. So I really, plea to my colleagues, let's see if we can transition both programs for 1 more year. We let the families know we're switching to Children's Corner. We're going to work with Children's Corner over the next year. And simultaneously, we work with Children's Corner to see if we can have some component of affordable childcare. The current program may not have the highest quality educational program, as the Vice Mayor said, but at least it's affordable, it's accessible, and we have families currently using it that we would disrupt by completely pulling it at this point in the year. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I really appreciate the values that my colleague just expressed. I don't appreciate the math. $160,000 shortfall for a program that serves 8 kids is absolutely untenable. There is no way to offset that loss by asking those 8 families to contribute $20,000 apiece or $10,000 apiece to cover that loss. And we are talking about a vision for the future that is very compelling, right? We are talking about providing a facility to a professional organization at a much lower than market rate. So in the future, we can fulfill the values that all of us here share, I think. But right now, it's just completely unsustainable. And the proposal from staff is to actually extend kinder prep, which is pre-K. And that's the one thing that LASD is already providing and that our residents are already paying property tax to support. And so those residents are going to ask us, well, why do I have to pay property tax to support transitional pre-K at within Los Altos School District? And then at the same time, the city that I also support with my taxes is going to subsidize these 8 families to the tune of $20,000 a year for that program. Now, the subsidy on kinder prep per family is quite a bit lower. It's more like $10,000 per family per year. But kinder prep there's a substitute option for it. So, you know, again, this is painful. I have cried actual tears when I think about the kids, the resident, the physician here who's shared her experience and her child's experience. I'm kind of an emotional person. I cry relatively easily. I mean, but I had big alligator tears rolling out of the corner of my eye. And I sympathize with the narratives that have been shared here. But these narratives are anecdotal, and the plural of anecdote is not data, right? And we have an obligation, particularly the financial obligation, to use data to make the soundest decisions that we can. The mayor presented some hypothetical opportunity costs. There are a number of less hypothetical opportunity costs. We have other programs in the city where costs have become a great concern. I don't want to bring them up because they're not on the agenda per se, but when they do come up on the agenda, and we say, well, gosh, we don't have enough money to fund that. And it turns out that it's a program that hundreds of families or thousands of families care about, like our, crossing guard program or something like that. They're going to ask, why did you subsidize Tiny Tots? Why did you subsidize those 8 families $20,000 a year for play school? When hundreds or thousands of families could have benefited from the same money being spent in a different way. So despite the really crappy feeling that I have saying this, because I know that people and kids and families are actually involved in this, I still think the right thing to do is to tear the Band-Aid off. If the vision is to provide an excellent quality, affordable childcare, there's not much better that you can do than find a professional nonprofit that's not seeking to make a profit and provide them a facility at a below market rate. We have a good vision for what we want to do, but if we continue to pour money into something that's not sustainable, we're not going to get there. So again, and to say that that there are council members who support the transition, to clarify, what I said was I could be drug kicking and screaming into supporting it. But if I am the deciding vote, it's going to be no. That's what I said.
Did you want to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think what's hard for me is that the unknown of what upgrades will be needed from the children's corner. And that kind of is troubling me a lot, the additional upgrades. Because I think I was leaning with you, Councilmember Meadows, is yeah, we have a great facility at Hillview. That's no problem. But now we're learning, we might possibly need upgrades as well there too. And so I'm, you know, I'm troubled by this and leaning that maybe we should just do Children's Corner and just do the Hillview facilities. But, you know, hold off on the San Antonio Club. So I'm until I learn more, I'm willing to even ask that maybe we should continue this item to the next meeting till we get further clarification.
So, Councilmember, I'm extremely frustrated with you tonight. The last comment you made was, you do what you're going to do, the majority you do what you want to do, and you kind of removed yourself. So what is your position?
Well, I'm learning more, but you know, I see where there's kind of a split, and yeah, go ahead.
I want to see if I can clarify. We've heard many different things, and we're tired, and this is an emotional topic. I don't think Councilmember Fliger has the same definition of transition as the rest of us do, what that transition means. Because as you were saying, everyone's agreed, or majority's agreed to transition, these two of us are shaking our heads no, because your transition is just to do the same thing we're doing this next year, that the city-run program, if I understood your transition for both of those. So you don't need to say, you're just, yes, okay. That's not what my definition of transition is, because if I look at staff's recommendation, and let me just back up before I clarify what I think my position is based on the recommendation. So raising children is all about change. I remember the doctor here said that she would have to tell her daughter that next year she might not be going to the same school. Well, then the year after she's not going to be going to the same school. And then, you know, it's raising children is constant change, whether you plan for it or worse yet, it's, you know, unexpected change. And teaching our children and ourselves to be resilient to change is important. And I don't need to lecture you. You're the expert on child mental health. So this is a change that we're wrestling with making for sustainability, not just for you this year and maybe next or whatever when you're interested, because believe me, you're not going to be interested when they're in their next school. Yeah, but that's because you had a good experience and you were recruited and you're here. But you're not going to ante up money because you don't have kids there now. So we need a sustainable program, and what staff is suggesting, so let me get to the recommendation if I understand it correctly, is you're recommending the elimination of the city-run play school program and signing a contract for a 3-year agreement with Children's Corner to run, I'll call it an equivalent or a similar program. There's going to be differences, but let's say equivalent. So we're not eliminating a play school program, we're replacing it with a different, more professionally run, accredited organization. Okay. According to the staff recommendation, they're actually recommending that at the San Antonio Club facility as soon as terms of an agreement can be reached. And you'll need to look at the San Antonio Club. And this is a little bit of change of what they recommended, but if you look at the preschool program right now, you told me that there was 8 students. There's 6 residents and 2 non-residents. And right now, without bathroom modifications, you can take 15 students at Hillview. So I would ask, personally, my colleagues can consider or not, that you look at the 3-year agreement with Children's Corner and in the 2 facilities, 15 would basically double the number of kids than you have right now. So look at which of the facilities makes the sense to do that in. So we're not eliminating it, we're changing the provider of it. Then it's the question of, and staff, I think, has recommended that staff can continue next year to operate the equivalent of the TK program, right? So this is not Children's Corner that's going to operate it. Children's Corner, you're recommending for play school. I fully support that. that's the accredited licensed facility. It will make so much more sense for a sustainable and reproducible and defensible portion of our community. And mind you, Children's Corner has deep roots. 1979, they started here, and believe me, there were tears when they were moved downtown, not downtown, but down further out of town. So, well, they're in town. Never mind. I'm tired. Sorry. So, I'm open to suggestion of whether staff should continue operating kinder program for 1 year to provide a transition. I'm open to what my colleagues might decide so we can reach agreement. But please, yes, explore the 3-year with God, what are they called? Children's Corner, sorry. And I'm open to suggestion with my colleagues. But the tuitions that you recommended in attachment 1, and let's not forget what those numbers were. You're proposing, whether it's direct cost recovery or full cost recovery, that residents would go from $41.78 to $10,667. That's kinder prep. And full cost recovery would be $14,000 a year, and non-residents would have higher numbers. So that pre-K or kinder prep program is going to be very expensive next year in what staff is recommending charging. So I'm ambivalent on the TK, and I fully support moving forward with Children's Corner and finding out how we can make something work. Mayor, there you go.
Mayor, I have a suggestion for you.
No, I'd actually like to talk first.
Okay.
Despite the fact that I'm trying to stay angry at you, I found your last plea persuasive. I think it's because I want to find it persuasive. I am cognizant that my colleagues to my left are made of sterner stuff. And Sally, I think that you articulated circumstances very well. I also remember when Children's Corner, the fight over whether Children's Corner would stay or wouldn't go. I mean, frankly, it was part of a larger debate of people who were trying to kill the community center, and Children's Corner kind of got caught up in that, which is very unfortunate. And Nisa, that's bringing me a little bit closer again, I think, to where Sally and Pete are. Because I have a feeling 5 years from now, we're going to have advocates who are going to be talking about Children's Corner the way that advocates are talking about Tiny Tots right now. So with that, Vice Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you. You had an idea.
Thanks, Mayor. So it sounds like we have consensus that we should move forward with Children's Corner. We should separate the issues, agree to that, and then focus on whether or not we are going to go with the staff recommendation for the transitional year. I do want to make one more comment about the transitional year for TK. If you're talking about increasing the fees to $10,000 or $14,000 a year, or or whatever the numbers are, and there's a free program provided by LASD, then none of the assumptions that we make can be relied upon for attendance. Because if you're going to increase the cost, many parents would say, well, I don't like the program that LASD offers quite as much, but for $10,000, we're going to take a vacation. I mean, so suggestion 1, let's get consensus on carrying forward with the negotiation with Children's Corner, and let's just focus on whether or not we need to do a transition year.
Okay, so is there a consensus to move forward with that part of the staff recommendation? See nods over here, Nisa.
So just to clarify with the Vice Mayor, I agree. I support the selection of Children's Corner to move forward with negotiating terms, but where I am is it wouldn't be effective until the school year next year. So if the question on the floor is, do we support Children's Corner as a selected provider and to move forward with negotiations? Yes. The effective date of when they start running our programs, I think that's where I'm in disagreement with majority.
Okay, and what difference does it make whether they start this year or next year?
Because of the impact on the families, because we're still trying to figure out the facility upgrades that are necessary. And I know I mentioned a couple other reasons why it makes sense to have this transition year. It's going to be very difficult. It doesn't matter if it's 10 or 20 families at this stage to really find a new program that's a good fit for their kids. We've already incurred the net loss. So again, any loss is a loss for the community, and whenever a public jurisdiction has to factor in a loss, it's a policy decision. It's where our values are, and we have to say, you know what, we wish we didn't have to lose a dime of taxpayer dollars, but sometimes we invest in senior programs, teen programs, childcare programs, and we're willing to eat the loss. This is just for a year. I am in no way advocating that the city continues this program beyond a year, but I see value in doing this for one more year.
Councilmember Liang, are you in agreement with the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Meadows? Or are you in agreement with Councilmember Flygore? Or are you at neither place?
I kind of want to know the upgrades and the negotiation coming back before I get clarification.
You made clear that you want more information, but at this point, if you had to make a choice, would you make a choice with one side of the dais or the other, or would you not make a choice at all?
No, I'm going to make a choice with one side of the dais, but I would like to, because we're talking about, we're doing this for the community, right? Both of you guys are saying, but community one way or the other. But it's also making sure our facilities are open for public use, like that San Antonio club will still be rented out for birthday parties and stuff. I'd like to know these things, you know? I'd like to know if the upgrades is going to then require that it's going to make us add additional bathrooms at both sites. That will make me kind of side with her, you know? So, I mean, that is major upgrades.
Okay, so you are with Councilmember Flygore to go with Children's Corner, but wait a year?
But I would go with the higher costs and get, recoup some of the monies. But that gives us time to better understand things. But
okay, so is your position aligned with Councilmember Flygore, or is it aligned with Councilmember Meadows and the Vice Mayor?
I guess it's
in between.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so if you were aligned with Councilmember Flygore, I think I would have been the third vote for that, but I don't see two votes supporting you, Councilmember Flygore.
Okay,
So
I'll
will
align
go
with
the majority
Councilman
over here.
No.
I'm not. This is a game that I'm not willing to engage in anymore. I think we have 3 council members who want to go with staff recommendation with respect to Children's Corner starting next year. So that leaves us now with preschool. Does anybody want to make a plea one way or the other with that?
I do.
Okay. Vice
It's
Mayor?
3 days a week for a half a day for eight kids. Yeah.
No, you're talking about the wrong, I think the mayor meant TK.
Did you
Excuse me, TK.
Children's care.
I did mean TK.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
Okay,
correction.
Yes.
so my remarks with regard to that are, again, there's no way that we can have any reliable forecast for enrollment if we're going to increase the fees by what we're talking about increasing the because there's a free program offered by LASD.
Nobody's talking about fees anymore. That's awful.
Well, we are talking about fees because the only condition under which we would do a transitional year is if we could somehow mitigate the loss.
Applies to go back to yours. I'm so confused now.
All right, I will just state my position very clearly. I don't support a transitional year for any of the programs. On the pre-K side, it's because LASD offers a substitute that we already pay our tax dollars for. And on the preschool side, it's because it's 3 days a week, a half day each day for 8 families to the tune of $160,000. And we can spend that money on better things for our community. As much as it sucks for the families that are involved, and I apologize, and I really mean that.
Okay, Councilmember Meadows?
Yeah, I've stated I support moving forward with Children's Corner for preschool, whichever of the facilities, of the two facilities work out best. And that program will be run by them, and therefore the charges will come through as however you deal with contract charges, whatever your RFP is. That is for the 24-25 school year. I think, Councilmember Flagger, you kept saying next year, but next year is 24-25. You're really saying 25-26. So let's keep, I just want, we need to be explicit because we're all tired, and so I wanted to put that. So I'm supporting for 24-25, Children's Corner, 3-year contract, and yes, San Antonio Club might be expensive, but Hillview's not, and it can already double. The main thing is an extra bathroom, but they don't need one because they can already double the children in that space to 15 instead of 8 without an extra bathroom.
We don't know that.
City manager.
That's correct.
So we'd know that. And TK, again, I prefer to go with the vice mayor, but if we can settle it by going with a transitional at least the indirect costs fees, then fine, but I don't think I agree with you that nobody's going to sign up for the program. Why would you? But, so that's my position.
Okay, Councilmember Flagger, do you want to make one more plea?
Nope, I call the vote and I'll vote.
Okay. So, yeah, I need somebody to make a motion.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we need a motion.
Can we split it up?
And I would recommend that the motion be very clear and concise for the record so that.
We'll do our best. I move that the city of Los Altos move forward negotiating with Kids Corner about providing daycare in city facilities.
I'm going to make a substitute motion. I move that the city of Los Altos eliminate the city-run play school program and sign a 3-year agreement with Children's Corner to operate a preschool age program at the Hillview Community Center as soon as terms of the agreement can be reached.
Second.
Councilmember Flagger.
No.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Councilmember Liang.
I abstain.
Vice Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-1 with Councilmember Flagger opposed and Councilmember Liang abstained.
Okay, second motion.
I move that the city of Los Altos cancel the Tiny Tots program effective at the end of this school year.
Wait. You can't do that. He can make whatever motion he wants.
It may die for lack of a second, but that's my motion.
Okay, is there a second? All right, so the motion is going to die for lack of a second. Would anyone like to make a different motion?
Part of it is semantics. It's kinder prep program that you were talking about. But I will go ahead with the staff. I will make a motion consistent with the staff recommendation to direct staff to continue operating the kinder prep program through the 24-25 school year under the proposed fee structure and budget, offering registration only to current and alumni families. Period. And do you, anyway, that's what the staff recommendation is, so that's the motion.
I'll second your motion.
Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next order of business are items 4 and 5. Councilmember Liang, you wanted to argue against the flags?
No, I'm not. I'm not arguing against the flags, and let me clarify that. I'm not arguing against the flags. I have a problem with those agenda items because I have taken an oath to uphold the Constitution, and I really believe in the flags that we have outside, the federal flag, the country flag, the state flag, and my city flag. And I just have a problem replacing the flag, or because I feel I represent the city, and replacing the city flag is problematic for me. And I was just going to provide a suggestion, or I would like to hope you'd be open to a suggestion, is that we model like what Palo Alto does. And I would like to recommend a flagpole in here, so it goes in our council chambers, because this is about council speak. And we add another pole in here, and our flags, our council speak goes in our third.
Okay, so what
flagpole
you're
here.
asking for is contradictory to our established policy, and we have not agendized amending the policy. So I don't think we can do what you're suggesting. I think you can suggest as a future agenda item that we go back and revisit the policy, but I don't think that that is something we can do tonight with either one of these issues.
Okay. Then go, yeah. Okay, I'll just agendize it for future agenda.
Okay, would anyone like to make a motion?
I move that we approve consent items 4 and 5.
Okay, friendly amendment?
Oh, sure.
Well, actually, first, can we do that in one motion, or do we have to do a separate motion for each item?
I would make a motion for each resolution.
Okay. I move that we adopt resolution in item number 4.
Okay, friendly amendment, in the third to last whereas, it says that we're giving direction on May 9th, 2023, should actually be April 9th, 2024.
Accepted?
Second?
Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Councilmember Liang.
My answer is no, but I want to make clear that it's because I do not want to replace my city flag.
Vice Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Mayor Meadows. I'm
What?
sorry, Mayor Weinberg. It's late. I'm sorry.
No.
I keep doing it.
I'm
I
off
keep
the
looking
hook.
at you, and then I'm like,
Sally, that's true.
Do I get 2 votes?
you do. No. Mayor Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Liang opposed.
Mayor, I move that we adopt the resolution to raise the Juneteenth flag as outlined in agenda item 5.
Second.
Friendly amendment as to
Yep.
the date, same as the
Yep.
last friendly
Oh,
amendment.
okay, yep, accepted.
Second.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
For the same reason I voted no for 4, no.
Vice Mayor Daley,
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Liang opposed.
Okay, we have 2 additional items, art and public spaces and various bills. To my colleagues, do you want to press through or do you want to take a break? Okay, let's take a 7-minute break.
I thought we continued agenda 8 earlier.
We discussed it, but we decided not to.
Because if we want to make changes to the budget discussion, we have to start.
So 30 days.
We're on a break right now, so
John, it's us conversation. Okay, if you're gonna be a naysayer, no. This is
And I was trying to do the last item still, I'm still typing what they were saying, and like, oh, my brain is not listening to other. I hope not. I have a feeling. I don't think it's 20 minutes. No.
I regret not bringing my coat in.
Oh, yes, I've said.
Oh, I'm gonna make a mad dash.
Sheet on, jacket on.
Oy.
Yeah, this item. We didn't even get the bills from Santa Clara County at 9 p.m. last night, so most of the council hasn't even looked at them, so I'm like, they're gonna be discussing it before the night, they won't have them.
But unfortunately, time is of the essence.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
We've had late ones before.
That was painful though.
Oh, I'm still trying to figure out how.
That's all right, it doesn't matter, they voted for it.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
This is what, when I read, I do the motion.
Yeah.
And then we discuss it. And then we vote on it, if it's amended, as amended, and that's what we do, that we go along.
Yeah.
Right, and it's all, in whatever anybody wants to do. And it's simple, straightforward. And,
What? Oh, yeah. What was the big, event over at the community center tonight? There was a lot
Oh,
of
we were
people.
doing promotions and appointment celebrations.
Oh.
We haven't done it since COVID, so we
Oh.
brought their families in and did a little
Oh,
something
that's
for all
cool.
of them. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So
That's
it's
fun.
3 years overdue for some.
Yeah.
Hey, better late than never.
Oh, yeah, super. That's
So,
great. That's
yeah.
great.
It was wonderful.
How do we get ours on the?
Yeah. It's a cold. That's what helps everyone. The coolness helps keep people awake.
Well, it's only that we're true.
No, if it's warm, it's that. Then it's lights out.
Well, but it's not that warm here.
That's true. When I get in my car here, at some point in the near future.
Well, I think that's a little optimistic.
You're right.
My coat is in my car, and I sure wish I had brought it in. Oh, God.
Well, I brought some car that.
Ah.
I figured that.
Oh, it's pretty.
No, I'm fine, and then I will get home and I will.
Where do you live?
it's like right now when I go home, it'll be like 35 minutes or so. It's fine. In fact, I actually don't mind it because normally I leave at like 4, and that's like an hour and a half. Won't come in super early. Like I normally, I was here at 6 in the morning, so I usually get here at 6 a.m. Tomorrow I was like, I almost said school. So I don't mind. It's all flexible. So, plus, as soon as I get home, I'll cuddle up. So, that'll be all right. So it all works out. And it's a good time for me to decompress. Like you said, you won't be able to drive. I just start whining. Rest.
It's a 35-minute walk for me. So I mean,
That's long enough to get the heart going.
yeah, that's exactly
That's
right.
the problem. Yeah.
You're awake.
Yeah, I'm awake.
Sorry.
2 o'clock in the morning.
I keep looking right at her, and then I go to say Kids Day, but I'm looking at Meadows, and I'm like, oh,
Is this an accomplishment?
Yeah. So yeah.
all the greenies in the world.
It's fine.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We still have people with us, and we're having back to a late council meeting. We've done pretty well earlier in the year, but moving on to item number 8, we're going to discuss the criteria for art in public places. And before we get going, Mr. City Manager, I just want to clarify, could the council tonight change the ordinance, which is included with the packet? And if we made amendments to that ordinance, would the change ordinance be what is in effect when we are considering requests from nonprofits and other civic organizations for contributions?
So mostly I think that's a question for the city attorney.
Okay,
I do
did city
think
attorney just
we
ask
would
you what I'm
take,
talking about?
yes, we would take direction tonight. And if council wanted to make specific changes, we would bring that back in an attempt to have it in place by the time the community nonprofit funding was before council. So we would
Okay,
bring changes
so
back.
so the applications are due at the end of this month. We have a council meeting on the 30th. If we make changes, proposed changes to the ordinance, that would have to come back to us on the 30th?
So yes, we would bring the changes back, but we don't anticipate council awarding the nonprofit funding until the part of the budget process, so likely at the first June meeting. So you'd have enough time for any ordinance change to take effect.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Go back to my notes. Do we have a staff presentation on this, or is this a council run with it item?
I don't know if I like that wording, but yes, this is this is from the last meeting as a future agenda item for council. The information is presented in the staff report, and we're happy to answer any questions if you have them specific.
Okay. Are there any questions for staff? Do we have any public comment?
No.
All right, then I will bring it back to council for deliberation. Who'd like to lead us off? Pete?
Since I asked for this agenda item, I'll go ahead and kick off the discussion. The reason I asked for the agenda item is because we've accrued, my understanding is approximately about $600,000 in our 1% for Art fund. Is that accurate, City Manager?
I believe that's close, yes.
It's
Close.
400 and
Okay, I stand corrected.
433,000.
That's a material difference. Nonetheless, we are approaching $500,000, and I'm not sure that the best interests of the city are served by solely spending that money on sculptures, which has been the modus operandi for the use of those funds. And I think that we may be able to identify some public-private partnerships where opportunities to make grants to requesters might be a better way to leverage the money that we have and actually achieve sort of more art, more bang for the buck. I'm not saying dismantle the existing program by any stretch. I love the art that we've acquired, and I think it's fantastic. But I think as a supplement to what we currently do, having the ability to make some grants would serve the city well. And there may be other uses for those funds that are within the same sort of remit that we had established those funds for to begin with, and I'm open to those options. But I wanted to tee up the option of grants.
So just so I'm clear, your proposal is to give Park the opportunity to make grants using the public arts funds?
No. My proposal is that at the same time that council awards grants, that we can also use these funds to support grants that are consistent with the original remit.
All right, so my reading of the statute is that Section 3.52.040 prescribes what an application for placement on private property would show. And then 3.52.050 gave a dominion for approval to the Arts Commission, which is now Park. So are you now proposing that we take that authority away from Park and it's now in the purview of
Park
council?
doesn't have that authority. Park doesn't have the authority to give grants. Park has the authority to recommend to council that we buy a piece of art and place it on a piece of private property under the provisions that you just quoted, which I think are insufficient. The simple thing that I'm trying to accomplish is to be able to make a grant to a private entity that they can use to either commission work or acquire work, as long as it is in a publicly visible space and benefits the entire community. Section 3 doesn't quite do that. It provides for publicly owned art on private property, and that's not quite exactly what I'm looking for.
Mr. Mayor, if I could clarify, I think the Vice Mayor is referring to section .020, which is the use of the public art funds, which are currently limited to programs on city-owned public property.
Well, so first of all, the ordinance has could benefit from some clarification in some spots, and that's one of them. Because in another spot, it says that public art can be placed on private property. But I'm not, and you're really the expert since you've been the staff liaison for the Arts Commission. So I defer to your understanding of how we do this in practice. But what I'm looking to add to what is written in the ordinance now, as well as potentially clarifying the ordinance while we're at it, since it needs some clarification. I'm looking to add the ability to approve grants that draw on those funds. And those grants would go to private entities, potentially for the commission of artwork, like murals or sculptures or what have you, as long as they benefit the public and are viewable by the public. But they would not necessarily be, they're not going to, another material difference is that that art isn't owned by the public then. That art is owned by the grantee.
Okay, so just so I'm clear on the ordinance, if public art is placed in a public space, that is within the purview of the council. If public art is placed on private property, that is within the purview of park.
Jolie will love this answer. The answer is it depends. If the art funds are used for a temporary installation, that's typically been left to the purview of the commission to curate. If it's the acquisition of a permanent piece, those recommendations come to the council.
Okay, but 050 says that if it's going on private property, it's within the purview of park. It doesn't.
I'm sorry for the confusion. That's solely for the use of public art funds. Section 050 is if a developer wants to install the art in lieu of paying, then that section applies. That's if a developer wants to install the art as part of the development rather than pay the 1% fee.
Okay, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't want to interrupt you. I was just going to try to help clarify. So my understanding of reading the ordinance is to what Mr. Maginot just said. You know, a developer can always opt to install art on their private property, so the multifamily dwelling building. But that art has to be in a location in the building that's publicly accessible and viewable by members of the public. And there's a cap on that amount for the art. Or that developer instead could pay into the Los Altos Public Arts Fund. The money that goes into the fund, that's where the Parks Commission comes in, because they, within the guidelines of the ordinance, can use those funds for certain things, and it depends if it's temporary or permanent. My suggestion, and it broadens what the Vice Mayor was saying, I am actually interested in exploring using funds from this public art fund for other art programs that benefit Los Altos. It could be what the Vice Mayor is describing. It could be to fund a school program that's beautifying the city. It's broadening the use of the Los Altos Public Arts Fund, because right now it's very limited to use on city-owned property. And this is a lot of money that I think we could broaden the scope to allow private entities to apply, and we could have a process where they have to submit the proposed artwork, just like we do with Park, and approve it and approve the amount they're asking, and it would all come from this Public Arts Fund. So the Public Arts Fund would be able to be used for any artwork that we deem is beneficial to the Los Altos community, and they'd go through the application process. Another part of the ordinance that I would propose revisiting is reducing it from 1% to 0.5, because there's a lot of money going into this fund, and even though there are many public arts programs we would love to fund, I actually think this is still a lot of money, and whether or not this, we could have the other amount go to something else. But that, when I read it, those are the two main areas I think we can improve this public arts fund ordinance.
Councilmember Liang?
I think she wanted to answer first. Should I let her answer?
I know there's a question.
No, I'll just let you guys talk, but I'm just expressing some concerns about an art fund being used. It's a development impact fee.
So,
So
I was
I'm a
gonna
little
let you answer
concerned about
because-
the scope of where these funds could be used. So I'm not saying no or yes right now, but, it's like taking a traffic impact fee and then going and funding something kind of related to traffic, but not really caused by the development or it's an impact fee. I'm not sure about this taking in the impact fee and then using it like inter-fund transfer. I'll have to look at it.
So two things, City Attorney. One, my proposal would be using the funds towards public arts. I want to be clear. If we move forward where we're adjusting the percent, then I think we also would have to adjust what that impact fee is tied to. I'm not saying take the $433,000 that we collected for this specific reason and use it for something else it wasn't designated for. But I am saying that if there's a way to broaden the scope of how we use the fund towards public art, that's what I would support.
And so on that second point, assuming council comes to that direction, we're happy to look at ways we could broaden the application pending city attorney approval. On the point about changing or reducing the fees, the impact fees will be before council, and this will be part of that conversation.
Yeah. Councilmember Liang, you had a comment?
Well, I'm waiting for that discussion on the changing of the impact fees and then how we can allocate it. Then my question then is to the city attorney is, if we wanted to use the impact fees if we change it, or if we have this impact fee that we have, $433,000, if we, at that discussion time, can we change, then decide, or will we have to always keep it just for art as how we collect it, or can we redesignate it?
If you've collected an impact fee for the purpose, I mean, it's the cost for acquisition and installation of publicly accessible art on the development side. And then if they don't do that, it's an in lieu fee. If you think you can take that money and then put it into playground equipment or something, I would say, no, you can't do that. But I would like to be able to look and see if these funds then can be then designated towards other public art projects. I think that's what the Vice Mayor's saying, through another group, instead of we receive the fund. The developer's not installing it. We have the money, and then we can go out and acquire and install, publicly accessible art. Is there a way for us then to have another entity also do that? And I would have to look at that, because I know it's for public art. It's an in lieu art contribution.
Mayor?
Just so I'm clear, the question that you need to research is, can the city council donate impact fees to a private party to be used for something ostensibly related to why the fee was collected? That's what you're going to research? Okay.
May I provide a hypothetical that might make it easier to answer the question? Mayor?
Yeah.
Last year, during our grant-making process, one of the applicants to whom we did not award a grant was Arts Los Altos, and they commission public art on private property that is, publicly visible to everybody in town. And so that particular grant that we did not make to them last year, if they came back this year and made a compelling argument about how they need the money to advance public art in the community and convinced us, would we be able to use those impact fees to make a $5,000 grant to Arts Los Altos to support the public art?
I think we all understand what you're trying to get at here. My recollection of that application I don't believe that our decision was contingent on whether we could use arts money.
I don't think it was.
Merits of the request.
So can I finish my questioning?
Yeah.
So Jolie, Jolie, so okay, let me give you an example, because our dog park's gonna cost about $1 million. If we have an artful fence surrounding the dog park, and we can put benches that are like sculptural, can we use that money to fund that dog park infrastructure like that? Because it's kind of artful type of features.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that. So, yeah, I would have to look at that, but it's a restricted fund, so, and it's for the implementation of the Los Altos Public Art Program. So, if the Los Altos Public Art Program maybe can provide grants, I mean, there's just a few missing pieces here, so I'll just have to check.
You want my Lexus login? You can look it up.
So, Mayor.
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
before, just point of clarification, the Hillview Dog Park is not slated to cost $1 million. The overall project, which also includes the dog park, is $1 million.
Well, I'm just giving a hypothetical, but I was giving an example, like, you have these
I
art
understand.
sculptures, like at that San Antonio Dog Park down the street, and then they created the park, and then they used these dog sculptures, and then if you look at the fencing in San Jose, they have these artful fences
Right.
to serve.
So-
I'm just wondering if we can use the funds in that manner.
I think the city attorney said that she's going to have to research this and
Yes.
get back to it. I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager, I interrupted you.
Thank you, Mayor. So the council item tonight was to review the criteria around it, and we're talking about potential specific applications. If council would like to give us direction to look at ways we can change, alter, or loosen the restrictions, we can come back with those answers, but it's difficult to answer hypothetical scenarios that we weren't prepared for tonight. So if council wants to give us direction to look at certain things, we are happy to do that and then bring that back based on the direction that council gives us. But we'll get really bogged down if we try to answer hypothetical scenarios like this.
I'm okay with that guidance.
I mean, the vice mayor, Councilmember Liang, and are we clear in how we would like to explore broadening the scope of use of the Public Arts Fund? Is it clear, or do you need more clarification?
I think we would appreciate discussion around that specific point.
Okay, to see if there's consensus. So again, I'm going to repeat, so vice mayor made his suggestion, and I just broadened it to say not just private entity applying for a grant, but just giving us more flexibility to use the fund towards public art in Los Altos, and we could have, it improves the community, blah, 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 but it's using the funds for public art in Los Altos, not just the limited scope that currently exists in the ordinance.
And I would broaden that to not just be about giving it away. It's about how we ourselves can use it in, like I was saying, either for our park features, whether it's musical art features as for children's playgrounds, as well as for sculptural and artistic dog park features.
Just consider our bike racks downtown. They're art, right? They are art.
Yeah, but I want to make sure.
So that might be.
I want to
like what
make
you're saying.
sure we
Yeah.
can apply it.
Let's have the city attorney and the staff investigate whether or not we can broaden the scope of the existing ordinance and program to include things like that. Sounds good to me.
Sally, you've been quiet on this item.
I am awake. So I just want to point out, I think it's important that this fund also covers maintenance, and I don't know that we've always been very good about maintenance of our art, so that You know, there's a lot of money there. If we have to contract out for people to do it, it doesn't take staff time. Let's make sure we keep up with our artwork. But I thought actually that we'd had a discussion that a lot of the art that's going up on private walls is actually very publicly accessible. And is there a way that the maintenance funds, so again, yes, it's on a private wall, but it's right next to the sidewalk, we can all touch it. Can maintenance funds be used for that? So, and I'm not just focused on maintenance, but maintenance, you know, is part of what we need to do, because things aren't beautiful when they start decaying, and I don't mean.
Or can we use it for maintenance of our existing public art?
Oh, yeah, that's what I started with, exactly.
Yeah, but you were talking about the private property ones. I
Well,
want to
I'm
make
talking
sure.
about both, because I said,
Okay.
I mean, all of our sculptures, we oftentimes talk about, oh, we haven't done something to it in 10 years or whatever. So we should be focused on maintenance of ours, and can we do it on very publicly accessible, visible art, and help in that respect. And then what my colleagues were also saying about, you know, what is the definition here? Because I'm confused, like that whole, the new one that says Los Altos on the side of the Reitmeyer's building. I mean, that's kind of, if it isn't already, it will be a landmark, right? And I don't know if, you know, how many people take selfies there and all this kind of thing. So again, that's very publicly accessible, even though it's on private property and funded by a private organization. So how, if at all, is that publicly accessible art, how can we help either support it or maintain it, as well as, of course, our own that we've purchased? So that would be what I'd add to this conversation, which is maybe what you were already saying, but okay, I'll go back to being quiet.
Okay, I don't think I really have anything more to add to this. So staff have the direction that they need at this point?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Then let's go on to item number 9, discuss taking positions on various California state bills. I don't believe we have a staff report, correct? I'm just going to turn it over to the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Flagor.
So we down selected from the 11 bills that were referenced in the packet to just 3. And I think, Mayor, that it would I'm thinking it's 15 minutes. So I'll just introduce the 3 bills. It's AB 2814, AB 1779, and AB 1772. These 3 bills provide our our county district attorney and our law enforcement agencies additional tools to fight crime.
So forgive me, which were the 3 again?
AB 2814, AB 1779, and AB 1772.
Thank you.
Now, AB 2814 makes it a specific crime to engage in porch piracy. I would like to get the packages that I order from Amazon for a change, and maybe this will help. 1779 is kind of a complicated bill about jurisdiction, and criminals, being the enterprising individuals they are, often find ways to game the system, to beat the system. And one of the ways they beat the system is by stealing less than $950 from each location that they rob. But in aggregate, the number is much, much greater. So, and what they do then is, you know, they find themselves, they are able to, criminals are able to position themselves to be adjudicated by one jurisdiction for one theft of less than $950. And this would allow jurisdictions to cooperate to charge a higher crime based on the aggregate value stolen. Now, the 3rd bill goes hand in hand with 1779 to aggregate the dollar value of goods stolen, so that $950 is sort of the threshold for, I believe it's a misdemeanor crime, and then it goes up from there to potential felony if it's grand larceny and what have you. But the point of these three bills is to give law enforcement some tools to more or less sort of close some of the little gaps in the system that the criminals have been exploiting.
Okay. So let's treat this like a regular item. Are there any questions for the Vice Mayor or Councilmember Flagor?
Yeah. So regarding there's no doubt I support all three bills and taking action on that. The question I had was, if someone came, why does it have to be a package? I thought anytime someone comes on my property and steals something, I didn't understand why it had to be a package, because it seems like if somebody came on my property, stole my bike, that's the theft. So,
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, but the one feature of this proposed legislation is that it goes to intent.
Yeah.
So if somebody is a porch pirate and they are, sort of going down the street stealing packages, they may go on your property and not actually get your package before you interdict them and say, "What the heck are you doing? Get off my property." Or call the police and, they show up or what have you, or maybe there's an ALPR hit. So it's just an added tool that, number one, identifies, I use the euphemism porch piracy, but we all know what it means, right? And that particular crime also involves, to a certain extent, it involves interstate commerce and the U.S. Postal Service and other parcel services. So there are aspects of stealing a package on your front stoop that are more concerning than stealing other types of property. And mainly it's because it's a huge trend. There aren't people going around and going in backyards or side yards and stealing bikes with the regularity that they steal packages off our porches. And so that's why our DA, Jeff Rosen, has asked for this particular piece of legislation, and why some of these others have been promoted by our DA.
Well, I no doubt
Okay,
support them
okay,
all, but it just surprised me that it had to be a package versus
I
anything
guess
else
it's
on my
really it's
property.
because it's such a problem. It's just
Okay.
because of the magnitude of the problem that they need some more specific laws to clamp down.
But the other thing I wanted to ask, if you're talking about legislation, is because there are other bills out of the 11 that I wanted to
Mhm.
make sure we took action on,
Okay.
like the meeting for teleconferencing, and allows us to continue to have hybrid type of meetings.
So that bill only pertains to our commissions. It doesn't pertain to council.
Yeah, but I think our commissions should have an opportunity to do that. And I know that Cal City's put a support on that.
All right, but
as
I think
well. Okay.
we're only considering those three bills tonight, just 2814, 1779, and 1772. So you have more questions, Councilmember Liang?
No, I just wanted to ask the legislative committee to make sure that you bring back or take a look at SB 1037. I think it's important that we
So on that one, I'm
take
going to ask
action
my
as-
colleagues to clarify for me. My understanding is I can support that legislation on the legislative
No, I don't
committee.
want to support it. I want to make sure we take action, but.
Wait, I'm sorry, which?
But
which
discuss it in
bill?
the future.
Just a moment. It's
It's not on your list?
Okay,
It is.
but-
It
wait,
is
okay,
on the list.
excuse me. If it's not on the list, then we are going beyond the scope of what was, not only what was agendized, but what was brought in front of the council.
It's in the packet,
So if the
Mayor.
legislative committee wants to bring it back at another meeting, I think that's
No,
appropriate. But I don't want us to get into discussion of something that.
It is on our list. I don't want to discuss it per se, but I want to ask the council because we have, as a body, already taken up this issue in many instances, and we found that we were limited by the state law, and so.
No, it's not.
So,
Okay,
Vice
so
Mayor,
if that's not something that we've taken a formal position on, I will not take a position on it. That's what I'm asking is, but these three are the ones that we're talking about.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may,
Then
just
fine.
to add some clarification.
Please.
So Vice Mayor, it's not on the list, the 1037. I know which bill she's talking about. It's not on the list that we provided. But to your point, you're correct. Our practice has been you as our legislative representative, if we've taken a position on a similar bill and you're asked to vote on a bill, you can vote on that bill if it aligns with a position we've taken before. So you're correct. That has always been our practice. 1037 is not on the list we provided, so it's not up for discussion, to the mayor's point.
Right, right. But there is another
But it
bill on
is.
this. There is
Oh,
another
I
bill
know,
in this
the
package. they're gonna
HCD,
send
I know. So, on the three bills, that the vice mayor is presenting to us tonight, I am also inclined to.
Okay, wait, I'm sorry, I don't want to get into discussion just yet. So,
Questions?
Yeah.
Well, let me answer one more question.
Okay.
So Councilmember Lee Eng had asked about why is it limited to package theft? So there are a couple of reasons. One is they needed to create a specific crime, a new crime related to this action. And to the vice mayor's point, because it's so prevalent now, they wanted to make sure there was funding and programming and resources put towards this specific kind of crime. And to do that, you need a legislation carving out this as a new crime. So that's why it's so specific to this. It's to allow for more resources and programs to tackle that crime.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Meadows, did you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public speakers, any commenters?
No, we do not.
Okay, no one is rushing forward. All right, so let's bring it back to council for deliberation. Councilmember Flygor, do you want to lead us off?
Sure, I have a quick. So I am inclined to support these three bills. They're in their draft stage where I know they're going to get revised. You know, there was a press conference, I think yesterday or today, with Speaker Rivas, Attorney General Rob Bonta, where they were saying that there are several bills, including these three, that are going through the legislature right now that will address retail theft and the other crimes we're seeing in our community. And these are great starts to that. They're not perfect yet because we also have to make sure we're balancing other community concerns with these types of bills. But I definitely support giving our vice mayor authority to support these bills at the Cities Association and allow him to discuss ways we can improve it to address any concerns.
Okay, any further discussion, or does anyone want to make a motion?
Another comment. I support the three bills, but I want to make sure that when you discuss it, I don't want them to be like, we need to be not like a slap on the hand type of thing, misdemeanors. Please make sure that they really take a look at if their intent to really criminalize these criminal actions. Please make sure they're firm about it. Thank you.
All right. Further comments or a motion?
Yeah, we need a motion to support you taking action to support AB 2814, AB 1779, and AB 1772 in a support position. Second?
So for clarification, your motion is that we authorize the vice mayor to take a position in support of those three AB bills that were discussed right now.
Correct.
Okay. I'll second.
And with that, I just want to clarify, he has, as part of that authority, there's going to be discussion at the LAC meeting. And as long as he understands the primary intent of this direction, we support it, but make sure it's accomplishing the intended goals and not doing the complete opposite. Yeah. And I will support it as well.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Councilmember Flygor.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley.
Yeah.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Further discussion. So I hope that we can, since we're on this item that's going to talk about, and it says you're taking positions, I hope we can come back and before you vote to take a position, that council can take a position on AB 1893, SB 1037, and SB 937.
Okay, the next items on our agenda are the tentative council calendar. One change to, I think, what came out with the packet on the tentative council calendar The study session for April 30th, right now I think says development fees. That I think is going to be changed. It's probably going to be a presentation from the VTA on the Homestead Corridor. Next is council and staff reports and direction and future agenda items. And I'll take the liberty of going first. Since our last meeting, I attended the spring egg hunt, I attended the community iftar, and I attended the VTA presentation on the Homestead Corridor, which was last week. I would like to propose a future agenda item. I think that it would behoove the city to pause on the improvements that we're planning to make to Jardin. I know that this has been a hot button issue, but it's now my understanding that the school board, the board of directors, is taking a much closer look at it. I hate pulling something back that a commission, in this case, the Complete Streets Commission, has spent so much time on. And I'm not asking council to take a look at the specifics of what the commission and staff have proposed, but given that the circumstances under which all the deliberations took place may be changing depending on what the school board wants to do in terms of parking, I think that we are doing ourselves and our residents a disservice to move forward with a restriping that doesn't accomplish what we wanted to do given changed circumstances that we did not foresee. So the future agenda item that I'm proposing is to give direction to staff to pause on Jardine, or maybe take out what's on there right now and just stencil down what used to be there, but to allow the city to pause long enough to get clear direction from the school district as to what it is with respect to their intentions on parking and other uses of their property that would impact what a full, complete street on Jardine would actually look like.
I'll support that.
So, Mayor, that was going to be one of the items I reported on, because the Vice Mayor and I were very intentional in bringing the school board on board. And so really appreciated their immediate engagement. I have a separate, so I think we need to delve more into what we mean by pause, because there's a safety issue hanging over us. And I think the current plan, and I know the city attorneys don't get into a discussion, but the current plan, my understanding from the MVLA 2x2, is that any design would be implemented over the summer before school starts. And to the extent we can get the school board to act faster, and I actually think they will, that we could still hopefully meet this timeline of implementing in over the summer. I think that is the best solution. So I would love to get, I'm glad the school board, the superintendent, they were immediately engaged, they want to get involved, but I think they can get involved and we still keep the same timeline. Okay. And because I don't want next school year to start.
Yeah, if everyone's going to move fast enough, that's great. Really what my concern is that we're going to move forward with a design that's not optimal given what the school district might end up doing.
So I agree. I'm sorry. I agree that because we're getting feedback now from the school board on the current design, that we should wait until we get their feedback. And of course, our engineers have the last say. It's our property, it's city-owned property and other liability issues. But I do agree if your proposal is we put a hold on our design until we get feedback from MVLA board to consider incorporating it before we move forward.
Yeah,
I support that.
so we'll discuss that when you bring it back, when we have an item.
Can this be on consent, or do we need to have a?
No, I think it needs to
So
be
I'm the CSC liaison. I have a real issue with opening it up to school board members to essentially design from the dais when they've seen nothing. I agree to bring it forward to bring them up to speed. I don't necessarily agree that we pause our process. As I watched that meeting, I was very disturbed.
So this is why we need to have a
Yes.
discussion. Because
So we need to
we don't
discuss
have-
it.
Everybody's not pausing the same way, so
No,
we need to
right.
have a discussion on how. It's going to be, I guess, the Hardin improvements, or I don't know.
Jardine improvements.
So, Mr. England, when were you planning to bring Jardine to council for approval?
So the Jardine would come forward as the annual street improvement program. So it would come forward once the design was complete as part of the budget, likely in June. But to have that prepared, the timeline calls for starting the design this month. It's potentially already started. So if we're talking about a design pause, we would likely miss the summer. If we're talking about an implementation pause, that would be different. We could have a design and implement another time.
So I want to point out, we went through an extensive community input process, commission process, many, many meetings. And then again, it depends what we're asking, but to essentially have people come in without having gone through that process and us hold, I completely agree with what the city manager said, but I think to just say, all right, let's pause even the design, that's really undermining the whole process for months that has gone on now with the commission and the public outreach and the staff that worked very hard on this. So I think we need to discuss.
We need to discuss it and
Yes.
know what the options are and
Yeah.
which option has which impact and what happens with design or implementation and what happens with delays. So can staff, if we get three, staff can put that together. Or you?
Yeah.
Can you put that together?
So I think, can I say something?
Well, let's just get it on the agenda. We've
Okay.
got a discussion going here. So do we have three? So we have a
Yes.
staff report?
Yes.
So I want, because the timeline matters, and our next council meeting is April 30th. And because the vice mayor and I are the 2x2 members, and so if the urgency that we need to communicate to the MVLA board is, listen, guys, if you have any input, we need it by April 25th. That's what we need to tell them, because then the safety's on their board if they delay this anymore. So I do think it's important for us as a city to say, we need all input. And if that time has passed, then that's what we communicate. But I know they requested documents, they're looking at it actively. But I agree we shouldn't have an open-ended process. We need to communicate with them. By X date, we need any input you're providing, because we need to move this forward to get the implementation done over the summer.
I feel that if we agendize this for discussion, this allows us to make some clear understanding.
Yeah, but we can't get direction
We're not
tonight
giving
unless
direction.
so unless you want to add it as an urgent item and something needs to be decided before the 30th, but, I mean, we can't take direction. It's not on the agenda. It's just a future agenda item. So on the 30th, you can tell us what we're supposed to do or not do.
This may not be a popular suggestion, but perhaps this is something we actually need a special meeting for. Because given the emotional temperature of the residents in the neighborhood and the complexity of the current design, which I think may or may not be problematic, I'm suggesting that this might be a reason to have a special meeting.
I know.
It might be very difficult to get much else done on a night when we open this up.
So what I was hoping to agendize was not opening up. I didn't want to get into the specifics of what was being planned. My understanding is that there is now a possibility that the school board would open up parking back onto school property. That could change what is needed in terms of street parking. And if that changes, it may be beneficial to take a different look. So I'm not, I apologize to you, Sally. I was not trying to criticize what has been done. I think what has been done is really exemplary, given the challenges. My concern is that the work that has been done based on circumstances that may drastically change. And if it drastically changes, then the needs of Jardine may also alter. And I don't want to see us go forward with a project that 2 months later appears not to be ideal.
Yeah, well,
So that
we're-
I
we're-
absolutely did not want us or members of the community to come in here and say, plan your version number 4 as this problem, and you're not, why, that I don't think would be useful for anyone.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that when we go forward with whatever we're going forward with, we're confident that it's the optimal solution, even given changed circumstances that the school district might dump on us.
So it needs to come back at the next meeting because you're already into like a
Yes.
full-blown discussion, and I'm trying to bring it back. So
Right.
either it's gonna be, we can pull, the city clerk can pull you for a special meeting, or we bring it back on the 30th. I mean, or we add it as an urgency item, and we can go through that, but I mean, you can't give us direction right now, and so it's
And
coming back on the 30th. and
The
you
school
can-
district
yeah.
can still do their homework about what they're doing on their property. We don't have to, we can talk about it on the 30th. We don't have to pause anything. They haven't produced anything. They've just looked at our stuff. They need to ante up. It hasn't happened. So anyway, but we're
Yeah,
discussing.
as
Yeah.
the third person, I can retract my support for this because two things. The school has had a representative as part of this process for months. The fact that we now have school board members that weren't fully aware of it, not on us. I'm glad they're at the table now, but I do not want to delay the city timeline because we have safety and other concerns that we need to address.
All right, I'm going to withdraw the suggestion.
But I just need, this is not an agenda item. I just need clarification from the city manager. Maybe he can talk to the engineers and get back to us on by when would they need feedback from MVLA. That is very important.
Design has started after we received approval from the Complete Streets Commission. So if they want feedback that would alter the design, that has to happen now.
Yeah.
So
We should probably
Mayor?
bring this back on the 30th with
Yeah.
some sort of update and let everybody know
Yes.
what this is, just as a even.
I
So-
agree. I think
Okay,
we
so
should
there's one,
agendize it.
are there a second
Yeah.
and third for this? So there's 2?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't see a third vote to bring this back.
Oh, weren't you the third?
No, I withdrew.
Okay, so then my question to you is, if we have 2 people, we don't need staff, but we can still discuss it and then have our full-blown discussion, just
Yeah,
to
you
better
can-
understand.
But if you bring it back with just 2 people,
Okay,
you're not gonna have all the answers. So
Okay.
I would,
so it would be good if we had a third to get some, just
Okay.
some updates. That would provide us updates.
who'd like
Would
to
you
go
like to be a
next
third,
on-
Councilmember Meadows?
No, because I understand the can of worm this is and the urgency in addressing it.
Okay.
So who'd like to go next with reports and future agenda? Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you. Councilmember Meadows, I know it's only an informational item, but on number 11, I was going to ask, but then the mayor started with his report, so I thought I would wait. Is there a future agenda item you're going to address later? Okay, on 11, related to 11? Okay, good. So picking up on MVLA, the vice mayor and I had our 2x2 for 2024 with the MVLA school board, and the primary focus was Jordan. A future agenda item I want to propose based on that discussion and feedback from our residents, and it's something we have discussed as a council, is to explore doing a residential parking program around the school. This ties in with our school circulation and safety priority and also our environmental priority. What we heard from students and also school board members was one of the reasons why they wouldn't be increasing the number of parking spaces to accommodate their increase in student population is they want to encourage more biking and walking to school. And what we see happening is the school isn't providing the parking spaces, but then they're parking on our streets. And so I would love support. I think we would need 2 council members to have staff bring back a residential parking program, and as a pilot, we could do it around the high school so that we do not have teachers, parents, and students parking on our residential streets. This will encourage them to bike and walk, and it will have less impact on our streets, and also safety issue because there are people making illegal U-turns, and I know I'm getting into discussion, but I'd love to get support for bringing back as a future agenda item, exploring a residential parking program for the city, but specifically as a pilot, maybe starting around the high school, looking at costs, what it would entail, resources, that kind of information from staff.
I need clarity from city manager. Aren't you already working on this? And when would you anticipate bringing
Councilmember
it?
Meadows, we're not working on a residential parking program. We're looking at no parking, it's a parking study technically, but a no parking study in the areas immediately north of Jardine.
Okay.
It's different.
So to me, that would be the agenda item I would support, is getting the update on that and hearing the recommendations.
But if it's different, then, I mean, obviously I support that as well, but would it contemplate a residential parking program as well?
No, Councilmember Flagler, that's what I was saying. What we're looking at is a traditional no parking signage and study. A residential parking program can also be deployed, but that's not what staff is looking at right now.
So would the no parking mean even residents couldn't park?
So similar to the no parking we have around other schools, during certain hours and certain days, we have no parking. They're installed around that high school south of Almond right now. So we would look at how that has been effective and then look at the traffic concerns in the northern part and determine if no parking signs there were also appropriate.
Councilmember?
Presumably, we're also looking at Mountain View High and the no parking signs that we've already deployed there and the effectiveness or lack thereof.
We're getting into discussion.
So, right. The no parking, and maybe I don't have support, but I just want to say, so I am suggesting exploring a residential parking program, which is different from what I'm hearing being described as the no parking program. It doesn't sound as if I have support for a residential parking program that would only allow our residents to park on our residential streets, either during certain times, and there are different ways to do it, and that's what I would want staff to bring back, because that's what I've heard from residents, but it doesn't sound as if there's any support.
So just a clarifying question. I think we have residential parking programs already. I think what it is it's in other streets.
All right, Councilmember, we're getting into discussion again.
Okay. I'm just asking if we already have it, then we don't need to discuss it. That's why.
We're getting into discussion of it. Okay, so Councilmember Flagler, any other report or future agenda item?
Yes, one last proposed future agenda item. We talked a lot about the child care resolution. I would love to bring that forward as a future agenda item for us to consider adopting a child care resolution for our city.
So I have that on my to-do list. I've been speaking with whoever President Ellenberg is working with. She has a group she's contracted with, and so I was waiting for the right time to do that, and tonight wasn't it. But so I think next month will probably be. So I will bring it to the mayor when I think it's, again, probably in May. I was going to suggest it in May.
Wait, are we doing it as a proclamation or as a resolution?
What I have is a resolution that the President Ellenberg has asked each city to consider.
Right.
Right.
So that's what I'm proposing as well. So if I'll second it if you want to make it your proposal, but I think we actually, to bring it back as an agenda item as opposed to a mayor's proclamation.
Yes, I just wasn't going to do it tonight. But
Okay.
I will propose it probably next month. I don't, yeah.
You can propose it tonight as a future.
Right, I'm trying to
Yeah,
understand.
that's what,
Right.
I support it as a future agenda item. I
Okay.
just wasn't going to suggest it
Then
tonight.
we could just support it and.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
fine,
it will
okay.
go on.
And we'll work
Okay.
out the timing with the mayor and city manager.
Okay.
Fine.
Can we get a councilmember to raise their hand as a third, please?
I will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You, should I go next?
Sure.
Mayor?
Go next.
Sure, okay. So quickly, this is, so there was a CHAC board meeting, and what date was that? March 27th. And the informational item really explains everything where it stands, so I hope you all had a chance to look at it. What I will point out is that once the merger is moving forward, once the transfer of assets and the final approvals are given by the Board of Directors, CHAC will focus on, I'm just reading from the informational item right now, CHAC will focus on winding down the affairs of the JPA. And CHAC will anticipate bringing an item, and I will bring it forward and suggest it as a future agenda item when we know it's ready, probably in the May to June timeframe again, because they're actually looking at finalizing this by the end of June. And so the discussion will come forward about the terminating the agreement and dissolving the JPA, because you can't really merge a JPA with a nonprofit, even though this is a JPA and a nonprofit. But avoiding that will come forward as a future agenda item just as soon as we know the timing of that. And so again, I can work with the mayor and the city manager for that timing. Again, probably late May or early or June. The one other update I have may have some good news. The annual HACDAC, and of course, given the hour, I now look at it and say, what is it? Housing and Community Development Advisory Committee to the Board of Supervisors had its meeting last Friday. And we looked at the proposals for funding both HUD funds and home funds. And we had a good discussion, actually, the members who are on that board. And I brought up 330 Distal and asked some questions about it. And the answer from the county staff was actually that 330 Distal is still being considered for home funds. So not, I guess we didn't get the HUD grant, but we're being considered. We haven't been ruled out yet for home funds. I don't know the amount or anything. But so that door is not completely closed. So I thought that was good.
Federal fund. I know.
HOME, all caps, whatever, and I think that's another federal thing. Yeah, so I didn't go into it. I was just too excited. So there is potentially some hope, yes. And that's my update.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Liang or Vice Mayor?
You want to go?
You made me go first last time. You go now.
Okay. One, I want to revisit the flag policy. Any support? Okay. I would like to ask for an assessment of the performance of our city attorney. I think it's within our contractual obligation that we do that. So I'd like to request that. Okay. I'd like to understand our city's weed abatement program. So if we can agendize that, we can at least get some understanding on how we're addressing the weeds in our city, or get some information by staff, either memo or something. I would like to see that. So either agendize.
Could it just be like an informational item, like a memo?
Yeah.
Is there something triggering this? I mean, like, yes, I'll support it, but I'm just curious.
Because we have a ton of weeds, we're not properly addressing it. We can't use sprays or anything. I just would like to better understand the city's program on how we're addressing all our weeds.
Mr. City Manager, is it not too onerous to get just a memo
No,
for an
we can
information
ask
item?
Central Fire to give an update.
Thank you.
I'd like to remind the 2x2, because the redistricting going on with FUHSD, I think it's important that we get an update and to understand, because Los Altos was not included. There were 16 representatives and no one from Los Altos was selected. So our community feels like they were not represented. So we need to make sure that the FUHSD understands how our Los Altos community parents who are part of that district feel like their maps, suggestions, and everything
You're
were not
getting into
included.
discussion.
No, I'd like to remind them, otherwise I can no, I'd like to just make sure we remind 2 by 2 to include that.
Our next meeting is in May.
I'd like to announce the teen commissioners are having an open mic event on April 26th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. on a Friday. So I would like to ask that you spread the word, spread it to all the teens, share information with any schools have broad association with, share it with the kids in the community. And also I attended the Homestead High School, Homestead Safe Routes meeting hosted by VTA. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Along with Councilmember Flagger, I attended the 2 by 2 with MVLA. I have been invited and will go to LASD's Junior Olympics and will be there for the opening ceremony. And I would encourage anybody else who, wants to have a little bit of fun and see cute little kids run their tails off and, come on out. Even if it's just for a couple of minutes, it's great for the kids to know that the community supports them. And of course, our schools are also pleased to have the support. And as far as an agenda item, I wonder if we should have a study session on 330 Distal.
I don't think it's our call.
Yeah, I don't know what we would study.
Ways to close the funding gap. I mean, I don't want to get into the details of what that funding gap is and so forth, but the project isn't moving forward right now. And so at least that would be a way to surface the issues and concerns and gaps.
I'm not going to discuss, but the item I could support is discussing Distal and possibly working on having it to be a transitional use for something else. And we could discuss that because there are opportunities to continue to support the program and utilizing transitional services at that time.
I'm a little reticent to support that. I mean, the overriding interest that I have is seeing it built, so.
Well, utilizing the facility for other services.
Discussion.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else, Vice Mayor?
No, I guess that's it. So there is no support for a study session on Distal? Okay.
All right. City staff, anything?
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you for members of the public who stuck with us. Thank you, of course, to staff for making this happen. See you all in 3 weeks.